Are gathering. Donk's eyes fixed on Malta. His strength will return. Counter-Strike stands upon the brink of domination. No one will escape it. You will unite, or you will fall. Bring forth the mouse, Senzu.
So it is true. It is a gift to the foes of spirit. Why not use this mouse? Long has my cousin, the steward of G2, kept the force of spirit at bay. By blood's hands are your lands kept safe. Give G2 the weapon of the prodigy. Let us use it against him.
You cannot wield it. None of us can. The one mouse answers to Dong alone. It has no other master.
And what would a 0.9 rating know of this matter?
This is no mere 0.9. He is Karagorn, first son of Sonic Thorn. You owe him your allegiance.
Karagorn? This is Dong's bane?
And heir to the throne of G2.
Sæt dig ned, Devilas.
G2 has no king. G2 needs no king.
Kerrigan is right. We cannot use it.
You have only one choice. The mouse must be destroyed.
What are we waiting for?
The mouse cannot be destroyed, Krim's son of Pronax, by any skill we here possess. The mouse was forged in the fires of Vertigo. Only there can it be unmade. It must be taken deep into the fiery chasm and cast back into the endless shaft from whence it came. One of you must do this.
One does not simply walk into vertigo.
Vertigo? Never again. What about train? Or cobble?
Or Dust 2?
Dust 2? Its wooden gates are guarded by more than just ops?
Have you heard nothing what Maniac said? It must be Vertigo if the mouse is to be destroyed.
And I suppose you're gonna be the one to do it? Op? IGL? What's next? CEO? And I will be dead before I witness another Astralis era.
And it should be Fnatic? The fate can't be in the hands of Swedes.
We should take the mouse!
Never trusted it.
I'll take it.
Dessa
Should be
danskar.
us.
Ta ut gröten i halsen och prata.
We should! No! We should! Why not? I did. Name of us.
Astralis should take the fucking mouse. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Сонсоогоо юм уу? Виртиг өгсөн шүү дээ.
Виртиг үү?
You have my op.
Okay, Tabsen Centaurus, I would say Tabsen, because Tabsen has been playing in Big for a longer time, and Centaurus used to play for Big for a long time, so I'm gonna assume Tabsen since he's been playing in Big for a longer time. Oh no, already? Okay, Centaurus are frozen. This is hard, man. Just on face, start of CS2, they won everything basically. But what's your on the team then? I'm gonna say higher on Frozen. Okay, thank God. Should play for Heroic. They did quite well in Heroic for a while, but I think Frozen might edge it there, so I'm gonna say lower on Sush. Oh my God, this is horrible. I'm just gonna go out from the major win, and it's been in VP for a while now, and I say higher. Thank God. Okay. Hunter as well. Wow. Hunter has also won quite a few things, quite a few tournaments, some IEMs. Been at G2 for a while now. I mean, it's been higher like 4 times in a row now. So if I'm going by my gambling instincts, I'm gonna say lower. Oh, Kenny S. He hasn't been in the game for a while, but when he was playing at the top, they were good. But back then, the prize monies weren't that high as they are now. So for that reason, I'm going lower. Okay, that's higher than I thought though. Stu is higher. I think it's over a mil, I'm pretty sure. And he won the Grand Slam, he won the Major, so I want to go higher here. Yeah, I knew that, over a mil. Shiro is slower. I mean, there's not many people that has over 1 million, so Shiro, I don't think he's reached that number yet. Not far off though. Nothing. I was gonna have to go for the same as Kenny S here. Used to play in the early stages of CS where the prize money weren't that high, so I'm gonna go lower. Yeah. D-Show. Oh, is it higher than 270? It's been an ends for a while. They were top 5 team for a while. I'm gonna say higher. Yeah. I'm on a roll here. A couple of... Ooh. Didn't win that much from Overstar. So I'm gonna say lower. Again, now in the roll here. Mike. Oh. How much has Mike won? I know he has more than me, that's for sure. I'm gonna believe in Mike, I'm gonna say higher. Let's go, Mike. 9, not even 10. I'm disappointed. I wanted to get 10.
Gentlemen, welcome to Season 19 of ESL Pro League. First rule of Pro League is you do not talk about Pro League. Second rule of Pro League is you do not talk about Pro League. Third rule, someone yells stop, loses their voice, taps out, the cast is over. Rule number 4, maximum 3 to a cast. Fifth rule, 2 maps at a time, fellas. Sixth rule, there will be no breaks. There will be no sleep. The Counter-Strike network never stops. Seventh rule, overtime will go as long as it has to. And the 8th and final rule, if this is your first season of ESL Pro League, you have to cast.
It doesn't matter about the flash, he's running. There's 35 seconds left on the clock. Drops to 1 and 3, he's on the flank. Vitalia on the side.
This kid from work, Harry, couldn't remember whether you told him to smoke Ticket or Jungle, but Harry was a god for an hour when he casted. Sometimes, all you could hear were the loud, booming sounds of yelling, or the wet choke when someone whiffed and sprayed.
Stop!
You weren't alive anywhere like you were there, but Pro League only exists in the hours between when Pro League starts and ends. Even if I could tell someone they had a good cast, I wouldn't be talking to the same man. Who you were in Pro League is not who you were outside of it. A guy came to Malta for the first time. He could cast a few rounds at most. After a few weeks, he was the last one off.
If you could cast with any talent, who would you cast with? Active or retired? Doesn't matter. Who'd be good? Pansy. You? Sado. I'd cast with Sado Kist. What did you just say?
What is wrong with you?
What did you just call me? Say my name.
Henry Greer. Henry Greer, you fucking freak. What's going on? I'm coming over.
Wait, no, Freya, I'm not there. You broke your promise. Jesus, Henry. You fucking talked to her about me. Henry, what the fuck is going on? I asked you for one thing. One simple thing. Why do people think that I'm you? Sit. Now answer me. Why do people think that I'm you? I think you know. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Why would anyone possibly confuse you with me? I don't know. Oh no, he's actually missed it! What a blunder! You got it. No. Say it. Because... Say it. Because we're the same person. That's right. I don't understand this. You were looking for a way to change your life. You could not do this on your own. All the ways you wish you could be, that's me. I sound like you want to sound, I cast like you want to cast, I am smart, I am capable, and most importantly, I am free in all the ways you are not. Oh, this is impossible. No. This is crazy. People do it every day. They talk to themselves. They see themselves as they'd like to be seen. They don't have the courage you have to just run with it. Naturally, you're still wrestling with this. Sometimes, you're still you. Other times, you imagine yourself watching me. If this is your first season of ESL Pro League, you have to cast. Little by little, though, you're letting yourself become Henry G.
So the first thing we're going to try to do is place the patch. A very simple concept. I give you guys 5 big patches that happen in Counter-Strike.
Yes.
You try to put them in order of time, and you get bonus points if you give me the year. The 5 patches are the AWP nerf, the graffiti being added, the USP and the M4A1S being added, the CZ added, and the rework of Dust 2.
Easily USP.
USP's first?
Yeah.
Do you reckon 2013? I think so.
Yeah, definitely.
USP and silence was added first.
Then it's USP, silence, I think. Then it's CZ, then it's AWP nerf.
Okay, let's go.
So we have to write?
No, I mean, he can do it once. It's okay. He can write for all of us. You guys...
USP, no?
I think
USP. USP?
Yeah.
Then AVP, no?
I think USP is first.
USP first?
Yeah, maybe CS.
In your answer, I feel like USP is first.
Yeah.
Sure, it's CZ. Or the AWP nerf.
No. AWP nerf is way later.
It's CZ then, for sure.
What year do you reckon that was? 2014, CZ?
Yeah.
I'm thinking 2014.
Yeah, surely.
17.
Yeah, people were covering
Put 2015 on the AWP.
Yeah.
And then put 14 on CZ and 13 on the first one.
Okay.
I feel like AWP nerf was...
It's AWP nerf. And then
AWP
graffiti.
Then graffiti, then... Could be wrong.
No, it's definitely AWP nerf.
Then AVP?
nerf, yes.
AVP and...
Spray, graffiti.
Spray and...
Dust 2.
And the last one.
The Dust 2 rework is probably the oldest one now.
Okay, then put spray, and then Dust 2, and then put 16 and 17.
I think it's spray before.
First?
Then turn them around and put the opposite.
Maybe 2014 for the AWP
I was
nerf.
thinking 2015.
I would say 2015.
2015?
Yeah, speaking of Kenny, he didn't have a good time at the moment. Oof, that was rough.
And then spray graffiti.
Spray, then Dust 2.
Yep. When was Dust? 2016 is in my head.
It's 2017, safe call. I'm putting it down.
Safe call.
Yeah,
All right.
2017.
So you guys have them in an order. So you guys agree on the years you've given as well?
For mine, yeah. I can't
so
talk
you have to speak on behalf of the whole crew. That's what's happening.
For spray graffiti, I did 2015.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll copy your homework.
I think
Oh,
that,
you copy the homework?
USP, so it should be...
13?
13, yeah.
14, 5...
Whoa, what's happening after that? Oh,
6.
16. Oh no.
17.
All right, so we have a finalized answer. USP, CZ, AWP, the spray, and Dust 2. You guys nailed it.
You guys
That's it. You absolutely nailed it. Like top score. We're starting the best of way. 10 points for Eternal Fire. It's only the spray and Dust 2 that would have been switched around. The spray as a 4th and then Dust 2 as a last. Nailing it.
3 for 3.
Spray is there, but it's 2016. And then you have Dust 2 at 2017, so that gives you like,
Good job.
let's say 9 points. Like 9 out of 10.
Pretty good.
Pretty decent.
That's a pretty decent start.
As far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a caster. To me, being a caster was better than being the #1 analyst. Even before observing, before I worked at DreamHack for my first analyst gig, I knew I wanted to be a part of them. Booyah! On a desk full of edginess and hot takes, they didn't have to do that. They just cast. They cast in whatever fit they want. No one said they looked like they'd just roll out of bed. If they were up drinking all night, nobody ever noticed they were hungover. They're off cam. If they got a prediction wrong, who gives a shit? They're a caster. I worship these boys. They were my idols.
But you see, Yanko, the thing about Zaiwu is you have to use the right filter. That's what people don't understand. If we do top 20 instead of LAN or online instead of top 30, then all it makes sense. I'm going to explain that to the people. We're going to go to the desk. I'm sure there is a way for me to go into
Forget about it. I knew I would do whatever it takes to join them.
Hey Matthew, what do you think? Look at my Crocs. Aren't they great?
My God, you look like a caster.
Yo, have any of you seen Alex? I haven't been able to get a hold of him.
Must have slept in. Need a sub?
Yeah, sure.
Enjoy the desk. Maybe I will.
Floppy, I'm doing a survey.
In fact, I've just started doing a survey right now. If we're removing one map and we're adding one map, what's it going to be?
For me personally?
Yeah, just for you. You control it. You're at Valve HQ and they just want your opinion.
Well, mine is Vertigo plus Train.
Well, that's strong. It's strong.
I don't even care if Vertigo's our best map. The map sucks.
The new change is whack. You don't like the new Virgo?
No,
Doesn't make a difference.
It's pretty whack, to be honest.
Fair enough.
Too much.
Okay. Is it to do with the Z-axis? Is that the reason? The main gripe with Virgo is the small size of it and the fact that it's all 2 levels?
Yeah, I mean, you just hear everyone. Yeah. It's like the map is basically you being down vent on Nuke, and you just hear everyone. Like,
okay.
It's just lame.
Strong argument. Strong argument. I'm going to go over to the Norwegian representation. Nice shoes, by the way.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask about the hair. Do you not miss it? It gave you such pizzazz, bro.
Not really.
No, you had your phase. It was a phase.
Also now the mustache is gone. This is my first tournament in like 3 years without a mustache. So I'm changing.
Things are changing around here. Okay.
I mean, we keep losing, so I have to change something.
I see,
so
okay,
yeah.
But not the crosshair or the 4x3. You still playing in a box?
Oh.
Black bars?
I've been playing stretch for like, I haven't changed settings in like 6 months, 7 months maybe. That's impressive for me.
That's real talk, real talk. Okay. But about this map thing, are we getting rid of Virgo? What are you saying?
Yeah, Vertigo's gone.
Yeah. Train, little cash, little summon spicy.
I mean, I love Train, so I have to be Train.
I think Train in CS2 would be super interesting with the nades as well, like clearing smokes and stuff could be good.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Well, dude, no Tash. Yeah. No Tash. Does it feel weird?
I look like a baby now, but...
No, you look like you're going to sign some deals, bro. Yeah, exactly. You look like you got a pen in his top pocket, going to whip it out. Jay Tizzle, what are you sizzling? What? I don't know what that was in English. Can I try again? Jay Tizzle, what are you saying?
About the map?
Yeah, dude, this is serious. Valve HQ have told me, go and ask Complexity. What are we getting rid of?
I mean, I used to, like maybe a few months ago, I'd say Mirage, but now I'd say Vertigo because I think the new changes for Vertigo are just really bad. Yeah. And I would add Train. I just really love Train. It's one of my favorite maps, so I'll just add that one.
I'm so up for Train. I don't even think it doesn't exist yet, but it could. It could. Grimothy, what are you saying, man? You part of this Train fan club, or are you taking us somewhere different? I'm assuming it's Vertigo.
It would be Vertigo, but taking us somewhere different, I would pick Cash. I want Cash back. Swing highway, just get kills mid, get boosted.
That used to be called North America's map. John knows all about that. Yeah, get Cash, some wide swings.
Of course, get someone to boost me every round. You know, get a flash over mid, you'll kill everyone. Nice.
Okay, I like it. So the NA scrimming Cash is coming back. Here's John with his fancy mouse pad box. Question: who's it going to be? Is it Vertigo going, or are you going to break the mold?
No, Vertigo's the worst map by far. Vertigo's horrible, and I'd probably add in either Cash or Cobble.
Cobble, an old Cobble though, not this weird abomination.
Not the Halloween version or whatever. Let's remove the Halloween version.
Never again. Never again. Okay, but old Cobble, actually, that's a valid suggestion. That would be interesting. That drop room was a bit spicy though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that there was a lot of cool stuff. Yeah. I mean, I would probably adjust some things, but maybe just not the things that they adjusted. So just a little bit of, changes here and there.
Valid. I appreciate your time, boys. You're going to go take pictures, be superstars. I appreciate your time. Peace and love. That's Complexity, baby.
This is a hard one because JKS won some big tournaments, but at the same time, Nafani, he went on a streak, I think, when he was on Call Knight and Gambit at the time. So because of this, I'm gonna say Nafani. Oh, that's pretty similar, pretty close. Now, I'm gonna say JKS. Because I don't know, the time that he played, maybe he gets paid a little bit more? Okay, I'm horrible at this. Lower than Snacks, I would say. Oh. Okay, Exile should be higher. I don't think Shroud played a very long time. I honestly didn't watch much, but I was a huge fan of Shroud. Yeah. Okay, I'm doing better now. That's a tough one. Because of the online events, I'm going Searson now. Nice. It's higher than Searson. He did great on G2. Close enough. I hope he can play tournaments again. I feel bad for him. He's a nice player. I would say Nexa is still higher. Okay, I'm back. Now, I mean, GymFat is doing amazing. Yeah, I think GymFat is higher. Yeah. He's a very nice player as well. He did win a Tier 1 event, right? But not as much as GymFat, so he's lower. Yeah, I don't think Siren played as much big tournaments as Nerds as well, so he's lower. That's me. I have no idea, actually. I have no clue. I'm lower, I think. 92, climbing up. He played a lot with Apex. I'm lower still. He's higher than me. Yeah. Oh, 10 for... Okay, I'm happy with 10.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left. Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC. And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. And it's all done. I'm Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It's day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and yesterday you could feel the pressure and tension in the room for the opening games. For some teams more than others. When we're talking about Big that you can see on your screens now, they had a fantastic day even though it was a stressful first game. But if we look to Falcons and Eternal Fire, Snappy continues to struggle against the Turkish side. It has been a story throughout his career from Ents all the way to Falcons, and they now find themselves facing elimination after Zantara's had a field day with them. This is problematic though, because this is a team that's supposed to perform. They're supposed to have success. Now they go up against alternate ATACs, but is that going to be a team they can overcome? Many would say yes, but anything is possible right now. We'll just have to see how it goes today.
Where it's elimination on the line on one side, of course it is qualification on the other, namely our last game of the day on the A stream, Complexity versus Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire in a bout with Falcons, won for the ages, but they won it, and we know that they play better and better whenever they play on land, and that's why it's going to be extremely dangerous for Complexity. Complexity scraped by alternate. Elige has said we need to be getting into these playoffs. Well, you're going to have to start by taking down EF today, and you're in stage 2. And then before that we have Team Liquid versus Furia. I mean, you couldn't write the script any better. We have Skulls now on Furia going up against his ex-team, where Ultimate is trying to push him to higher heights for a chance to book their ticket to stage 2. It's going to be amazing today, and of course our very first game is FlyQuest versus the Mongols, so let's hear what our casters think about that one.
Day 2, IEM Cologne playing. We had some fantastic games yesterday. One of the ones that really kind of struck a nerve with me will feature in our opener, Hugo. Saw FlyQuest. They got so close, man. They'd embarked on the comeback. They pull it all the way back from 2-10 down, only to fall short at the 11th hour and find themselves in this position anyway. But their opponent's pretty interested in me. Why are the Mongols here?
Yeah, I mean, they took on Seoul yesterday. They looked shaky. Had a great last season. Starting off this one not too well. EWC fell flat, falling to Furia, and now they've got to take on that regional derby. We love a regional matchup though, Harry. We've got a couple of them coming up. Liquid Furia later, right? But for me, this opening game, Mongols v FlyQuest, I hope we don't get more disappointment from either of these teams, but unfortunately, someone's got to go home today.
They do indeed. 3 teams to be exact, and I've got quite the men on the case to open up today. I was going to open up by saying, we had a fabulous day one. We did, that is correct. Maybe not for you, Mac, as Hugo and Harry were talking about. Both your boys going to be cannibalizing each other in our first elimination series of the
Look,
day.
it's okay because at least one of them is going to get a win. Maybe not make it to stage 2 yet, but a win's a win, and I'll take that. There was some interesting games yesterday for sure.
The copium is real. Yanko,
Yeah,
that?
It's a good start. I mean, it's a start, right? We got some monster energies here. I think maybe we should give all 3 to Harry, considering he's casting the first game, right? I mean, gotta have to start working soon, buddy. But yeah, a lot of interesting games yesterday on day 1. We always say this first stage, it's cutthroat, right?
Yes.
Even though now it's full best of 3s, we still saw a couple of upsets. We saw a lot of close games, almost had, full 3 maps on every game on the A stream. Surely Maniac would have lost his mind in that case, but yeah. Every team lives to fight another day.
We were kind of like ships passing, I was going to say in the night, but I guess 5:30 p.m. We were on the early shift on the A stream. You were on the night shift on the B stream.
Certainly
Any
was.
highlights there, Matt?
It's, the America's RMR bracket, that's been going pretty well. Seeing Furia and Imperial go toe-to-toe was an interesting one. Imperial coming out really strong. And then I found out later that it was because they had a little veto advantage that Furia wasn't expecting, which is why Furia looked pretty bad on D2.
Look great on Inferno, though. 13-0.
Yeah, 13-0. First one of the tournament, day 1. You got to do it.
12 rounds on the T side.
Oh.
Freya, don't you just love to see that?
I do love to see that, Yanko. You know what gets me going. You really do. What about you? Where were the highlights for you from day 1?
I think, outside of the Furia game, I mean, even though Pain lost to Liquid, it was a really close series. I think that was a super entertaining run. One big finding another gear in Cologne as per usual, right? That was a very close game versus the boys. But I mean, we've just had a lot of great series yesterday and hoping that continues today.
Team Liquid, very interesting conversation. Obviously, they weren't at EWC. We did get to see them back at Blast Groups in Copenhagen, having to face Na'Vi twice and beating them twice, Mac. I love to see this kind of, new reinvigorated energy coming out of Liquid, particularly with, Twist now in the leader role. Did you expect things to be going this well from the offset?
Definitely not. I don't think anyone did, but the fact that even Pain's pushing them to OT shows that it might just be specific styles of gameplay that they're excelling against right now, and you've got this Brazilian, a little bit more chaotic going down. They found it harder yesterday, as you can see by the scorelines, but they got there in the end, and that's what matters, and now it's just, one step at a time to make it to stage 2.
You know that I love to draw a lot from a very small sample size, Yanko. Did we underrate Ultimate?
I don't think so. I don't think he was rated.
Yeah,
that was the problem.
Yeah.
He had no rating because he came sort of out of nowhere. But these early showings from him have been great. I think for me, it's more the body language and just the way he seems as a person. Not too crazy, like composed, poised, which is great to see in a young player. And you look at the names he has around him, the likes of Twists, NAF, JKS, all super experienced players that have done it on the biggest of stages. I think it's a great environment for him to learn and come into his own.
Yeah,
I think what's so... Oh, you go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say Twists as an IGL as well. It's like he's unleashed, right? Obviously he was a bit leashed with Cadian as the IGL before, but shifting it up, being in charge, able to put the pieces in the places where he's able to excel, makes him look like a much better player than what he was in the last iteration of Liquid.
Yeah, he was quite vocal about, his distaste for how Liquid was being handled beforehand. So I like they can kind of put his money where his mouth is, and say, hey, this is how I want our playstyle to be. But what makes this extra exciting with both Liquid and Furia getting a win yesterday means they're going to be going head-to-head, Mac, and that means Skulls versus his former team. And I feel like Skulls, he's a different person now that he's in Furia, right? He's bubbly as a character, obviously putting up some great numbers as well. Excited to see how that clash is going to go down.
He's incredibly comfortable in Furia where they are right now. You could see even yesterday, because it was that Brazilian derby, they were screaming at each other, they were having a really good time. But just the vibes in that team, it goes back to, you know, when Skulls was in Liquid, it looked like completely different. So that comfortability, he's been unleashed.
I'm just waiting for him to, you know, have some tears of joy go down his face, right? Even in interviews after the first tournament, he's like, I'm so happy to be with this team. Everyone in such a great mood, because you just know that all Liquid team towards the end, I mean, it wasn't an environment that anyone would want to play in. He had to do it in English, all that stuff, the spotlight and whatnot. Now he's back home, you know, back under his big brother, Fallen. He's going to show him the ropes. Freya, he's going to teach him, show him the way. And he had a great series yesterday as well, Skulls highest rated player for Furia, so looking forward to that matchup today.
Let's stay on the topic of South America. Obviously, 9Z taking down 3D Max pretty handedly as well. That does set them up in a series tomorrow versus MIBR for qualification. Was there any kind of surprises seeing 9Z coming out so hot? Like, they've got a couple of the highest rated players of the tournament so far, already posting some great numbers.
I wouldn't say it was a surprise, because you saw their performance at Dallas, and that was the surprising one. But you get to see that, you know, with the map pool in its current state, they're actually a team that excels in these really chaotic maps. The orange map pool, as you were saying yesterday, you get the D2s, the Mirages, and the Anubises. When they are able just to play their game, run around, and it feels like chemistry-wise, they just click. There's not necessarily any huge names on this roster, but they play so well together.
And DGT was on one. To be honest, I expected perhaps a little bit more on 3D Max. They were on a roll recently, winning the event in India, right, beating Mongols in the final there. So yeah, I think for 9Z, perhaps flying a little bit under the radar, because there was that Dallas showing. Obviously in the semifinal you can see they dropped to G2, and I mean on the way beating Mouse and Vitality, let's not forget about that. And they won a tournament in South America as well. So I think, yeah, absolutely, this is an opportunity for them to definitely cement their place in the conversation. Like, okay, now we're going to be seeing 9Z at all of these tournaments, and let's see how much damage they can actually do.
How much of a surprise was Saw taking down Mongols for you, Mac? I know you've got a little bit of bias in this, but was it a surprise?
I wouldn't say it's out of the reaches of possibility, but Mongols, I thought that they'd be coming in a bit hotter after the play break. They didn't really have a great showing at EWC. You know, they managed to... I swear their veto is their issue a lot of the time. They keep taking their opponents to maps that their opponents are good on, thinking, we're just going to beat them at their own game, and then at the moment they're not, and that's a problem.
I think also for them, they're facing a bit of a crisis at the moment, the Mongols. It seems, you know, even the Sky Esports in India, they get into the playoffs based off of a tiebreaker, right? Then they can't take the trophy there. That tournament was theirs from the taking. EWC, losing to G2 and then losing to Furia in the best of one. Right now, losing to Saw as well. If they just drop out here and don't make it to stage 2, I mean, they're in trouble, the Mongols, and they need to find a way to bounce back.
Final game in terms of qualification today, Complexity taking on Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire obviously coming off the back of taking down Falcons yesterday. How hopeful are you that this EF, you know, they're finally coming together? I feel like back at Pro League, we were saying, okay, finally, we get to see some consistency coming in from them. Do you have them making it to stage 2?
For me, I feel like Eternal Fire are the more consistent team right now. If you're looking at Complexity, they were not in a great way yesterday against alternate attacks, and it felt like they were stumbling in certain scenarios, and alternate attacks ended up beating themselves. They lost that game themselves.
If it weren't for that 1v5 from Halzer on Inferno, I don't know what would have happened, and that's such a sad statement in its own right for Complexity. Elish gave an interview for HLTV talking about they have to be making playoffs and so on, right? So Complexity in a very weird situation where they've been so close and couldn't get it done so many times. They need to start getting some results.
We've had a weird situation turn less weird overnight. That, of course, was Heroic arriving without Dexter. Little Birdie's told me his name is Matthew. Dexter's here, apparently.
Beautiful.
Where did we see him? Have you seen him? Have you seen him?
I haven't seen him.
No, I've seen Matthew, though.
Yeah, I trust Matthew.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
If I have to.
In some way, shape, or form. Mac, I know that this is a really emotional morning for you, right? I can see you holding back the tears. Like,
I'm trying. It's hard.
You're making me start crying, dude. One of your boys is going to be going home. You wanna want to give him some words?
Well, look, come on, boys. I flew all the way over here to see the success of both of you, and now I'm only going to get the success of one of you guys. FlyQuest, you've got the best jersey. You've got the colors on, the green and gold. All you need to do is just not whiff, not screw up, not shoot at shadows. Hit your bloody shots, boys, and you'll get across the line. But even if you can't, look, Mongols have it, I believe.
So it's like a toss-up between your countrymen and just another team that's from Asia?
Hell yeah.
Must be nice.
CS in
You know
the
who
East,
I feel
guess.
bad for, Freya? Vora 2K.
Yeah,
Came
man.
over, played one game. What's he gonna do now? Is he gonna come like with the team and be on the shuttle over and sort of, you know, if things go south, just be there to pick them up? Is he already flying home?
He's there just to shout at them. He's there to just gas them up.
You know,
Cheerleader. Warrior cheerleader.
every team
Gets
needs one of
them
those.
pumped.
Yeah, Vora 2K cheering you on.
I love
Positivity
that.
all around.
So big. That's going to be the first game on the B stream, Mac. You liking that?
I'm interested to see how it goes because Saw looked really good yesterday. Big looked a bit shaky, so I'm feeling that's more of a Saw situation.
You want to go right, we'll go left, because we got a split now. We're going to B stream. That is the game that we were just talking about. And the A stream, though, that's the game you can feast your eyes on right here. FlyQuest versus the Mongols. It's elimination here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Being back home intermittently, you know, back in Oz, and then traveling around with these guys, are they better than all the Europeans you were, you know, cheating on us with for a little bit there?
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Everyone's pretty cool. I don't know. Just always had a good experience with everyone I've played with, so can't say too much.
That's not what he told me last night. Or you guys watch it. No, but other than that, you know, how's the prep going into this? Obviously, you had a couple of good weeks of boot camps, and every time you guys seem to have a boot camp, you seem to come into a competition and, you know, pull a couple of nice games.
Yeah, boot camp was pretty good. It's always nice to just be able to come over here and sleep for 7 nights and not have to worry about jet lag. That's always the biggest problem for us Australians. So, yeah. But other than that, boot camp was nice. Got to just play games and be a little nerd. So, can't be too mad about it.
What's your favorite thing about Germany? Like, you've been here a few times now. So, what's like good around the area?
Around the area, just probably the bridge walk. Like, you always walk to bridge. Yep. Just enjoy, have a nice doner, kebab, couple of beers, but not before your game.
Not before the game. Now, you're a food guy, so have you found any like cool little cafes that I could dip into after this interview?
No, not yet actually, no. I haven't found anything. I'm sure there is. It's Cologne's cool city, so there definitely is. I just haven't really had the time to look. I'm a busy man now.
Busy man. You're getting ready to beat them, right? Those guys walking over there. Look at them. You reckon you got them if you have to play them again?
Yeah, probably.
Good. I hope so. They're scary. I told Erky to, you know, say a couple of, you know, fighting words to him. Tell Mara to like tell him to back off a little bit. So, you know, it's a closer game. You know, and map pool wise, give me a quick take on Vertigo. I noticed you guys have been banning Dust 2. Should we expect that to still be the case going into this, or have we flexed it up a little bit?
We play all 7 maps, so can't really say anything yet. Don't want to give any clues right now.
Hell yeah. Well, no clues given, but maybe we'll get some insight when the games are done. Thank you, Chris.
Well, just as quickly
Yesterday.
as they arrive to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024, one of these two teams will be taking the long trek home. That is because one of them will be going back to Mongolia, or the other Australia, as the Mongols take on FlyQuest. Pimp, I know this is a dream start to your day, breaking somebody's heart.
Yeah, I love that. You know, it's one of my favorite activities to do, breaking everyone's heart. So nice one, Sri, I guess.
Or just a Thursday for Jacob.
Yeah.
Just another day in the office. Yeah, the Eastern Showdown, that was how kind of Mac was branding it up in the pre-show. He's going to be heartbroken, whoever is eliminated, which is kind of a wild take because FlyQuest, they're from his home country, man.
Yeah, and I guess the Mongols are just not from Europe or the Americas, and that's why his heart will be broken for them as well. But yeah, a little preview of the Asia RMR, potentially, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's where we'll see these two teams hit it off like 4 months from now, but whatever. But yeah, I think both of them are now in desperate need for results. I think that's where we're at for both these teams. You know, we've seen flashes for both of them in the first half of the year. Mongols obviously winning. Yala Compass, FlyQuest made a couple of playoffs, Pro League, winning even a playoff game, right? So that was a great improvement for them, but then it went downhill for both teams. At EWC as well, not a great start, so they both got knocked out by Furia on Nuke, and now they're both looking to bounce back and sort of have a better start to the season.
Yeah, and as you can see, right, it is two teams, as you said, who's shown results and have gotten results as of recently. They're climbing the ranks, and I guess FlyQuest in particular is starting to make moves in the sense that we can have expectations of them making games competitive. Had a very close one yesterday against Big. Whereas for the Mongols, they've been around for a long, long time. I feel like they've been this team that's been on the cusp of having us talk about them as being maybe a playoff dark horse, you know, at certain big tournaments. We've seen them do well in Cologne before. We've seen them do well at Katowice, but it does feel like it's stagnated a little bit in terms of them getting the big wins.
A dark underhorse. I absolutely love to see it.
Yeah.
Throwback. Yeah, I mean, championship form Mongols, I feel like it's fair to say that they're here to just spoil somebody else's chances of, you know, advancing to the next stage rather than actually really make a dent in terms of titles.
And I feel for me that's been the issue for the Mongols. I feel like we've been trying to hype them up. We've been trying to look at the team, look at the positive sides. They have a young couple of players out there as well who can still develop. But I don't know about you, Janko, but it does feel like the storyline for the Mongols have been the same the past 3 years. They have the ability to make an upset, but they don't really have the ability to consistently do it throughout an entire tournament.
Well, it seemed like this might be the year for them to start doing that. I think they were a little bit unfortunate with the bracket as well. I mean, they are not going up against any Brazilian teams, which has been the case in the past in Katowice and Cologne, and they've just been putting them in their pocket, so to speak, and getting some wins there. So yeah, it will have to be against a different region this time for the Mongols if they're going to make it into stage 2.
I think what was so wild about like the Mongols back at EWC, right? You mentioned that game versus Furia. That was a best of one. They had a choice of either letting Furia play Nuke for the 3rd time or playing their home ground of Inferno, which we know that the Mongols absolutely love. It was so wild to me to see them, you know, let that Nuke through and then, have Furia absolutely transform that map.
It was, and it's just a weird decision. You know, in hindsight, you can always say, oh yeah, I mean, look how great choice, guys. But in reality, it's like, why is that your choice? Like, it doesn't really make sense. This was a new lineup. That's the map they've been playing a lot and had the most success on, and you could take it somewhere else, and you don't do that in a best of one. Also, obviously, Inferno being a comfort pick for them. Sure, maybe it's fallen off a little bit in their eyes. Maybe it's not been going as great, but still, at that point in time, I think absolutely they would have had a better time on Inferno.
Isn't it just a classic time of you been there by yourself as a coach, right? You have a player break, you have a month, maybe a month and a half off where you're working on your map pool, you're practicing a certain map, and then you think to yourself, okay, practice is going well on Nuke, let's put it into the map pool. I feel like you're tricking yourself into that,
yes,
you know, sometimes.
It happened one time, but then you realize that don't pick the map yourself. Like, even if you feel it's really good, just let someone pick it against you.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then after that, once it's out, and if you do well, then you can work around the veto. And also, just remember what your players are comfortable on.
Sure.
And where they have the experience playing against tier 1 teams, how many times maybe you made some comebacks, or how well are you able to adapt on the map on the fly, and don't lose sight of how important that is in a competitive environment, despite if maybe at times you feel a little bit shaky on it.
Speaking of comfort, obviously FlyQuest on the other side of things. We saw them taking on Big yesterday in best of 3 that went the whole distance. We got basically all the rounds, we got the overtimes as well. It wasn't the prettiest game of Counter-Strike, was it, Janko? Tell us for why.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it's just the thing with FlyQuest, right? In so many of these games where they drop out, it's they lose some silly rounds, right? Rounds with advantages. They mess up. Some players individually just have a stinker of a game, right? At the worst of times, you know, a player disappears and, you know, you lose a game 13-11 or 16-14, right? Just a couple of kills here and there would have been enough for you to come out victorious. And I think we saw some of that against Big yesterday, especially on their CT sides, on Inferno and on Vertigo. I mean, guys, how about we just try not to die in the first 15 seconds of a round? Like, let's just set that as the first goal of this round and see how things go from there, because they didn't even get to play properly CT. They were just giving away entries all the time, losing the round in the first 20-30 seconds or so.
And I think for me, that's the issue when I watch FlyQuest, because I agree with you. You see, you know, T-side yesterday against Big, you're down 10-0, I guess, on Vertigo. You have a fantastic T-side, you're controlling. You have Dexter playing absolutely fantastic as well, a player that I feel is getting better and better within FlyQuest. Maybe we didn't appreciate him quite enough in Fnatic. Anyhow, he's doing so well for himself right now, and for my money, it's the inconsistency. I feel like FlyQuest can play a good half, but they can't play two good halves in a game, and if you can't do that, then you're not gonna win against any good teams out there. And I don't know what it is, because you're right, you know, certain players will just completely miss a map, then come alive the next one, and then Dexter will have the game of his life, and he'll be calling a fantastic T-side where the rest of the team is just nowhere to be found on the CT side. So it feels like there's no consistency within the camp of FlyQuest, but the potential and the, I guess, the peak level we've seen, and we saw that yesterday against Big, T-side Vertigo, that was fantastic.
I'm going to play devil's advocate with the numbers here, because sure, they're looking great for Dexter, but maybe we should contextualize this, that where has he gone at the beginning of 2024? Oh, that's right, back to an Australian team where he's playing mostly against Australian teams, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's a little bit of it, the boost of the numbers, but he has been solid for the team. I think there's no denying that. Really, these are his stats from yesterday, right? So obviously had a great series, but I think for FlyQuest, he even said it himself, we heard it, you know, it's a 7-map map pool, so that sort of should on paper give you an advantage. You have more flexibility when it comes to the veto, and he talked about how they worked on their mid-rounding and so on and so on. And then, okay, yeah, the T-sides were looking pretty good actually for the most part, but your protocols, your starts of CT-sided rounds, just nothing was working. And then all that great work from the T-side just does nothing because you can't win 3 or 4 rounds of CT.
Janko, if you wouldn't mind, can you show us something wild from yesterday? I guess this was like the final nail in the coffin moment of the second map.
Yeah, I think, you know, we had a couple of those rounds happen yesterday for them. I think this one was on the side of FlyQuest towards the end. This is Vitalis. Like, he just whiffs on this guy. Like, how do you not kill this guy? And then all of a sudden, you're in shock how he doesn't get the kill. The round is already over. Where are his teammates? Where was the other guy in sandbags? How they didn't get the trade, right? This is, as they're mounting the comeback, they get a 5v3 situation, right? And a little bit too spread out. If you look at the radar, there's players pretty much on each side of the map. And sure, you don't want to run into a stack, but now you're making it easy for Big. You're not using the numbers advantage. And this is going to cost them. In the end, in a 13-11 game, I believe it was, this one round could have been enough for you to take it into OT and, right, to keep on fighting. You lose that, there's another round later where Liaz is a little bit unfortunate with the shadow, and it just, if you're a FlyQuest fan, you're like, I've seen this movie before, you know. It's just, please, can the luck be on our side just once?
And I'm curious to see if that's going to be an issue for FlyQuest, because the dynamic of the game yesterday against Big was a very passive Big. You know, they allowed FlyQuest all the space in the world on the T side. They allowed them to walk up A ramp every single round. They allowed them basically to do whatever they wanted on the T side. We know the Mongols. It is a team that's been trying to replicate some of the European ways of thinking and playing Counter-Strike, but at the end of the day, whenever they get pressured, they will just be in your face. They will just fight, and they will not give you the space. So in terms of FlyQuest, as much as it was a nice comeback yesterday, despite losing, I don't feel they can use it for anything, because the game dynamic against a team like the Mongols is going to be completely different.
Well, before we do dive any deeper into this series, let's hear from the FlyQuest camp ahead of this elimination game.
For FlyQuest, they are up against it, elimination series versus the Mongols right now, and I've got their coach Erkas here. First, I want to talk about the big match yesterday. It felt like FlyQuest did have chances, and overall, it was a very frustrating game to lose. What kind of lessons did you take away from that with the team?
Yesterday against Big Clan, it was very bad city side, to be honest, and because we were like missing few like important basic stuff, we like talked, and like watching back the game, it was just like mainly city side was a problem. And yeah, like I said before, it's just like missing some basic things like flashing to pick or like getting information with teammates and stuff like that. It was just like lack of communication in the team, and then yeah, that's pretty.
When it comes to fixing the mistakes, I did read an interview with Lias from a while ago where he said Dexter really rules with an iron fist in game. So knowing that there's a lot of mistakes to fix, do you have the faith in him and the way he's progressing as an IGL to make sure that those mistakes won't be made today?
We talked about yesterday again, and then we kind of talked about what was the main mistake, because we don't want to talk about it for a very long time. It needs to be very short and clear. And we talked about for today's upcoming game, what our maps gonna be and how we should be what we should be doing as in city side, what we should be doing in B side. And I think we're today much better in much readier. Is that the word?
Sure, it is now. When it comes to the Mongols, of course, you're quite familiar with them as a team, and unfortunately, it's a hard team to beat also for FlyQuest, but they seem to be struggling just a little bit as well. Is there a key to victory you see to be able to take them down today?
I think Mongols has a very own style. They've been playing very fast during these games, during this Cologne. So I think key for us is just be more patient and then work on their mistake and then just punish their whatever they're doing something fast. Yeah, they're really dangerous when they're playing the fast game, and then when they got the momentum, it's dangerous. We just need to block them. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good luck.
Yeah, dangerous series indeed. We've only got a couple seconds, so we're going to be diving into the game. Predictions, gentlemen, who should be winning this?
The Mongols should. We've seen more from them lately, but as I said, both teams are struggling at the moment, so I think it might be one of those messy games again.
I think the pace of the Mongols will be too much for FlyQuest to handle, so I'm going with the Mongols.
We've got Anubis, we've got Ancient, we've got Inferno as that coveted decider if we do so need it, and we've got Harry and Hugo ready to bring you the game.
Oh yes, if you like regional matchups, boy, are you in the right place. FlyQuest getting ready to take on the Mongols here. And a disappointing start to the tournament for both of these squads, whether you look down towards FlyQuest having 2 near comebacks yesterday, getting denied in pretty brutal fashion in the game versus Big. On the other side of things, you had the Mongols take an unexpected stumble early on when they played Saw.
Yeah, some very dominant maps in that series as well. I think the biggest disappointment is just that comeback for FlyQuest, 10-2 down to a 13-11 loss. That has to feel horrible. And especially when you go up against what is known to be the best team in your region now for elimination. These matches are never fun. We'll see who will step up to the level because, as you said, Mongols have started disappointingly in this season so far. We're into map 1. It's FlyQuest's pick on Anubis, no less, as they start on the T side and look to execute into this B-bomb site.
Ooh. Gonna see Alistair lining up all the flashbangs, and this one's kept pretty simple to open up. Vexite, that's what he likes. Quick double kill to secure control of the site here. Blitz still lies in wait, but he's getting spammed and whittled down out of the round. Dexter's even holding onto the wrap, and so with Bazinho dead, 9-10 followed up onto Vexite, opens up this series in a lights-out fashion with 3 in the pistol round.
Very good to see Vexite start strong. He was a bit of a liability yesterday, right? He's a very hot and cold player. Sometimes we see him have these monster carry games, especially domestically, right? Absolutely tears the Oceanic region apart, but he's still a young player, relatively inexperienced compared to his team, so we don't always get that high level from Vexite. I think if he comes in confident today in a matchup they know they can win, it could be a very different game here for FlyQuest. Mongols on an eco stack. We've seen a lot of these USP lineups, haven't we?
We saw it from FlyQuest just yesterday.
They almost won it on Ancient.
Let's see if the Mongols can almost win it here on Anubis.
They ran past one, but luckily Blitz circled the cake. Vexite blows out his candles. FlyQuest will be able to get this round. And
you sound really good in my ears today, by the way.
Thanks, bro. I've been working on my voice.
Anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
You have, man. It sounds good, I can tell.
Thanks, dude. Home natural remedies.
Yeah, what have you been having?
Kolsch.
Fair enough. One in Cologne.
They got the AK. That's something here for Mongols.
Yeah, honestly, it's a pretty nice thing to take out of the round.
Oh, he missed.
It does rely on taking it out of the round.
Oh my God, what are you
Dexter!
Oh.
That's the AK dropped.
That's the worst. Senzu's just blocking him and like in his face, and that's really annoying. I'd be mad if I'm Techno. I'm just getting my feathers ruffled. And the gun plucked back out by FlyQuest. Very well done on the anti-eco, as it should be. Standards aren't high, but not getting full eco'd is one of them.
Well, that was just the flat USPs. So now things are getting a little more exciting for the Mongols here as they bring out guns. Gonna have a good sprinkling of util to go behind it, but critically, or maybe yet to be seen, but potentially critical. No kit in the post plant, so
potentially irrelevant.
Yeah, potentially irrelevant, but potentially critical.
Yeah, what a fine balance. Oh, Senzo, I like this move through Con into the smoke. Very spammable position, but you can sort of tuck in the corner. Next site, not quite. Hearing a lot of comms from the FlyQuest gang right now, setting up this A-pop. Flash into main, we've got the camera smoke, we've got everything, the whole 9 yards as they go running in.
And Bazina is going to be that first point of contact, and he does what he had to do there. Quick double kill on the wide swing, and now the rest of the Mongols move in. Keen to mop this one up. It's just Alistair and Dexter, and with Dexter dead over in middle, kind of separated from the rest of the gang, there's nothing for Ali to do here. 45 seconds is pretty significant length of time, or maybe not that long at all.
Potentially a lot of time, potentially not a lot of time.
Depending on the context.
Yeah, depending on what he's doing, really. That's all. FlyQuest want to pop, right? So they don't actually wait for the molly in Fountain. They just decide to go with the first util. It's actually the third guy who's holding it, which is fine, but not fine when you get lined up on that double entry.
Personally, I think 45 seconds is a very long length of time.
I'm sure you're doing the best you can, Harry.
The Mongols, they win the first rifle round.
Yes, they do.
And they do it convincingly, barely breaking a sweat.
Yeah, baked sweat on the menu today. Catering's getting interesting. Potentially harmful. Potentially delicious. We'll have to see what the chefs can cook up.
And he just couldn't let it go. If you misspeak this series, ooh, I ain't dropping it.
You're coming for me, are you?
Alistair, fast over towards B main. No picks given early on. There was that left side sight smoke. You're hoping that you kind of get swung out from behind the back plat. Wasn't given that engagement. Their attempt to go roaming for the opener falls on deaf ears here. So FlyQuest going to go back to the drawing board, but they have at least, you know, led the Mongols to kind of reinforce that B site, and that starts to dissipate now. This is a good timing for this rotate back from Blitz. He does have an idea as to what FlyQuest are doing here, and he doesn't buy into the idea. They're looking at NB in spite of that being where they kind of searched for that opener, and instead we're going to get some A-side re-aggression. Azinho deep on the angle, not the double this time, but he does have reinforcements there to help him out.
Wow.
And Blitz able to hold the line. 9-10 is not so fortunate, so Blitz, low on health, becomes this lone defender over towards A. Dexter once more dead over in middle, and this time it's Liaz to try and pick up from where Alistair couldn't manage a clutch last time. It's his turn now.
That's a sharp shot from Techno on the running back 10. Liaz, 30 seconds, and they're right behind him right now. He's not going to get his crosshair in time. Senzo on the flank will finish it off, and Mongols get back-to-back relatively clean rounds, 3 and 4 surviving. So money already getting built up CT. This is very comfortable for the Mongols this early on as FlyQuest go for these back-to-back A probes. And that just leaves a pain in the arse. So FlyQuest on full eco now, just Glocks. 1 deagle for Dexter. 9-10's AWP coming in early. When we talked about Mongols' success last season, I think this AWP being a game changer and actually looking like he could, you know, frag against top-tier opposition was a huge piece of the puzzle. So excited to see how he can perform here in Cologne. Blitz getting 2 as he gets run down. That's awkward. 2 will do, they say. Techno 4K with a couple more. And Liaz's rifle, armorless, of course, dead without a dent. So 4 alive again. These are very clean rounds for Mongols. This will matter when it comes to FlyQuest actually picking up some more T-side rounds. Mongols will be able to fight back, not just be immediately reset.
Yeah, they're already getting a good bit of staying power early on this CT side, and so that might be pretty alarming if you're FlyQuest. You want to be winning out on the T side here. You want to be getting off to a good start, and you want to try and take advantage of the CT money. You need a good bit of util to kind of make proactive moves here on Anubis. You want to have all the util in play to tee yourself up for some of those mid-round aggressive moves that you can do to sniff out info across the map. Even to just withstand, you know, like a standard exec, you're going to want to be able to slow that down or take the pace out of it like Mazzinho is trying to do over here at main, and that's facilitated by his util, kind of not allowing FlyQuest to play some fast trade game up through main. And so them already establishing this money is a very big deal.
FlyQuest called the bluff though. Mazzinho getting very aggressive with the orb covering from dark, and it makes it look like, again, it's one of these 2-man, 3-man setups the Mongols have been running in A. It's actually just Mazzinho. If he died there, that would have opened up the whole site. FlyQuest are going to take main back, push him to the site, and then slow down and still look to find a pick. 9-10 might give it to him. Scope down on the water. Vexite drops in, missed shot for 9-10, but he can replenish util, he can stall things out. The orb does connect in middle in the meantime, and the nade will finish the job.
Just learned about the double orbs though, so how does Dexter want to try and deal with this?
Well, do it from beyond the grave. The Mongols are very oppressive right now. They keep taking space back. They're shuffling a lot on their CT side. Again, an awkward miss for 9-10. That one felt like a sitter. And getting aggressive on A will not do them any favors. Now they know there's 2B, but FlyQuest don't have the time to turn around. 20 seconds, this bomb is B main. It ran back, but it's undecided. Alistair has got to commit to the site. Liaz needs these entries right now. One will not do. Techno inside of the site and just trying to hide. 10 seconds. Can Ali get the safe plant? Techno baiting for him. Cover on the site. Senzu swings in, and this is getting messy. The orb is out, but it can't connect. And FlyQuest, a bomb plant is maybe best case, given how that round looked. Alistair was running just back and forth in B main, undecided about whether he wanted to commit. But he made the right call in the end. He had to go. There was no time to go A. That's a messy round for FlyQuest. When you consider the whiffs of these AWPs.
Yeah, and you know, the kind of realization and the window opening too late in the round to rotate that bomb away. Even the fact that they started going for it is also a little bit concerning, right? It's very obvious you don't have the time, but you're so bogged down in the moment. You're reacting to the call, the space is opened up over towards A. There's multiple bodies inside of the B side, but you just didn't have the time left in the round to do that. And so it all becomes a little bit jumbled there. It wasn't this nice... what it needed to be was like a very kind of cohesive B hit where you're going into the stack, but you just have to brute force it. But because they end up separating and get away from each other, it becomes a bit disjointed there for FlyQuest.
They also just found these picks on the other part of the map, right? Mazzinho pushing A, then the call is, 2 of them are B. I don't want to go into the stack, but we have 20 seconds, we have to go. Like, there's no choice. You've waited too long. That's why Mazzinho's flanking in the first place. Doesn't think there's any way they go back to an A hit there.
All right, 9-10.
Okay.
All right.
Third whiff so far.
That one's more figurable. It's a jiggling pistol.
Yeah, whiff is maybe too harsh. Break on the smoke, but it works out.
But that Blitz AWP at least.
This is an easy fight. An AWPer loves that fight. So good for Blitz. Oh no! Crosshair tracked up top. They're going to run through the smoke with the bomb. Dexter's got a gun.
Oh, now, and Dexter, no slouch. Well, never mind. Slumped over as Blitz finds him with the deagle, and the pistols will get mobbed up.
Awkwardly, he could have actually planted. Like, I get why he wouldn't. You have a gun, you have the only gun, you have space. But there was actually no one even close to stop him. They were hiding behind sight, but it's not the end of the world. It was just a little B-pop. They got a couple of kills. But still, Mongols' money is out of control right now.
And with 5 in a row on the CT side to open up. First map of the series here on Anubis. This is very, very worrying already.
I want to see some more mid-control for FlyQuest, right? Actually pull Mongols back to bomb sites and allow them to lurk and try and split together, because it's just been kind of A main pumps or B main pumps right now. on this T side for FlyQuest.
Dexter didn't get the spot off, but has managed to get deep over in middle. But even then, it looks like the Mongols want to try and take back this control somewhat. They stack up 2 over here in mid, prepared for a fight. Dexter's often been found here trying to late lurk in through middle, and this time he plays first. He plays early into that 9-10 AWP. And so now you've lost the camera split component of this round. That might throw it into disarray a little bit. It looked like they were kind of trying to stack up to give Dexter room over in mid and then react to play in through this this A site. With him falling first, you want to try and look for those resolutions elsewhere. You know, a man down. Pressure is not on the Mongols. So at least, you know, trying to displace the Dark Orb, push him off the angle. They're hoping that at least, you know, keeps players over towards B, stops some of these moves from the Mongols being made, and it has accomplished that goal. They're 3 strong over in the B site right now, so Mazinho and Blitz, they're the only 2 defenders that will be in A in time.
Oh, nice spray. Full blind through a smoke. Doesn't get much better than that for Mongols. 5 on 3, and they can actually afford to just swing together as a unit here. They've 3 players set up in Heaven and Camera, still holding on for lurkers, and in the meantime, Senzu just shut the back door. He's got the orb on the flank. 9-10, getting caught, but Lias doesn't have the time to take any more space, and Alistair is stuck in main with the bomb, locked in, and he could even die after time. They won't hunt him, surprisingly. I would love to see Mongols just push main there. Maybe they didn't even realize he was that close, but you know, that would have been a after time dead orb with no money, and Mongols certainly had the you know, the funds to risk a couple of guns. That's how you know it's going well, when we're getting stuck down on those details. 6-2, streak of rounds from the Mongols. And looking very discombobulated are FlyQuest. It's by much the same, half around the AWP. And Senzu warping again. So Blitz can play middle with 9-10, doing these 1-2 setups. Blitz is going to pre-rotate B. The timing is perfect. They've just got a read out of nowhere. They haven't seen anyone yet. They're about to see the entire team on this B pop. Nice.
Oh, I still have the Senzu Orb to worry about, though. Mongols showing everyone on the team can don it.
Repeat is dangerous.
Wrapping in through lower, you've got Ins. You might have to be the one to try and make this incision. But Senzu is aware of this. Minute left on the clock, so FlyQuest, they still have time. But Senzu has taken a round that FlyQuest finally felt like could have been their way in. Could have been a bit of a turning point for this T side, and Senzu has complicated all of that. Now it's actually Alistair making the opening move here, crossing all the way out through main with that split smoke down. Giving him a lot of control over towards the pillar, and he's going to go looking for this AWP back in the spawn. Senzu
got it.
Scoped up on the angle, ready for that swing. Tries his hand at another one, does this AWP from Senzu. The plant's going to come in short. It's Dexter and Inns. These 2 were kind of the standout players for FlyQuest just yesterday. But Inns has had a slow start. Dexter donning that AWP.
Oh, wow.
Nails Senzu back in the spawn. Let's see if FlyQuest can pull a Mongols here. Can anyone use the big green? Dexter and Inns seem to think so, as Dexter, donning the AWP, finds a way back in for FlyQuest.
Fantastic stall for FlyQuest. That really put the paranoia in Mongols. They had the B stack, 1 player A, 2 B in that 3-on-3, and then FlyQuest goes stale. They just stop moving, they stop making noise, and Mongols overthink it. You know, we see Senzu, who could have mollied right side main, cleared something out. He right side smokes so he can cross out CT. Sure, it still gives him a kill, but more importantly, it gives gives FlyQuest all the space to cross into the site with the bomb. And they play that post plant to perfection. Not swinging CT, not giving Senzu any more, but he'll still buy it back, baby. Double orb looking nice for Mongols either way. 9-10 aggressive setup with Blitz in the middle. This has been frequent. They're going to go a little bit further as well. That's a crazy swing, and he has the cover to back him up. Already this mid setup is looking dangerous. And it's not done yet. Maybe a flawless round here for the Mongols. 3 kills with barely damage done back.
Everywhere you've gone, you've walked into an AWP just bearing down on the angle as well, which is a grim feeling for FlyQuest. You at least dodged the shot that time. Well handled from Liaz. They need so much more, and there's layers here. There's layers of defense being put up from the Mongols, whether that's in their aggression over in mid, where the AWP covers. They're very aware of what the kind of response to that play from Blitz is going to be over in middle, and it's much the same in that B site hold. Just Vexite left standing here. Bomb retrieved. Taps out one over towards middle, but he still has a lot of work left to do. And once again, that AWP so often just bearing down upon you. This time it's Techno donning it. Everyone has had a turn, and Techno looks just as clean with it. Vexite swept from the board as the Mongols are quick to keep themselves up in the lead here. An instant response after that last round.
Alistair's having trouble finding picks with the AWP right now, and I can't blame him with all the just Mongols holding angles with double AWPs all over the map, playing these double setups. I'd love to see FlyQuest just go, presuming they have some really nice like B hits, some fast Tech 9 or AK executes, get some quick dark control, come out through a main lurk smoke, just constrict some angles from the Mongols, because they're just getting open season. Now they're getting a little bit confident, starting to flash push B main with 2 players. Techno's going to have to cancel after losing his captain.
Look at this call from the Mongols.
4B. No A. I barely blame them. FlyQuest just got turned to mincemeat when they tried to take A, and they, as a result, Mongols know that FlyQuest aren't going to contact A. They have to use util to take main, to take fountain. That's the warning system. Mongols don't even play that side of the map.
More mid-round aggression from the Mongols, this time over towards water. Vexite gets that spot, and so won't be keen. Mazinho.
Naughty.
You dirty man. He plays the trigger discipline over in middle. Was hoping to try and get out with more than one, but Dexter was all that's offered up. And when they see him in the kill feed there, he's so often been lurking mid alone, they weren't ready for ins.
True. A lot of control now. Heaven taken. That's the one example FlyQuest. No, okay, we can rush A. We've killed the A anchor. We don't need to use all this util and slow take it, so Mongols are behind right now on the clock. Techno, that's a huge opener to start this retake off, but Ali with a peek. Peek's advantage comes up as his opponent turns away. Pistol in heaven for 910. He's going to trade out and look for this quick 1v2. It's doable, all right, but only if that main player swings first and gives him a chance. 910 trying to hunt a frag. In's stuck, tucked in middle, and there's no time left on this clock. Liaz plays it to perfection, and FlyQuest, great realization, presumably from Dexter, when Mazzino catches him, that there's a heavy B stat going on. Vexite got that spot down on A stairs, and FlyQuest just run into the empty site.
Yeah, and a well-played, 2v1 as well to not make life easy down the stretch there for 910. He's throwing himself in. The Mongols were trying that retake even though they're a man down. And you can't say you blame them with how these rounds have gone. But you keep it very, very safe. You kind of never let 910 get to a position to be able to win that just through not facing him, not giving him a chance at the opener.
I like how Mongols just try and stay ahead of the curve, right? Like, it's why they've been so impressive in Tier 1 CS. They're not like always readable or predictable. They try and keep you guessing. They try and stay ahead of adaptation. So some aggressive plays on this CT side have worked perfectly. What a flash. I think that's a team flash. Blinding in stuck on pillar. Dear oh dear. 4-on-3, double dark, Senzu tucked in, and Mazzino just trying to keep him alive. Bomb will cross in, FlyQuest, they've got a chance, albeit a slim one.
I mean, there's also an A main flank going on in this same moment. Blitz sneaking on up with the FAMAS. So even though you've got these 3 players in dark making a lot of noise, and Dexter is confirming that no one's coming CT, you still find these 2 players in the site feeling the pressure. They're a little bit pincered. They have to worry about main and this dark push. The smoke is going to be very helpful, or at least it's meant to be. But Liaz gets spammed out. Alistair's now getting whittled down. Dexter's trying to save the day. Coming out from the spawn side. It comes down to this 1v1. 910 versus Dexter. And it's the captain of FlyQuest to find them 5 down the final stretch.
Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I don't want anybody else but you. 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 I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you.
Well, the Mongols are trying to make amends for their showing yesterday here, and I wouldn't say this is a very bad start. 7 rounds up, oh sorry, 2 rounds up after getting 7 on their CT side of Anubis is no easy feat, and it was a very active CT half, one where they were constantly kind of pushing and prodding, seeing the real estate they could take away from FlyQuest, and really, you know, testing the metal of FlyQuest's defaults early on. It wasn't until we kind of got down the tail end of the half that you started to see some more success found from the FlyQuest side. Right now, that effort is really being spearheaded by Dexter, and I guess you'd say Vexite or Liaz.
Ends close main. We got double setup here with the dualies. Or good flash after contact as well, so that just lets him swing even further after the first kill. And it goes very well for the Aussies. 3-on-2 here. Techno just going to try and find a clean entry. That Goosh will set him up, but he's not ready for 2 inside of B. Can barely blame him with the setup they just saw.
There is some info there, though, right, for Blitz, now knowing that this one player left over towards A is all he's going to run into, and FlyQuest haven't elected to rotate around. Instead, they've aggroed all the way up through B main. This means the flanks are going to be a little bit faster to come through, but it opens up a 1v1 for Blitz to try and play in towards this A site.
Ali's not giving it, though. Because of the flank, he's able to pull all the way back and play a little bit passive. Blitz knows he's armorless because he threw the util, and there's the info for everyone. Blitz will expect the respect in this 3-on-1. He doesn't bite when he hears the jump fake for Alistair. Blitz backing up. He's got to know there's a flank coming in now at this point, but does he know how close it truly is? Goosh player of Liaz trying to isolate Blitz. I think he saw 2 there as well. He's going to try and hunt the heaven position, chase down Alistair, who's trying to run, escape and survive. Liaz will disallow it as FlyQuest. It looks a bit scary in the 3-on-1, but they piece it together nicely, playing off each other as well as they could to avoid a masterclass from Blitz. FlyQuest with a pistol. Now anything's possible on their map pick. Sure, it wasn't the best numerical T side, but if Mongols can do it, we can. That's what Ali's saying, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they have shown tenacity here, right? The ability to...
Great comeback team.
Yeah.
You know, just got to finish it. And that's the hardest part, Harry.
Oh, that is true.
Force buy. Not the best force buy, but better for a pop. Got some util.
I mean, right now there's
bit of a golden opportunity for the Mongols to try and lean over towards middle, right? It's FlyQuest are teeing up for this double dark setup. They try their hand at the peak by blowing the smoke open. Might be trying their hand at a bit more B aggression, but they actually now just start peeling away. And that's because Alistair went solo all the way up through B main. So he is now confirming that the B play is not the goal for the Mongols, and he's going to be hot on the heels of this mid play.
Oh, he's going around the world.
Ooh,
I like
right.
it, but I was going to say, he's going to miss everyone, even if he does go middle. These guys are taking a pretty hefty pace deep into mid, and Alistair's barely going to play into this. All it allows is a super heavy stack on this site. So 3 CTs in position, that smoke down, they're probably just going to burst through.
Oh, that flash is perfect. Dexter so blind. Liaz, one guy who still has vision, couldn't hold the line, and Inns is overran. They get out through camera, they get out through main. Now they're wrapping him through the heavens. He's got so many angles to worry about, and he's just one pair of eyes. Vexite trying to move in up through the heavens, spots this player jiggling him, and Mazinho doesn't need to give that fight up. He's got some support on the angle as well. 9-10 holds on to heaven, and Vexite can't break through. Alistair, the one who kickstarted this stack over towards the A site, is now the one who's going to clutch up for FlyQuest, and there just isn't time for him to do so.
That's the power of teamwork right there, Harry. If you run that round without that one camera flash, FlyQuest obliterate Mongols probably. He just blinded everyone on A, and the most important player who's holding that close smoke. It's a really nice play to hold the smoke that close. You can block someone in, elude their vision, and get a multi-spray down. It's a very hard position to clear on the edge of a smoke when you're jumping through. But he's so blind. Techno feels it out, spams him down, and Mongols just overwhelm that stack on A. Really, really nice work.
Ugh. Attempt at aggression there on the CT side, but not much to help Alistair on that mid push. And now it even feels awkward for Dexter, because it felt like he wanted to go with Alistair, try and box him in a bit, but he knows it's being held. It's kind of a doomed mission there for Dexter through the smoke. Blitz is on for the ace with 4 kills, having mopped up the mid push. He has to turn his attention back towards B main, and he makes it look easy after the Mongols flying high, and in comes 9-10 to mop up that final kill. So the Mongols, they withstand the CT aggression. Yeah. They do not fall down to that push through the mid-smoke and over towards B.
I mean, it's worst case scenario when you get forced on, when you're CT side, you win pistol, you lose round 2. That third buy is not only a requirement, but it's awful. It's always awful. And so not surprised to see FlyQuest just try and do something a bit more aggressive, and Mongols punish it really well. They've flexed their muscles in this game, without a doubt. They are not scared of their opponent. Taking down far bigger dogs this year. Playing, that's just warm-up for the Mongols right now. Techno, the jump doesn't do them any favors. They climb up and they chase down 2. This could get awkward. We've seen these ecos get very, very strange. Crosshairs flying as players jump around that corner, but there's still oh my god, great flank for Senzu.
Mazinho can make all the difference. He was able to run back from A and grab the bomb in time, right? That was down over towards the T-stairs, and with mid getting taken through that B main push, they were so close to uncovering the bomb, and if they had bomb control in the 4v2, it's over. So Mazinho, light on his feet, has been able to retrieve the bomb, and so that's given the Mongols a bit more of a fighting chance here up against this eco push, but immediately deleted is Mazinho. It's just Senzu left up against it, and they're all coming in on this backstab. He discounts it. FlyQuest, they'll get their flowers here and now. Couldn't stick the landing on the full USP round yesterday, but they offer it up in kind of a super important round here in this Mongols matchup.
That was excellent for FlyQuest, but it definitely felt like Mongols just got absolutely shaken and were, shell-shocked. There was no util usage. They had multiple mollies, could have mollied dark on the flank, instead just takes a dry fight against the AK. I think you probably heard him drop anyway. That's a really un-Mongols round, to be honest, to lose. I think that 2v4 could have looked way better for the Mongols. if they just made use of some util. And then, of course, last players caught with nades out in a 1v3 with no information. So, yeah, a bit of an ugly round to lose. Maybe that will prop FlyQuest back up for a comeback here in the latter stage of this map, their map pick.
That's it. That's
Nice.
kind of
Just
fun.
wait there.
Together.
That's all.
B main.
Left side?
That's where I came off. Still move in.
Nice! Pistols!
Pistols!
Ali's saving the gold for later. This is map 1. He knows they're going to have to do this a couple more times. But he is right. They did do it with the pistols.
Yep. All right. Oh. Peace. Dexter's had a great game. He had a great game yesterday, individually, as well as piecing together some nice T-sides, also yesterday. And he's going to do it again. Ali hits his orb. Trade out, 3-on-3. And I love this gamble. FlyQuest just full send. They can push and die. Dexter can push and die and bait them into this A take right now. They're both running. Do they think it's already guaranteed to be B? It's nothing of the sort. The bomb is up here.
They know they have Dexter trapped. They know they have him trapped. He's stuck in a little box here. Nades out for Dexter.
That looked really good, but I felt like I thought it was a fake. I thought it was them trying to sell, like, yeah, we're not A. Look at me rushing. Oh, no, you're going to go into the stack. But both players run out main. That's a very confusing call. I feel like FlyQuest got lost in the comms there. Maybe a misread. Maybe they lost their player B and just thought Mongols were taking it. Because that could have been great. If it was just Dexter rushing, dying, and then Mongols go flying into an A stack.
Yeah, I think it was also just a really nice move from, was it Senzu over towards him? And yeah, he climbed up, and that was after getting the B kill. So I think you're dead on in that they wanted to try and aggress through main, but I don't think the intention was to draw them into a stack. Once they heard that Senzu like kind of lobbed in the util, but then they heard him running away, they're anticipating, okay, he's trying to keep us over here on the A site, then they're going to end B. That's where they've just got this opener. And so they wanted to aggress. They wanted to try and catch that bomb, as in their mind, it was rotating down towards Dark into that B site, and that would have been their best chance to win the round. With him repositioning, that was actually like Senzu being 2 steps ahead of FlyQuest and anticipating what the response might be. Very well done, and I think for FlyQuest it's going to really hurt, because you were so close to being in the right position, and your eagerness to try and get ahead of the Mongols is what comes back to haunt you here.
That's a very ugly round and a very important round to lose. FlyQuest have one more buy, and I think if FlyQuest lose this, it might be over. Full eco against 11, or back-to-back force buys.
It's very cool that Dexter is such a big-time fragger for FlyQuest, but it's also not super reassuring that he's probably the most consistent player that they've had so far. I think you very much need someone to rise up there and join him.
It's usually Inns.
Yeah, and he's having a bit of a rough day. He's usually that second man. Don't get me wrong, you might have had a nice start from Vexite. You might have had Liaz start to roar to life towards the midpoint of the game, but it's not been super consistent thus far for FlyQuest. And I think the Mongols, across this entire map, really have done a really good job of keeping it very, very hard to predict. They dealt a lot of challenges on their CT half in terms of where they were going to challenge, kind of forcing FlyQuest to run defaults, oftentimes into double orbs, which is a crazy concept. You know, a chance to give up 2 AWP picks at the start of rounds. Now that they're up against this T side, you're getting pushed and prodded all across the map, and you're never sure where the play is going to end up. Even now, as Mazinho runs all the way out through A, gets himself an opener. Sure, he gets traded, but it's going to keep one extra body over towards this A site.
B is the end goal for the Mongols. Vexite burns super low in that molly. They know he's here. They continue lobbing in util to disrupt the back plat hold. And they know that they've got Vexite boxed in. There is only one place he can be, so it's easy for Senzu. Time is of the essence here.
Wow.
That bomb's got to get across. Blitz narrowly survives as Dexter moves out through the smoke. They don't know he's here. As far as they're concerned, he can't be here. So can Dexter be the one? 1 on 3, that nade comes out ahead of time and Blitz falls. Senzu taken out of the round. It's all Dexter, all day.
That is unbelievable. The creep through the smoke into the site, and that nade couldn't have been any better as Mongols try and reposition. They walk right into their own death. What a round for the captain. Just as you're singing his praises about the consistency of his output, he puts on the biggest clutch of the game so far. Dirty 1v3. All Dexter.
You're a fucking animal, bro.
Fair. Another great point from Ali, honestly.
Yeah, you know, can't really argue with that one. My oh my, that came out of nowhere, and I was just about to...
The pre-nade onto Blitz as he smoke pushes, both to blow the smoke open. Oh.
Line on CT. CT broccoli. CT. You're a fucking animal, bro! Needed that. Good fucking shit, bro.
Yeah. Sorry, was one of the calls broccoli? I heard broccoli. Does he mean like, you know, like what I would call it ivy, you know, the green, like,
Oh, it could be.
Like, you know, plants, I guess you call them. I don't go outside. Broccoli. Alright, I'll take that one with me.
It feels a little long. Let's hope you never get rushed through broccoli.
5 broccoli!
That's how many you're meant to have every day.
Yeah, I think so. We'll get
All
there.
right, that little clutch from Dexter, that
It's
might
sucked
be
the momentum out of this game, hasn't it? It's completely changed this game now. We've traded rounds for the last 4. Mongols had all the money, all the chance, all the 3v1s that you would have liked, but Dexter goes primal. Now we got a bit of a game on our hands. 10-8. Mongols on the edge of a broken economy.
Oh, that's really rough. And flying high in the 1v3 last round to dead first for Dexter. And Mongols are back with a vengeance. That round is over in seconds. It's so slow. If you're FlyQuest, you're getting nothing all across the map. There is no sound. There is no info to be gained. There are no Mongols players searching for openers. And then all of a sudden, at like the 38-second mark, you get swung on at main and middle and lose every single fight. That round is over before you even have a chance to register what's just happened.
Alistair's really struggling, man. Like, he's missing sitters right now, and it's got to be said. Like, the re-peek into mid, I think the round is done, even if he picks one, but just some of these shots that you really need your AWPer to hit just don't come through. Started really slow to this game and has yet to pick it up in any big way. Sure, he is the emotional spirit level for the team. I definitely think there's value in that, but a guy just sometimes I can't think of the last time I just saw Alistair take over a game on the AWP.
Yeah. No, I think you're dead on. I think it's a fair criticism as well, because sure, I think what he brings to the team on the emotional sense is very important, but at the end of the day, like, you're using the most expensive gun in the game, the one that's meant to be able to kind of take charge of a match. And right now, if you wanted to kind of tier list the impact that these orbs have found, it would go something like Blitz, Techno, Senzu, or actually, yeah, Blitz
Senzu,
used it
1 round, he whiffed
9-10, Techno, then Alistair.
You're
it's
listing
like,
all of Mongols.
at that point, everyone apart from Mazinho, he didn't don it. Techno opens on the MAC-10 in this one. Dexter immediately shut down, and FlyQuest, they start scrambling all these bodies over. It's a brawl inside of the B site. Right now the Mongols, right now the Mongols looking good. Vexite dead and Inns just whittled down as Senzu goes on a tear.
I actually love that. They just stand 3 fountain. They don't even try and like go for the bomb. They just wait for FlyQuest to run at them, and one by one they get all these kills, pushing through smokes, flash plays. Brutal round to lose. And there is the money as well. And maybe all hope for the map. This is FlyQuest picking the series, and they've had definitely some bright signs. The full eco win, the 3-on-1 for Dexter. Generally some good looks, but Mongols have, for the most part, been in control of this game.
I think the other problem is like, you know, winning a full pistol round or clutching up in a 1v3. Those are meant to be turning points, and every single time FlyQuest have done it, they've been insta-reset. The revenge has been super swift from the Mongols. And so never a chance to build, never a chance to get anything going here for FlyQuest. The sands of time look unfavorably on their Anubis as the Mongols 1 kill away from opening up this series with a clean victory. FlyQuest sent packing.
Anubis picked by FlyQuest, but taken home by the Mongols. 13-8 is how the series score will be wrapping up on map #1 of this crucial elimination series. And fair play to the Mongols, Jacob. They started off incredibly strong, ended in a very similar fashion.
Yeah, you could say so. I think it was a bit messy game for both teams, actually. A lot of highlights, a lot of sick rounds, a lot of good plays, but also a lot of rounds where I feel like the Mongols could have done better. So as much as I want to give them praise for obviously winning 13-8 and doing it in a rather convincing fashion, I still think they could have played even better.
What happened, Jacob? Share with us, you know, who ruined your snowman today? Why are you so negative, man? The guys won 13-8. They gave up a couple of silly rounds. Still a clean win. Just give, you know, be positive,
it's
man.
It's not
like,
normal for you to be a negative Nelly,
Spread
right?
some love. Like, I think they were prepared very well. You know, I think they were one step ahead of FlyQuest on the CT side. I mean, they lost pistol, and, you know, they were 2-0 down and didn't flinch from that point on. Went of the 5-6 rounds in a row on the CT side. Some nice timed aggression from a main. They see seemed to be one step ahead of FlyQuest. Also, the double op came out very early for the Mongols, and it didn't seem like FlyQuest was quick enough in adapting to that or finding a solution. The first round they ended up winning was a clutch from Dexter, pretty much.
Jacob, you're just gonna stand there and take that from Janko? It's not like you.
Yes, you are, Jacob. Let's pull up round 6 because I want to be positive. And I can be positive, and I think the Mongols did a good job, and they played good Counter-Strike. Round 6, you see it right here. It's a bit of a back and forth round. I think the Mongols themselves are doing a decent job defending this bomb site. Again, FlyQuest at this point is slowly but surely getting into the game. They also do end up in a scenario now where they have a 3v2, becomes a 2v2, but I love the way that Techno and the teammate Senso is playing together. He's staying alive and staying alive and staying alive, and because the time is so low, they have to plan the bomb. And look at this, he's just baiting, waiting for Senso, and then they're playing this scenario together. What I wanted to showcase with this round is that that's a very European way of playing Counter-Strike. Normally you'd have one player just go for the duel. If he wins the duel, he wins the round. If he loses the duel, he loses the round. But they're playing together, they're in synergy, and that's my positive take on the Mongols.
You see, that wasn't so hard, and I can be negative as well. That clutch was over as soon as you see that Alistair is one of the players alive for FlyQuest. So it was really just a 1v2 for them in that situation.
He hasn't been having, I was going to say he hasn't been having a great map, hasn't really been having a great showing in Cologne so far.
Okay, not to be, too aggressive or anything, but it has to be better, right? I mean, even yesterday in the series, it was only on Vertigo that he turned up a little bit and was one of the reasons why the game ended up being close. Unfortunately, I feel this map is a good example when Inns can't find openings, right? Like he was getting shut down, didn't really have a lot of opportunities to have impact. Then it turned out to only Dexter, Vexite here and there, and they're just lacking some of that firepower to bring some of these rounds back.
Flipping back to the Mongol script, obviously great CT side, we see them getting 6 rounds in a row. Then we move on to the T side of things, and they also have some really good moments there. We're going to jump into the Kadir playbook because you've got a certain round to break down, Jacob.
Yeah, I think round 14 is another positive moment for the Mongols. You can see the buyout here is not looking especially good for the Mongols. It is a close scoreline, 7-6, and if we were to play out the round, you can see that FlyQuest even stacked. Now, Dexter is in a great position right here. You'd think so, but a perfect flash is coming in. Dexter loses his position. 2 teammates around him. Lias and Inns are doing the absolute best to shut it down, but I want to show this round because I think it's a beautiful execute coming in for the Mongols. And as we said coming into the game, it is a team that is more than just raw aim, raw firepower. They have the ability to sometimes be creative. They have the ability to set up a good round. They were taking mid control in this round. They were almost forcing FlyQuest into a stack on the A bomb site. And despite them being 3 players stuck on the bomb site, despite FlyQuest stacking the correct moment right here, they still ended up losing the round because great execution, great flashbangs, and great spacing as well. So I can be positive, and I think the Mongols, in the vast majority of the rounds, were doing a good job, but it was like whenever they had a beautiful round like this one, they just fuck up the next.
All right. Nice. I think also it's a great example of them, the tactical prowess at the beginning, and then also the clutch element of the players in the end to close it out in the 2v2, right? And that's something that's been lacking a little bit for FlyQuest. Actually, just in both departments was where the Mongols had the upper hand.
Move on to round 17, because things get a little bit, I'm going to use the word skew-whiff, just in terms of the positioning for some of these players. I mean, Senzo opens up with a great opener in this round, Jack, right?
Yeah, I think this one was, again, like you look at FlyQuest, and I think this is where you see some of the chaos, right? Like 5v5 situation, Senzo finds an opening, they dink him. Okay, so now Dexter is going to re-aggress towards A main, he's going to find him. And you can see 2 players are on mid, right? Like they're re-clearing mid. He finds this kill. Alistair, for some reason, as 2 players are re-clearing mid, and his last teammate is on A, he decides to peek dark with an op, gets traded by a 6-shot from Senzo with the deagle, right? But then you see it just... The chaos, the panic from FlyQuest, they just start running out A. Like they're feeling like, oh, they're booking it for B, which wasn't the case. 2 players throw their life away, and the round is pretty much over. This was right after Dexter's 1v3, or no, this was right after they won
before, and then Dexter got the 1v3.
This was after they won the equal, right? So you're trying to build momentum on it, and then the round is like completely breaks down, doesn't make a lot of sense. It's like, what are we doing? You guys are re-clearing mid, he's pushing A. Just hold it. You don't need to peak B, like you can't be aggressive at all spots on the map at once. It just, somewhere they're going to be strong, so you need to pick your battles, and it just seemed disjointed in the mid round from FlyQuest.
Is that breakdown going to continue as we move on to the Mongols pick, which will be Ancient up second?
I'm afraid it will. I mean, for my money, when I look at FlyQuest right now, I look at Dexter playing good Counter-Strike. I look at him being, the spearhead of the team. I think he's a great caller, great individual, but I don't think he have the tools around him to work with, to be completely honest. You said Alistair didn't have a great game. I think in round round 17, he was at 26 ADR for the game, which is unheard of low. And you're right, if you're Dexter, you can only do so much as an in-game leader. He was trying with a beautiful 1v3 clutch on Anubis as well, coming into Ancient as well. It's a map that allows you, if you're the Mongols, to force duels. It allows you to constantly be aggressive, force duels all over the map, and if they can win those duels, sometimes Counter-Strike, we try to uphold it to a level where it's about the tactical powers, it's about outplaying your opponents, but at the end of the day, if there's a big skill difference on the server, you get to see it, and I think that's what we're about to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mongol just on a different level today compared to FlyQuest 2.0, they closed out.
And things are looking very likely as we move on to their map pick of Ancient. That's going to be coming up after this short break. Potentially a chance for FlyQuest to be flipping the script, but it's not going to be easy. Ancient coming up after this.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Lame duck in this man. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely falling.
I wanted to wait for the music to kind of go off, but it feels like it's going to be a while. Let me tell you, man, the Mongols, they looked legit as hell to open this up. They had a very active CT side. They looked lights out when they moved into that second half of play as well, and they've stolen away FlyQuest's map pick to open up this elimination series. Now as we get ready to head on to Ancient, this is the Mongols pick. And so for FlyQuest, the trouble might really be brewing here as they stand just one map away from elimination at the IEM Cologne play-in.
Yeah, this has been a really comfortable map for the Mongols, a map they've taken on against Tier 1 opposition. They got 11 rounds against G2, even at the EWC. So I think Mongols are going to be feeling pretty confident. They were displaying that, especially on their CT side of Anubis, a lot of aggressive rounds, oppressive rounds, and FlyQuest without the depth right now of individuals to rely on. That's always been the Mongols' strength, right? Not just playing tactically sound, EU-centric CS, but just having so many players who can step up at different times. We have gaping voids for FlyQuest. Dexter, looking solid. Down the line, not much to report here. So FlyQuest CT side gonna need a pistol, gonna need to start off on the right foot, or they could be going home in last place from the play-in of Cologne.
Yeah, I want to see more from Inns here. You know, he was like one of the difference-making players for FlyQuest yesterday, or one of the guys trying to make a difference, I guess would be a better way of phrasing it. Especially when Dexter's keeping up those performances. Just anyone. You can't have it where if your one other guy goes quiet, that's it. You're dead in the water. You're dead in the series. Someone needs to fill that void you were talking about. Vexite trying to be that man here with the dual Berettas. Will tap out Techno back in cave. And Senzu's not able to get this bomb planted. Blitz is so far away. And so as Senzu gets run down, Blitz now has to embark on a 1v4 clutch from the other side of the map. I do not fancy his chances here, as all options are accounted for from FlyQuest. Now, there are some 1v1s along the way, but the moment he takes that first point of contact, FlyQuest are going to look to adjust, and he would even have to get past the dual Berettas. Liaz dies, but now everyone from FlyQuest stacks up in the site, and they look to face him as 3.
Ooh, okay, that was something, but not meant to be. FlyQuest, don't fall for the fakery. Felt like the B component of that push came in pretty early despite the A grenades thrown in, immediately spotting ramp and seeing the bomb. So there was no huge surprise on that round for FlyQuest. I like that they walked down Senzu as well. He had no idea. He was just getting hounded while he stalled for the big flank. So FlyQuest with a pistol, we said a requirement. Mongols forcing without a plant shows the confidence. There's got to be something behind this as we see a triple B setup for FlyQuest. Just what they need, considering these Tech-9s are going to start running.
Open is secured. Tech-9s find success. Vexite has alleviated some pressure by leveling the playing field on a fast push out towards Heaven.
I love the pace of that hit because they don't rush, but they also don't wait the molly. They give the molly like 3 seconds, then they smoke it and just start charging. So FlyQuest have already resigned in their head that, yeah, this isn't a B rush, and we've got a few more seconds to take positions, and 2 players at default. The third is Cave. Like they're not in prime optimal positions to stop a B rush. They don't have a crossfire. They're trying to go, but there's surely no time for this one, and everyone's still in the site. Mongols hang around, and they get all the frags, all the glory, and a couple of Famises to boot. Just ugly positions for FlyQuest, really.
I like this.
Yeah.
A little bit of yelling out of the
Send it
Mongols.
back.
I mean, dude, the thing that's cool about that is, if you remember Cologne last year, that was the one with the famous, kind of bit of banter thrown in from
Heroic.
from the Heroic squad.
Yeah.
And on top of that, it was always like the Mongols gave off just these very humble, happy to be here vibes.
Yeah.
But now, it shows the kind of rise that this team has got to experience, how they're starting to get a little more interactive. They're down to yell. They feel like they belong here. They're no longer grateful for the opportunity. They earned their region a whole extra spot of majors, for crying out loud.
Good point.
And so they've earned that. And they play with the confidence of a team that feel like they deserve to be here. Mazzinho, this could be awkward as he's really playing with timing. So Alistair going to get out with 1, sure. Advantage still lies with the Mongols, but that's an AK retrieved for Ali as he makes his way back over towards B.
They're still fine, though. They're just going to delay this hit. They got 2 deep cave already. Util coming out, and Flank even holding as Inns gets spotted coming up heaven. Mongols could bail, but I think at this point they realize we've got control. We don't need to leave. If anything, it's Alistair who should be looking to save or pass that AK over to an armored player. And FlyQuest will just throw in the towel. Sweaty and bloody already in round 3. Not the map you want to take the Mongols on, I can assure you of that. It's not like FlyQuest's recent stats, recent performances on this map have filled you with faith. Certainly not at Dallas. They managed to take down big on this yesterday. It was a huge comeback on the T side, so we'll keep that in mind for the second half. They came back from 9-3 down, won it in OT. But still. Actually, I think I've seen Mongols choke. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. It was against VP on this map. And it was, I want to say, Katowice this year. And it was something like 11-1, I want to say. 11-1, 10-2. And they choked it and got eliminated. So it can happen. The data is there. But not today.
Mongols are really abusing this B site. That's kind of been their go-to to open up this game. Trying to keep FlyQuest worried about B. So maybe that gets the play into the game a little bit later, but right now, Inns, good showing on that AK. Here's the flank to try and deal with him, and it will. Liaz rushing in. They've got to contain that pistol, and Mazzinho will.
He's sharp.
Considering the chaos there, how quickly things were getting out of hand, you had the AK spamming you from cave, you had the pistols closing the distance with sight smokes down. They do well to regain their composure there, as that one looked like it could have slipped away from the Mongols. And so early on, to open up this game, we've had a lot of these B hits. That's all we've had so far from the Mongols. Does that lead FlyQuest to be a little overly paranoid towards that side of the map? They start 3 strong over at B with the double mid hold. Liaz responsible for both middle and A, and as Inns falls, getting nothing done. Liaz is under a tremendous amount of pressure right now. He can't hang around and spot for the cross at red, so instead aggression comes in over here at B. And Vexite gets out looking worse for wear.
Yeah, Liaz just blocks, but that does open up a path into the red room. A big flank, perhaps, that even if Mongols don't take, FlyQuest have to consider. And look at them pulling back already. 2 going towards that red room, trying to regain some space and information. Maybe crunch mid together, and Mongols just call the bluff. 5 strong at the B bomb site. Alistair in the cave with an orb, and he's going to get backstabbed. He's going to get walked on this contact B. As long as Techno doesn't play, there's no out for Alistair. He might just get shot in the back of the head. Techno is in no hurry right now. And there he goes. Now that's the info, but Mongols are not worried. Look how deep they've gotten. Alistair moonwalks into his death. And Molly Hawk will delay the plant, but I don't think FlyQuest are going to be interested in this one either way.
Yeah, that was like the worst case way the round could have started, really. You go for this, you leave A completely open at the start of the round. That's a reasonably standard CT side opening. You're just hoping that the Mongols don't call the immediate A rush. And even if they do, you're kind of teed up to retake. And you have the earlier info from Liaz, who was the donut player. But you lose Inns over in middle, so suddenly Liaz is having to listen over towards A and be mindful that they could be walking out A main, and he's also having to try watch the red cross. At that point, he really is a decision to make. Does he go back and play a little safer, not offer up an empty A site if he falls in donut getting nothing done? That's the decision he decides to make. that opens up across into the red room. So now your players on B are under a lot of pressure. They could get flanked through the spawn. They've lost the control over towards mid and lane. That's where you have Vexite try to come in with the aggro, which I think was a good attempt to remedy it, but he gets brought down real low. They see the flank. You don't get the info from it. And so suddenly the whole map went dark. FlyQuest tried to make concessions. They try to go aggro out towards middle. They try to reinforce A. They try to get ahead of what the Mongols are going to call there, but there were always going to be holes. There were always going to be gaps. And the Mongols do a great job of finding that gap and using it against FlyQuest.
Yeah. FlyQuest on their first pause. Realizing they are just 9 rounds away from elimination in the play-in here. Mongols with, I would dare say, higher aspirations than FlyQuest. Certainly higher expectations. A team that could make the playoffs. I think probably...
What happens? Who cares? Let's get this round now, okay? Fuck it.
Go next. Okay. Reset. Like, of all the teams I'm looking at in the playoffs, in the play-ins, the two that I think you can make the best cases for to hit the playoffs are Liquid on that recent success right now, and Mongols who have managed to take down tier 1 teams. Well, A rush, and of course it's FlyQuest heavy, middle and B. Haven't seen an A play yet, so Mongols, they've really been calling a great game right now. Got to give it to Blitz. Finding the gaps at a 5-on-5 post plant and around with no kit and barely any nades. Throw the towel in.
Yeah, I mean, Blitz certainly has the respect of his players, right? They kind of hinge on his every word. I think that's why sometimes you even see them fall down to those more chaotic moments where they haven't been able to go over the game plan as thoroughly. Thinking about even that USP rush back on Anubis. But here they've got full faith, and all game long they've kind of been building to this moment. They've been building to the Insta-A play. They've abused B every single round of the game so far, so when they finally come in with the A hit, especially after what they kind of saw in the setup in that last round, they're anticipating that double mid setup with Liaz back in the donut, that lack of instant control over the A site where you're faced with having to retake, and they knew that FlyQuest wouldn't have the utility, wouldn't have the kits to make a play like that happen.
To be on the receiving end of this for someone like Dexter, it's just so hard to outcall this because you don't know when Mongols are going to go back to what's been working or when they're going to expect you to adjust and then go one step further, right? Like, that's the mind game that FlyQuest is stuck in right now. It's so hard to call your CT setups off spawn. FlyQuest go for a default one. I like that. Back to a 3-2. Again, give up A. Hope they're not going for the back-to-back A pops and just rely on playing numbers together. In's almost getting caught there. Will escape middle as Mongols come through the heaven side and out elbow. That smoke does no favors to Vexite. Techno peeks him and starts to take even more space very quickly here for the Mongols. They don't need to respect that smoke at all, as they respond with one of their own, stalling this round out and forcing passive positions from the Aussies.
I mean, the aggression from Inns is nice here. It's giving you a little more levity, right? That's kind of what they've been missing, is this ability to rotate players around the map. They don't have a lot of info ahead of time of FlyQuest, and so Inns is providing that with the aggression.
What?
Oh, 9-10's ready for the boost up over that smoke. And they even catch Inns as he goes aggressive. They've once more collapsed upon that B site, and even though the bomb was very much in the danger zone all the way back on Blitz outside of A, they close it out convincingly.
The bomb is lurking elbow, holding the A push. That's just you hate to die to that. Meanwhile, Mazzino's triple entry B. Also, Alistair did nothing wrong in that round. It's not like he got caught like jumping. He uncrouched on their head and then just gets flicked. Like, that's not an awkward boost timing or anything. He couldn't react faster. How did Mazzino hit that so fast? Or was it 9-10 rather?
Yeah, 9-10.
Blimey, Harry.
Dude, I mean, the thing that's really brutal, because you said earlier on about how it's hard for Dexter right now to try and call against this. Hang on a second.
Still they're ready for that.
it's super brutal because when your B site isn't withstanding the B hits, you're constantly making concessions to try and help out this side of the map. But in doing so, you're weakening everywhere else. You're kind of looking for a solution to this problem, and none of them have worked so far. So it's always at the forefront of your mind, and now you're trying to make plays elsewhere. You're getting aggressive through A main, you're getting aggressive through middle, and the Mongols are just able to sit back on these sides of the map and wait for those kills to come to them. Until FlyQuest successfully repel the B play, they don't stand a chance on this CT side. Ooh. You just have to do it once and get the Mongols kind of doubting that part of the playbook for the time being. But right now, the world's their oyster, man.
And they love seafood. 3-on-2 with a plant on A. 9-10 in a scary position. If he gets caught here, he does actually read the upper angle, but Alistair catches him. No kit on this retake for FlyQuest. They've just got to go for it. They've got to get this kill cleanly here onto Blitz, and he's going to take one with him. Both, in fact, as the spray transfer is divine, and Mongol 7-1 up right now, just running the board, not even breaking a sweat. This is rough. Cannot catch a break. The fact that they swap space in the smoke and still Blitz is aware of that possibility.
It's another run at the 2 mid, 3B setup. Another time where they're going to try and stifle the lane control by taking middle.
Oh my
but
God.
Once more, it's not looking like it's going to pan out. Blitz goes running through ins. And even as Liaz gets that trade, it's not the mid control they were hoping for. And he's not long for this world with 9-10 moving through on that AWP.
Now this is bullying. Like, now you're just running through smokes. You're not even like doing XX. You're just, your individuals are flexing. 9-10's in red with the AWP, killing rotations. They don't even have the bomb. They don't care. They just want to kill everyone. And I think they've got it in the bag. Dexter stops one more.
This is weird,
It's
actually.
throwable, absolutely. They're definitely playing loosey-goosey CS right now, but I don't think they're nervous. Checking the Dexter hasn't pushed any further, but Techno can meet up with Sentu in middle. They can actually shut down this round together. That being said, if there's one player we've harbored this series some love for, it is Dexter. He has been the one reliable player for FlyQuest. He did great yesterday, did great on Anubis, but he's still walking backwards into what is now enemy territory. Not even safe in his own spawn. Techno paths back to B, and he can even smoke this off. Dexter 50-50. He's flipped the coin wrong.
That realization kind of setting in. Dexter's not going to save the day for you here. He's smoked off.
Just has to walk through, or I guess he could break it, but
the walkthrough gets spotted and checked by Techno. It's being held onto, so around where Dexter could have found something because of that bomb drop and the awkwardness that occurred around it. But the Mongols, they handle that situation very well. They don't get flustered. No one starts freaking out that they don't have the bomb. But they remain very composed. They meet back up. They play it as safe as you can.
I mean, just think about how that round started. Blitz self-flashes himself through the smoke, kills ins. 9-10, 10 seconds later, walks through the smoke with an AWP and kills another player.
I mean, I think, the big issue that you're seeing is this idea that for the Mongols, they know exactly what FlyQuest are doing because they've done the same thing every round because they're trying to solve the horrible issue with the lane control, and it's never worked. And so it's like, okay, well, your opponent doesn't respect you anymore. You can't even keep them off lane. You can't keep them out of B. You've not offered up any resistance. You either need a big round from one of these B anchors, whether that comes from some sick, supportive util to try and set them up for a lane take. But honestly, that just hasn't been working in any sense.
Yeah.
They're not getting the players up into heaven. They're not getting out mid. They're not getting down ramp. So it's like, what do you do? I guess all that's left is you try take the extremities, but even when Inns has tried that a handful of times, he gets punished. You feel like you have no room if you're FlyQuest here. It feels like the rounds are just out of your hand. You are on autopilot. And the Mongols are there flying by wire in manual mode, shutting you down every step of the way.
Look at this clear. They've just walked 3 players up ramp with no spot, no info, and boom, you find out the hard way with a triple entry from Techno. My God. FlyQuest, too passive to even know until it's too late.
I just can't illustrate enough how deep this hole of hopelessness goes for FlyQuest right now.
Only there was a kit. Maybe that's like the only way you win the round, right? Mongols throwing it away, but I don't think they're going to. 9-1, an absolute abomination is this game. Mongols curb stomping FlyQuest as we speak. And there's no words that you can offer here. There's no hype. There's no forget about it next round. None of that's going to save you.
Don't think there's anything you could call or say that gives a solution or picks the team up right now. Because it's like, you know why you're losing, you're getting...
Oh my God.
You're getting wrecked in every head-to-head. There hasn't been openers, there hasn't been glimmers of hope here.
Also, how's he read that? 910 goes out pre-scoping red. He knows they're not swinging him mid. He just reads it. There's a molly. There's the same util as usual. He just swings red with the AWP and catches it before the smoke blooms. Brutal entry again for the Mongols. 5-on-4, no kit. Util already starting to run dry. They could just exec B right now. Nothing stopping them. They've got 5 players here. Some spam for good measure. Getting their ducks in a row. Long smoke, short smoke. And in they go. Default molly. That will stall things out. This is good timing.
Yeah, but it's like even now, you know, you're kind of playing for a retake in a man-down situation. You've conceded the site to the util. Now you're getting bullied by more util from the Mongols. You're going to try flash through, make a hero play, but it's being held. Wow. It's being considered.
How? That looked like it was going to go very wrong for a second, but Mongols don't even lose a player on that bomb rush.
I mean, one of the things we were talking about is how when the Mongols have, you know, some time, they're very well drilled. They don't leave a lot of options open for you. They account for everything. Oof. Like the best shot I've seen in the whole tournament. That was lovely. Ultimately inconsequential for Alistair.
Yeah.
He could get every single kill. It makes no bearing on anything to do with the Mongols. All it would have been was an AWP held forward for FlyQuest. This is a very, very sad way for this to look to end for this FlyQuest squad.
Yeah, going out with a whimper, it seems...
I don't even think a whimper, like...
That would imply the big noise.
Quantifies, you know, this is a dead on arrival. And it's brutal. These are the worst type of games. You would have even felt this like playing from home. And the Mongols are toying with it. They've got no respect for their opponents. Techno's bought out an auto sniper for crying out loud. So Hugo, you're going to be happy about that.
He's spamming the spawn lineup, in fact, right now. He doesn't get a kill. He just, we didn't miss anything. But he was spamming, remember Rain did it in London.
Yeah.
Spamming red from T-spawn. So that's the kind of level we're at right now for the Mongols. Just having fun with it. Respect for the attempt, Techno. Some space taken. Oh, they're going A. Okay. Boost up. 2 MP9s close, honestly. The best start. No, take it back. And Mazzino's read the boost as well. No info, just new. Into with a nade. That could be good. But there's cover, and Mazzino, he is not missing a beat right now. There's no weak link for the Mongols, but Mazzino has hit some absolute bangers in this game. And Vexite is all that remains. The Mongols come through onto their map pick after a bit of a tussle on Anubis, and they absolutely slam the door shut in the face of FlyQuest.
The Mongols bring their A game while playing the B game. 10 out of the 12 rounds played, they go and hit that B bomb site, and never were FlyQuest able to offer up solutions. 11-1 on the half, with the Mongols about to eliminate FlyQuest from the IEM Cologne play-in.
Yeah, that's with the pistol for FlyQuest, by the way, and then they just run absolutely rampant. So nothing short of an impressive game for the Mongols. They haven't even made it look difficult. Somehow, CT side start now. And, well, a pistol, it won't save you. I can say that much. It's got to be the best comeback we've seen yet from FlyQuest. They've had a couple this tournament, 9-3s, 10-2s, back the other way, but this would be a monstrous game. Let's not even entertain it until this pistol comes through, because Blitz is burning him in red room. Good grenade as Vexite pushes through, but there's still a trade. Vizino dinked. It's a little bit awkward here as FlyQuest take control of the CT spawn, and now they just have one player trapped. Bomb going B, though. Senzu, he's got some nice sight lines here as he peeks down at red, but they're already out cave, and he's dead. So both pistols for FlyQuest, and 2 rounds to show for it.
Now, this game is still a very, very long way from ever entertaining any sort of comeback.
Fair.
But for FlyQuest at this point, you take it a round at a time. And with finding both pistols, this is the one you want to try and capitalize on. This is the one where you at least want to go out with a little bit of dignity if that's what ends up happening. And we saw, you know, while it was initially, even in that timeout, deflated looks across the faces of FlyQuest, there was some laughs down the end. You kind of come to terms with it.
This is brutal. Full eco? I think that's more insulting than forcing. They just want to buy next.
Want to play as many rifle rounds as they can. You know,
true. There's not many.
Just in case some madness starts happening, if FlyQuest win a few rounds, you don't want to have felt like you kind of hung yourself in the economy battle early on.
I think regardless of whether Mongols ecoed or bought, if they lost this game, that wouldn't be why.
Oh, yeah.
But they will lose this round, so...
Yeah, you just get to play with the M4s, and you're expecting that this is where you put a stop to it, and you crush them. So let's see if they can do that.
Full buy coming through. FlyQuest, they are kind of T-side merchants. They have shown some good T-sides. Is certainly CT where the problems arise. Let's see what they got. Red and Donut Smoke, or Lurk Smoke rather, coming in middle as they swing wide. It gets broken. There's no one actually there to receive it. Blitz was full blind, and Mizzino comes through red to his demise. 5-on-4 for FlyQuest. Good start. Okay, as you do. I guess he spotted him on the map, maybe. Little jump comes in. And they're going to park ends in middle as they reset for an A-walk. This is good timing right now. Rotates aren't here yet.
Oh, they catch Blitz on a wide swing out through Donut. It should be safe for a kill over here in middle as well. Senzu moves out through Donut. He never expects that, so just Techno left standing, and they're already right up behind him. They're going to go hunting for this last man, and they find him. I mean, you already know that coming into the second half, Alistair would have turned down the line, and he said, remember, we got 3 rounds on the CT side yesterday versus Big, and this is a far harder challenge.
Yeah.
But they've at least thrown the hopium out there.
Take a big half.
Nice! Just like that. Just like that. 6 more minutes to say it.
Pistol armor. And a slower default for FlyQuest. They don't fear the deep smoke. It does fall a little short, so it gives Dex a cover from heaven. That's where he'll be going. After the deagle down from Senzu, some space to be taken. FlyQuest kind of have to go A. Their hand's been forced right now, and that AK has been picked back up, so... Oh, FlyQuest don't like it, though. They don't like what they see. They're going to cool off, slow down, and lay up some smokes. Perhaps a mid-take first to try and thin the herd. back to this B side. 2 smokes for Vexi to throw and execute into A, but already Ali's been spotted. And Senzu's just running back and forth between the sites. That timing is awkward. Blitz spots Vexi, but I think at that point you know these smokes are a fake. I've only seen one player, and they throw the smokes, but Mizzino is already rotating. He's going to clear this out completely. Mongols know exactly what's going on.
He dipped through the CT smoke and saw no one else was pushing. So yeah, you're dead on. They pieced together that was just the fake from Vexi. Everyone else leans over here towards B. FlyQuest moving in. They can't get past the Techno AK. In's doing what he can, but it's not enough. He's run down, and that leaves it all on Vexi. He's got 15 seconds to try and keep FlyQuest in this terrible spot they're in as he moves up through ramp. Single digits left on the clock, and 9-10 takes it wide for FlyQuest. The hope might die last here. As that one gets away from them, their hope of embarking on another one of these insane comebacks that we've seen across the Cologne playing so far from this squad looks to get dashed up against the pistols of the Mongols.
Yeah, such a threatening team at all tiers, on many maps, on any day. Mongols have consistently brought a high level last season, and even though it didn't start as strongly as maybe they would have liked for this one, Cologne could be a very different story for this team. Very fast push out mid. Techno with a beautiful spray transfer, even finds Liaz down lower mid. 5-on-2, it's falling apart at the seams. Thread by thread.
So now everyone looks on Alistair, and they've got to come to terms with it. The Mongols have just driven a knife through the heart of Aussie Counter-Strike here. And so the journey coming to a very underwhelming close for the FlyQuest squad. As it's not some big last hurrah. It's not another one of these epic back and forths like they had versus Big. It is getting dominated. Their last map in the Cologne playing. It is one that they would sooner rather forget. This is brutal.
Consolation escape here for Alistair. And 9-10 is just going to come in for the throat, the swing. He will fall. 2 out of 5 for Alistair. But hanging on by a thread, they're going to find the headshot. 13 rounds apiece. Mongols, a quick 2-0, an obliteration of FlyQuest on their map pick.
Yeah, it's just more disappointment for this FlyQuest squad who, when they started donning the jerseys, they go on that sick run back at EPL where they make it into the playoffs, but since then, it's been flat for FlyQuest.
Yeah, bottoming out at every single event. Dallas, last place, no match wins. EWC the same, and now 3 events in a row in the FlyQuest jersey. This team has been unable to take a series. That's at bottom of the board here in the Cologne play-in as the Mongols live to fight another day.
There's very few opportunities left for FlyQuest to kind of course correct this ship. Very few chances for them to kind of pick themselves back up and hit those heights that we saw from EPL. When will the sun set on this FlyQuest project that we see before us?
Yeah, and for the Mongols, business, I think. Yesterday, warm-up day, off day, struggles against Saw. We'll see if the Mongols can find that one more win to go through to the group stage.
Yeah, for the Mongols, duty is done for the day. They do live to survive at least one more day here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. For FlyQuest, though, from what was, I guess, a kind of competitive first map to just being completely dead in the water on that map of Ancient Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, an 11-1 first half. We're also, out of the 11 rounds, none of them were really close. FlyQuest didn't really have a foot in the door in any of those rounds. It was just complete and utter dominance from the Mongols on Ancient.
Yeah, felt like we unfortunately never really got a game on Ancient. As I said, coming into it, I did fear that given the layout of the map and given Ancient as a map where you can, if you're the Mongols, force the duels and force all these individual fights, we just saw a skill gap between the two teams where none of the players whatsoever from FlyQuest were able to put up a fight against anyone from the Mongols. It wasn't one player standing out. It wasn't a Mongols player going off. You know, I think in round 9, all of them had 7 and 6 kills. So it was just like a team effort where every single player from the Mongols, unfortunately, were better than every single player from FlyQuest.
Yeah, we started off the map, you know, okay, FlyQuest, they win the pistol. What happens next, Janko?
I think what happens next is an example of just, okay, they're getting owned individually, but there's also some lack of just protocols and some of the basics that really haven't been nailed down by FlyQuest, whether it's just, some being dejected a little bit for how the game has been going on or whatever. I'm not really sure, but if we get into it, we can show you guys like kind of what went wrong for them in that all-important second round, because it's not just about winning pistol, it's also about converting it, right? You want to get rolling. The CT sides have been a problem for them, but yeah, so I mean, in this issue, you can see Dexter dies, but he still has nades, and their protocols just aren't there, right? You saw them throw an incendiary for up ramp, incendiary for lane. Alistair uses his HE for lane, but Dexter doesn't use an HE for ramp. Basically, you want to stop. If they have 1400 or 1900, whatever it is, like, what's the easiest thing that they can do? They can just rush up B, right? Or do a sort of just a slightly delayed B hit where they maybe smoke it late, or just go on the last tick of the incendiary, right, and just run up. And that's exactly what the Mongols did. And the players from FlyQuest were completely, unprepared for that. You had one player in cave, then one guy is trying to get to corner, other one is playing default, they're not using their nades, there's no defensive smokes, nothing, they just die, and that's the sad part about it, is there's no agreement there to, hey, in case this is one of the most common things that happens, like, what are we doing about it? And they were doing nothing.
Yeah, and I think that's my main issue with the round you just showed right here. It wasn't like the Mongols did something extraordinary. It wasn't like a great execute or a great timing on a flash. They just walked up ramp and won the duels. It was so simplified. And you're right, it's the protocols, it's the understanding of the game, and the FlyQuest being disjointed from each other.
Because you're playing corner with an MP9 against rushing Tech 9. Like, that's not a great fight for you.
No.
You have to play closer. They have to be running through smokes or running through some utility, so you have an advantage. That's why it's poor. It's not. You can't just be like, oh yeah, but they got insta-dinked or whatever. It doesn't matter. What matters is it's just a poor setup for something like that, for this sort of a round.
It's okay, Yanko. Calm down.
Jacob, do you want to do something that
you're
I know
happy
you,
now,
you
right?
love
Like,
to do?
you're going home now. His day is done. I'm here all day.
You've
right
had a
now,
speedy
it's
day.
positive.
Should we practice some counting, Jacob? I know you like to do that.
Something
in your
maybe
spare
you
time.
could...
Yeah, counting. So after this round, this is round 2. How many more rounds did the Mongols win in a row on that T side? No, the Mongols.
Oh, well.
Put a 1
11?
and another one. Yeah,
10,
11. Well done.
You couldn't set the bar any lower, and still he trips all over it.
This is what we have to
What
work
kind of question is that?
A very simple one, Jacob.
An easy as hell question. Yeah, I mean, for FlyQuest, then obviously we come into the second half. They win a couple rounds, but I mean, I think Aaron Hugo said it perfectly in the game. It was a long way from ever actually being a valid comeback.
I mean, when you win both pistols and you still lose, 13-4, then no, you are nowhere in the game. And it was just a question of time before FlyQuest would end up losing. And I think the final sentiment for me, at least now they're exiting the tournament, we're not going to see them play anymore at Cologne. For me, it's another great sign of Dexter needing to leave this team. I respect him coming back into Australia and trying to make something out of this FlyQuest team, but I rate him as a good in-game leader, and I rate him as a good player. Maybe he's not cut for, a job at G2 or a job at FaZe or any of those, sort of caliber teams, but I think given the current stand of the game and the fact that we need in-game leaders that are somewhat decent, for Dexter to be stuck in FlyQuest with that player material around him, I think that's a bit of a shame.
You agree with that, Thor? Because we did see him on Fnatic, just what was it, a year ago? Well, a year and a half ago back.
No, but not because I think like this team is great as it is. I think if they would just replace a couple of players on this team, right?
You think that's enough?
The team could have potential.
Yeah,
I think you need to at this point, find upgrades for Alistair and Liaz, and I think if you do that, Ince has been very consistent. Backside has shown flashes, right? Dexter, we talked about what he can do, and you can get 2 Europeans, right? I mean, the core is still Australian. You can play the Asia RMR, right? So there's a large pool of players that you can really go for, and I think that's something that is inevitable for this FlyQuest lineup. I don't know if they just want to ride out this major cycle as well with the same lineup, but it's going to be tough because these losses are tough. I mean, they're getting owned at this point. It's not even just like the close games and, we just need a little bit. And it's the same things sort of happening time and time again. And when that's the case, our roster change is the only thing that's left.
Jacob, one more pop quiz question for you today.
Okay.
Just
You're
talk
getting paid a
slower,
full day
Make
rate.
it simple. Make it simple.
Who is our United States Air Force Aim High? If you had to guess for this series, who would you say, Jacob?
That's way tougher, actually.
Yeah, because they all had the same.
Yeah, they're all.
I mean, I'll go Messinho.
Yeah, should we bring it up? I think you're wrong. Who was it?
Shocker.
Techno 4K.
Techno!
Okay. Well, he didn't have a
Oh.
great map on Anubis, but to
0
be
out
fair,
of
in
2,
Ancient, they all had
correct.
the same amount of kills for you, so I think your pop quiz sucks. That's it.
Get off my desk, Jacob.
Well, I would love to, but I have to be here for another 5 minutes.
I mean, I think for the Mongols, it wasn't a case of, the individuals necessarily popping off. It was just being better, basically, all round than FlyQuest.
It's one of those games where if they were to play a best of 7 for no reason at all, I feel like Mongols would win 7 maps in a row. I have no confidence whatsoever, despite FlyQuest playing all 7 maps, which is also a ludicrous statement coming into a game like this when you are a team of that caliber.
Well, when you are playing in Australia, you can afford to play all 7 maps.
I guess, which is also just, for them to kid themselves. But if you're the Mongols, I felt like it was never even close. If they were to play 7 maps straight, the Mongols would win 7 maps straight, and it wasn't down to a single individual. They're just a better team, simple as it is.
One more question for you, Jacob.
Can't keep saying that.
Who do you think we spoke to from FlyQuest?
Oh, Dexter, maybe?
Correct. 1 out of 3 for you, Jacob. And unfortunately, no wins for FlyQuest here at IEM Cologne. We are going to get some exit thoughts, courtesy of Dexter.
For FlyQuest, it is an early exit from Cologne. Dexter, I mean, the first question I'm going to ask about both of your matches. What do you think ultimately went wrong when you look across as the IGL at the first 2 matches?
Fucking everything. So just was pretty much really embarrassing, to be honest. Just had really, really shit CT sides. You play 2 weeks in Serbia and kind of play like absolute shit still, so it's not good look.
So you're saying it's extra difficult because you do feel like you put the work in, you do feel like you drilled the things you were supposed to drill. It's just about the fact that it did not translate onto the server in the live setting.
Yeah, definitely didn't translate. I think we had our plans and ideas and stuff like that, but I think the way it works for us can be different. Other times when we had good runs, it was because probably we did less and maybe we were focused on ourselves a little bit more or whatnot. These events happen, and we just have to kind of really look into how we want to look at it and shuffle things up and whatnot.
Thank you very much.
I mean, just in the wider context of, what FlyQuest was saying coming into the second half of the season, it was the goal for them to more consistently make playoffs. We saw them doing it, right at the end at EPL. And I feel like since then it's been on a downwards trajectory, right? Like it's going to be an effort for them to make playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he said they were boot camping for 2 weeks in Europe, right? And the things didn't really work out. And it is the CT side that are just really poor. Yeah. And the reason for that is also the CT sides are more about just reacting and doing things on the fly. The Ts are the ones who sort of dictate what's going on. And that's where the players individually just need to be more on point with their own individual reactions, and your communication needs to be on point, protocols, teamwork, all that stuff. It's not like T-side where you can really set more things and then just do it that way, and that tells you what the weakness for this FlyQuest roster is.
And I think that's why I rate Dexter as well, because bad players can be hidden on a T-side, with good protocols, good strats, good ways of setting up, certain scenarios where, as you said, a player with a lack of skill set on the CT side will often be exposed against good players. So I do really feel obviously I feel for FlyQuest losing, but also do feel for Dexter because I think he's very limited in what he can do on the CT side.
Jacob, I lied. One more question for you. What have we got coming up next since you're going off home?
More Counter-Strike.
We do have more Counter-Strike, and we do indeed have Furia taking on Liquid. Jacob, why is that so special? I'll answer for you. It's a qualification game coming up next.
Thank you.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
Welcome to Rage Against the Machine at IEM Cologne. We'll judge classical tilt moments from our players, and you can judge them from 0 to 10. Let's get started.
Okay, it's not us.
Oh no. Obliterated. Absolutely obliterated.
Oh, putain! Putain!
I can make some music with that.
Yeah, good beat.
The edit's like a 10 out of 10.
It's not too bad. That's like a chilled rage, I feel like.
There was a swear word and a rage dose.
Yeah, but it's Apex.
What do you mean by that?
He just does it all the time. So it's like, what kind of rage is it?
It's not the worst one.
For Apex at least.
It's not bad.
It's like...
I think I'll give it a 6. Yeah,
I think so.
Okay.
For me, it's a 3. For me, it's a 3.
I love the synergy, just because it happens a lot.
I'll give it like a 4.
A 4?
Yeah,
you expect more, really, from
Yeah,
Apex.
it's like a little baby rage. Like,
It made a lot of noise.
Let's see the next one.
Oh,
Monitor hit? Monitor
slam.
He lagged out.
Wait, what happened?
Did he? I think he lagged out. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's making everyone around him scared. Like, oh my god. Even you can see down. For me, it's like...
This is bad.
It's like you're in front of a crowd, and the worst thing happened, like all the pressure is in-game leader and everything. For me, it's like 10.
Probably the most frustrating thing that can happen in
Tech
game.
issues, yeah. Even the admin, like he's coming to fix his monitor, he's punching.
Yeah, the guy's like,
don't give a fuck about anything.
Really hard punch.
Yeah, I think that's
also.
like a 10. I like that one.
Yeah?
That's a good, solid 10 for me here. I give it a 6.
7 that one.
Wow.
Oh, I'm the odd one out.
Wait, but are you all really big ragers or something? Because like those are low scores for what that was.
Really?
Speaking from experience, the table just feels better. The monitors, it's fragile.
Monitor's expensive.
The round stalled out immediately. They went for a ledge smoke.
Good ones today.
Oh.
Tim.
He's like, I've seen this before.
How many times was it? Was it 6 punches?
4 punches.
And that's the classic Halzak leg punch.
Leg or arm
I don't know if
rest?
he's doing like his leg or...
I think it's arm rest, no? Because not only is he hitting his hand, he's hitting his leg.
Yeah, he's just hurting himself.
His leg is just numb already, but
Four
I give it a
punches.
6.
6?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about that it's like hitting himself?
But
and
wasn't
then-
it the chair?
No, it was his leg.
His leg? I thought it was a chair.
I thought it was armrest or something.
7.
7 and 2 9s.
7?
Well, it's because Hakan always hits his legs. It's like it's used to it.
I'll give it a 7. It just look good. Oh, CSGO. Oh my god.
Oh.
What happened though?
I think he was frustrated.
He just lost pistol.
Yeah.
This is a bad one for me.
At least he's not hitting himself.
The game is not over.
Also, it's CSGO, so he has more rounds to play. I'll probably put that as like a 10, just because we were making it happen.
I'm gonna give it an 8.
I give it a 6. That's pretty bad.
It's pretty unforgivable.
I'm gonna give that a 6.
That's pretty bad.
That's pretty bad.
Still only a 6.
Yeah, that's a bad
That
one.
one's a little bit, a lot.
One.
But it's not too bad.
No,
It's like an eco round, and they're just waiting basically.
For me, it's a solid one. I feel like that he wanted like to reset, you know?
Yeah.
So for me, it's like, it's whatever.
Just let it out and
Yeah,
it's not like hurting anything.
No,
so
no.
That's it. That's the last clip. Impressive stuff, guys.
Yeah, favorite tilt.
I'm just glad they didn't include my Optic Rage video.
We know what they're doing, like where they're going, but like, please show. Okay, just don't talk to me.
My name is Roland Ultimate Tomkowiak and I'm playing for Team Liquid. I was a full-time professional player for about 2 years now. Team Liquid approached me 1 month and a half from now. It was kinda surprised, let's say. I didn't expect it at all. They just watched my demos, my official games. I didn't have like a regular trial period. I didn't know that they were watching me during these games. I don't think it would put pressure if I knew that they were watching me. I think I'm managing the pressure very well, so it's not an issue for me. Talked to twists and Steve in the same time on the first call. About the basics of the game, how I see the game, how they see the game, is it clashing too much? One thing that we had in common for sure, it was like they were looking for an aggressive upper, and I'm an aggressive upper, so that sounded good. I feel like my unique skill set is about making impact instead of caring about ratings, about kills. Like I just want to make impact on the game. That's all I care about. Everyone is so nice. Like we just get along very well. It's like the best environment I could ask for. They especially wanted me to stay the way I was before they picked me up. They know that the pressure that is getting to the rookies it's very high, and they changed because of that. So they did everything they could to just make me the same as I was before. Like my personal goal for this, like the end of the season, is just to stabilize my position on this level of the competition on tier 1. Make sure that I play as I'm supposed to play, get along with the players, to try to learn as much as I can. And that's basically it for this season.
Russ, you thought you could get away from me? No, that's fair enough. I understand. I completely understand. But it sounds like everyone's been working hard. I wanted to ask a bit about Mitha, just because I know that you speak very highly of him. And I was just wondering what he brings to your transition into leadership. Is he just kind of a sounding board? Do you kind of come with ideas and bounce them off? Or is he sometimes directly presenting his own ideas? How's the workflow?
I think more so he just gives me good reminders about what's working in practice, what's not. Every time he's taken tech pause at the moment, it's been very beneficial, I feel. Nice. He's just a very calm personality. Yeah. Obviously in matches he brings a lot of hype. But behind the scenes just very calm and easy to talk to. Nice.
And in terms of leadership, I know that there's obviously the in-game part of it. I feel like that's going to come very naturally. But you seem to have this drive inside of you. There's like this, I can see a little fire in your belly. You want to grab this bull by the horns. Yeah. And I wanted to know whether or not this is something that you've been thinking about for a while, like kind of seeing how others do it and going, I could do that. I could do it my way. Has that been something that's been kind of eating away for a while, or is this a new thought or relatively new?
No, I would say roughly I think exiting phase last year is when it was a real thought. Okay. Just felt like I had a lot of experience, and it was kind of the direction that I felt like my career was going to go in anyway. Yeah. But yeah, I think you could say that it's been forthcoming, and it's something I'm very excited to do.
Yeah. And the pieces you're working with as well, how has it been kind of integrating when new to tier 1 AWPer? Hello, Ultimate, I see you. He's hitting crazy shots, integrating him into something where you've been doing this for so many years. It's familiar for you, might not be familiar for some of your teammates. Do you take the responsibility of that, or is that a team, is that a coach role, or how does the leader deal with that?
I mean, luckily he takes in information a lot. Yeah. He's usually doing it on his own, this stuff, to be honest. He takes a lot of accountability when he feels like he's not doing something good. Yeah. Talent-wise and skill-wise, there was never any doubts about him for me. That's why I was saying the eye test definitely passed, and not just talent-wise, but very smart player.
It's the personality as well. Yeah, for sure.
What's it like being out of Liquid jail?
Now I am in a different jail. So.
But everyone here speaks Portuguese. Yes.
That's different, so makes sense for me.
Is there a big change when you go from that international lineup back to all Brazilians, right? Because there is a cultural shift. Are you feeling that a bit?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it feels like home here. I am really happy to be with these guys.
And everyone here gets along, right?
Yeah. Fallen is a nice guy. Casarado as well. This guy, not so much. Yeah. And Yuri is a nice guy as well.
So no big egos all fighting for time to talk.
No fighting.
Do you see what I'm doing and you're just not picking up the bait?
I need to be calm and collected, so.
Having a good time. Do you feel like you play better in this lineup?
I have a lot to improve, but yeah, I think I'm playing better.
So it's interesting. We talk about you leaving Liquid. I'd love to talk to Casarado about choosing to stick with Furia again, long term. What is it about this organization that you love so much?
I think I start in this organization, and I want to stick with them because I believe in my team, believe in everyone behind the scenes, and I think that's this.
Is Skulls good enough to play with you?
He's a fucking baiter. Just kidding. He's a good person, and he loves CS as well, and he play really well in his role positions, like a solo side or something like that. And I'm happy with him.
Best Brazilian team, if we had to rank them, are you at the top?
Yeah, we are for sure.
I love confidence. Thank you so much, gents.
Furia versus Team Liquid for a spot in stage 2. I mean, the script writers couldn't write it any better. And a lot is going to come down to some of the newest and youngest players on these rosters, namely Skulls on Furia. Skulls, how has it been integrating into Furia? How have they made sure that you feel comfortable on the server?
I mean, Fallen always put me in the right place and the right time. I feel like I have a lot of freedom here, so I can do the stuff that I like to do, and I can call some things that I like to do as well. So yeah, that's the main thing.
So I guess being able to talk in Portuguese in those important moments, or in Brazilian Portuguese, is also helping a lot?
Yeah, of course. It's very easy to speak in my national language. I mean, it's easier that way.
Okay. You're playing Liquid, of course, so I have to ask, are you confident that, knowing that you have a lot of inside knowledge, of course it has changed a bit with the new members, but that you will have the right strategies going into this important match?
Of course, we cannot forget about our game. I mean, we are playing some really good CS right now, so I am really confident. Of course, we did our studies at their game, and I think that's enough for us. I mean, we are just going to focus on our game and, yeah, the prep as well.
Wonderful. Obrigada. So now I will head over to the other side, because for Team Liquid, it's also a unique opportunity to, get a big scalp and head into that stage 2. And Ultimate is a big part of that story. Ultimate, I want to ask you about your integration into Team Liquid. How are they making sure that you can play the best CS you want to play?
Yeah, first of all, they're being nice, good people. We are getting along really well, outside the game. We're having a lot of fun, just doing the games, doing the practice matches. Integration outside the game is very important for me. They're giving a lot of support, even though I'm making mistakes as everyone, and I'm not they're not getting mad at me or stuff like this, so it's very nice.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that philosophy, because as younger players, sometimes you do take a lot of risks and sometimes it backfires. So how do they talk about that? Are they telling you, sure, try those, dangerous peaks maybe, because we'll see how it goes?
Yeah, I mean, there is the only way to learn is to just go and make mistakes, That's what they taught me. I'm just trying my best to make as few mistakes as I can. It's most likely impossible, but I'm just trying my best. And they're supporting it, so it's okay.
Lovely. It's been fantastic to watch. Good luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Back to you.
Shock setting up this series wonderfully, because not only is there a spot at stage 2 up for grabs, but we're seeing Skulls going up against the org that he was a part of just a few mere months ago. We've had a roster shuffle up here on the desk from one day to another. We've got Bubsky to be breaking this one down, because you're, I guess you could say, a recent expert of Liquid. Back at Blast, they were taking the competition by storm, right?
Yeah, I mean, we talked with Katie and behind the scenes. I think everybody knew that the roster would be different, right? But nobody expected it to really be better than what we saw last time. I think the community sentiment was that this was going to be worse for a bit, and maybe they can qualify for the major in the North American region by bringing in JKS, but right of now, they are the best team in this plane.
Yeah, from the Asian RMR to the NA RMR with this matchup, but the start has been incredible for Team Liquid, yet to lose with the new roster, right? The Ultimate was a big question mark. How will he adapt to Tier 1 Counter-Strike? How will he perform against some of these teams? And he's been doing great. A very healthy environment for him, right? Obviously, mistakes are going to happen, but no point on dwelling about it. It's just about, getting through the motions and getting used to playing in this new Team Liquid squad.
Be honest with me, Anko. This is the first time that we've actually got to talk about Liquid on a broadcast, because they weren't back at EWC. When you saw the news, JKS and Ultimate joining this team, out of 10, how happy were you? How content? How excited were you for this prospect?
I could say a 7 probably, because, you know, JKS is a known quantity. He's a veteran player, fits in great with the likes of Twist, Naf, right? And then it's only about Ultimate. I swear to you, I didn't know who he was, right? And then it was about the scouting that they did. How will he perform in that role? If he does a decent enough job, you know, there's a lot of potential for the lineup. There's a lot of things that you can like, and also how will Twist play that he's a full-time IGL, and they've ticked all the boxes really early on, right? But we always say for new teams, it's not about how they do while things are going well, it's once they hit the first couple of obstacles, you know, how will they handle that?
Did you know anything about Ultimate prior to him joining Liquid, Bobs?
Yeah, I mean, I did an interview before they signed him, right? And I talked a little bit about him. And the only reason why I know this guy is I played against him on FaceIt with like the Danish deck with Steven and all those guys. And we would constantly meet this guy. And he's such a puck hero. But all of a sudden, he's also a tier 1 hero, right? I think he's proven himself relatively quickly. But I liked the change, right? I think everybody looked at Skulls and saw he was miserable in his position. Never knew the timings. Cadian strats and his beliefs never was trusted. Like, just get the trash.
Say it how it is, I guess, Bobski.
Get the trash out.
Get the trash out.
You know what they say, Bobski? One's man trash is another man's treasure. And I think that's what Furia feels with the Skulls edition.
Yeah, Skull seems like mega happy, just from like a vibes level. Back at EWC, like he was super chatty. I was doing a couple of interviews with him. He was really coming out of his shell. Was like the antithesis from what we saw at EPL when, you know, we were trying to do the lobby segments with them. We were trying to get some catch-ups when they were coming for the playoffs games. He'd always be dodging the camera. He seems like complete 180 just in terms of on a personal level. Have you seen that extend into the server as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's no secrets that, you know, the vibes weren't great in the Team Liquid camp towards the end. You know, everyone was unhappy with everyone. And here he is trying to prove himself on the first international team, having to communicate in English. Things aren't going great, right? And he gets an opportunity from that experience to go to the best team in Brazil, to go from Cadian to Fallen, right? To talk in Portuguese, to play alongside the likes of K Cerato and Yuri and so forth, right? And from very early on, the first games that they played, he was very vocal about how great of a time he's having. And yesterday in the series against Imperial, he was the highest rated player for Furia, and you can see some of the reasons why he was picked up by Liquid in the first place as well.
I mean, personally, I also always enjoyed to play on local teams, like national teams only, like Danish. I had multiple chances to go to international ones, but staying on a local team, speaking your language, getting the vibes, especially when you are a lurker, like you want to feel the timings and the communication really needs to flow inside such a team. And don't forget, Skulls, before getting picked up by Liquid, was one of the best talents down in that region. He was dominating. They paid mega bucks for him. I'm kind of interested to know how much they actually got him for Furia, because he is a talent still, but he just didn't prove it on Team Liquid.
Skulls obviously looking really good yesterday. From the other side of the server on Liquid, JKS looked super solid in their series yesterday versus Pain. Did you expect him to be, you know, the man showing up in that series yesterday?
I expect JKS to be good. He's a good player. Like his removal from G2 was one of the most mind-boggling roster changes that we've had in recent history. I mean, the guy is a proven player on the biggest of stages in the playoffs, right? A safe pair of hands, which is exactly what you want from your anchor. Is he the perfect player? No, but is he good enough to be on this Team Liquid squad? I think absolutely, and he's shown that yesterday as well.
And he also gives them the opportunity to stay within the North American region and getting to the major relatively easy, right, with those 7 spots coming in. And also one thing about JKS, he's one of the players you can like leave to alone, right? It felt with Nexa, he kind of needed a lot of support. I know it's not Nexa, right, but back in G2, JKS is a player you can just put on a position and you don't really need to babysit him, right? He can do his own thing, he can get one, he'll play smart, he can use his aim, and it's rare to find those sort of players, especially with experience.
You said 7 out of 10 for Ultimate and JKS during the Liquid. What was your rating of Twist becoming an in-game leader? Like, how happy are you that he's made that decision to move his career that way?
I mean, initially on paper, you're not happy because he's still pretty young. So he has time to do that later on in his career. But also, if you're one of those players that just is very vocal and very confident, right? Like, then maybe just better to take it over than to be the second voice to someone and constantly, you know, yap and think you know better, right? Okay, if you think you're that guy, just go ahead and do it. I think actually Twist is what Ykinder thinks he is, right? And that's why it works this time around, because Twist can actually get it done. He can actually pull it off. He has more experience being around, you know, Kerrigan for a couple of years in FaZe and having a lot of international success and so on, and already being a mature. I think he's 24 or something like that, but he's been on the pro scene for 7 years already, right? So he's a lot more mature than maybe his years indicate, and yeah.
There you go. They're wrapping your whole sentence up for you.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of his tenure, he's been under some incredible in-game leaders, right? Like, even if he takes a few little nuggets from each of those, surely he's got, I mean, almost 10 years worth of experience being able to put on the server.
Yeah, I mean, he's learned from the best, right? And I'm not really worried about him being an IGL short term, but it's the long term thing, right? Are you going to be the guy who shows up to practice in 6 months and new strats, new ideas, new defaults, telling people to stop baiting, stop doing having these hard conversations is also a part of being IGL. I don't know how technical Mithral will be in this roster, because he's not shown earlier in his early rosters that like they were very tactical approaching. So I'm going to be interested to see who will carry on that torch in the long term.
I'm interested to see the veto with this one, because we know that obviously Furia loving playing a bit of Nuke recently, loving Inferno yesterday with that 13-0.
Yeah, and also, I mean, for Liquid, who's only played at Blast, they played 6 maps already, at least once, right? So everything outside of Vertigo, while for Furia, it's really only been 4 maps that they played, and a lot of it has been Nuke. So we're still unfamiliar with how deep their map pool is, so that's what makes this veto a bit interesting.
It's also hard for Liquid to know which maps they actually want to play, right? Because all the strats you had with KDM back in the day, you probably want to scrap most of it and start from afresh, right? And see where you can build from this point. And I think it's really on the premise of Twist being the IGL now. Which maps does he enjoy, right? And also probably asking his players, like, what do you guys actually want to play? Where with KDM, you're probably going to get a little bit more dictatorship.
Orange map team, I guess. Shocker, Janko.
Yeah, of course, that seems to be the trend nowadays.
All the Zoomers love it.
Freya, the spring-summer 2024. But yeah, I don't know if Furia just does go for Nuke. Yes, they do indeed. I mean, we saw that 13-0 on Inferno, so I don't think they'll object to that being the decider. But where does Liquid want to take this? I think Furia vetoes probably does too in the second phase, and then it's left between Mirage and Inferno. So Liquid may be getting rid of Inferno here, and we get Mirage as that decider.
Yeah, I think so. I think the thing with the Inferno is I think it is a map that suits Twist and the guys relatively well, because you can give a lot of freedom to the individuals, right? You can make Yikindar take banana control without having to babysit him. You can also make Nav take apps control and still default on a relatively safe scale compared to other maps like Nuke or whatever, right? Where you really need to actually have your strats set in stone before you actually join the server.
Let's talk a bit about Anubis, Liquid's pick in this series. We saw them playing it yesterday, obviously versus Pain, twice versus Na'Vi back in Copenhagen. Obviously they won both of those series. I wasn't necessarily expecting them to come that hot out of the gate. They were close maps though, so can you tell us any kind of insights you saw from Liquid back at Blast?
I mean, it was actually pretty interesting to look at a guy like Ultimate. He had those moments where he just killed 2 or 3 people and then he played safe. It's not really that often we see Orbis nowadays actually have that instinct in them. They often get 1 or 2 kills and then they go super crazy and wants to get the A's, right? Wants to get the HLTV highlights. But this guy seems a little bit more calm, like brings a lot of assertiveness on the CT side. And also, of course, Naf, when you have an anchor like him, he's one of the best in the game right now, especially against the likes of a Furia. He's very used to dealing with those type of situations.
Yeah, and I think for the side of Furia, right, just the layout of Anubis suits them. Fallen Stylist, playing a lot of default, right, trying to find openings, then being patient, playing time, forcing your opponents to make moves and then punish them. And Anubis, just the way it is, it plays well into that, but they benefit a lot from playing from ahead, doing that, because on the other side of things it can snowball out of control.
And let's also be honest with ourselves, one of the reasons why Liquid are working is because this guy, right? Because he's still being a star player while also having the IGL banner behind his back, right? And is this gonna be working like over the long term? That's my question. If he can keep up this level, surely Team Liquid is back in like top 5 again. But if he just falls off slightly, I'm kind of scared about the individual level from a guy like Yikindar, and also Ultimate when he comes up against the likes of a Monisi and those guys on the bigger stages.
I feel like with all, you know, the recent recent roster changes with Liquid. This guy's kind of flown under the radar a little bit, coming in as the coach. Did you ever have any run-ins with him, Bobski?
Not particularly, but I've always played against him, and we've been friends outside the game. He's a social coach, I would say. I think he still has learned a lot more about the tactical side of things over the time, but he's always been used to the guy like giving the high fives and those type of things. But I think Liquid, from my understanding, it was actually Twist who wanted this guy. So, I mean, it says a bit. I think he maybe have seen some of his work with... He does some demo side thing where Twist maybe was impressed by his work and thought he was a good addition. It's not like great coaches is hanging on the trees.
Yeah, I think also Twist is not just an in-game leader, but he feels like that leader of men too. So he has a lot of the stuff covered. So when you have an in-game leader like that and a lot of veteran players, basically everyone outside of Ultimate, it's mostly your job to help facilitate Twist and give him more options and help him with his work, and also just make sure that the players are comfortable and confident, right? Because the guys will take care of these situations, and okay, in this particular roster, just probably working with Ultimate one-on-one and sort of getting him up to speed and just so he can constantly get better and adapt to Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
Perhaps some of our viewers at home are choosing to watch through Face It Watch. So Janko, please give your recommendations now as to which player POV they should be looking at specifically for this first map of Anubis. What do you think?
I definitely go with Naf. I agree with Bobski. He's been, lights out, the best SMG player in the world right now. He's just been on a roll with the SMGs. On the side of Furia, I think Serato, right? Always a joy to watch. Mr. Consistent, and they've seemed to have found a new fire now with this new roster.
I would actually watch Skulls to see if he's actually improved on those timings we spoke about in Liquid. There's so many demos of this guy just camping in mid-round situations where he actually supposed to do stuff. I think it was largely due to the communication barrier. Now he's in a team where it's local, they have the vibes going. He needs to find those kills that he did back in Pain, because back then he was the best in the region.
In terms of predictions, who is this going to, and how many maps? Do we get all three?
I hope so. I wanna see a good series, right? I mean, Liquid has been looking dominant so far. They took down Na'Vi 2 times, right, in the same tournament. Furia hasn't looked too shabby themselves, so hoping they can make it close.
I mean, this is one of the best matches in the play-in we're gonna get. So I'm gonna be saying 2-1 for Liquid, even though I think it's heavily in favor of Liquid. Could be a 2-0 as well.
Well, we've got our predictions, we've got our teams, and we have our maps. The one thing we need to do is throw it on over to our casters. It's Liquid versus Furia for a spot at Stage 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024.
Yeah, this really is the big fixture of the day. I think Liquid taking on Furia. As we got to the end of last season, the two kind of real top dogs of the Americas were both in need of changes, both Liquid and Furia, to try and get back to former glory. And as Skulls was removed from the picture for Liquid, he then gets picked up by this Furia squad, and it's safe to say that from what we've seen so far, the changes are looking good for both sides here.
Yeah, I think everyone won in that engagement, right? And Liquid have certainly built a powerhouse of a team. It's always a question when you put so many star-studded players on a roster that will it really work out? Is this going to be healthy? Is it going to be overrated? But Twist seems to have fallen into that in-game leader mantle pretty well from the few series we've seen from Liquid. Honeymoons are great, but what about consistency here for this new Team Liquid organization and roster, as we have Ultimate, new to Tier 1, coming in with a bang, and Skulls on his revenge arc facing his former team. We're getting into Anubis, a map Liquid already took off of the world #1 twice back in Copenhagen. So this should be the easy feat, right?
Well, we'll have to see how much is Skulls fired up by this, because he looked lights out yesterday in their matchup versus Imperial. So let's see if Skulls will get his catharsis here versus Liquid. Naf, with these dual Berettas, going to be the first point of contact in the round by the looks of things. And he's facing off against Skulls straight away. We'll deal with him, but there's Serato. There's many heads to the Beast of Furia, and it's even more damage done downrange from Serato's Glock. However, Ultimate is the man of the hour. 2 kills in response from the USP posted down at Dark. A quick flick back to B main. And Team Liquid are well and truly in the driver's seat here.
Extremely impressive second kill on that B main player. No business winning that, but now this is a retrieval mission. Furia looking to get that bomb back under their control, and Yakinda has stalled it out with another smoke. Just going to be waiting behind it is Yuri, and careful, he is in a corner. Covered for now. Liquid don't need to die on this hill, but it seems like they want to. 3 players ready to fight together. Flash comes into the face of Yakinda, but Yuri's not playing yet. He's waiting for the big flank from Keserato. JKS holding the back of the spawn. There's another Goosh. This could definitely get out of control. Yuri flashing his way in, trying to run them down. Blinds himself. Yakinda in the corner. Julies get another kill. It's Ultimate with a 3-piece in the round, but he's got to be careful. Falling back now. 20 seconds. Yuri basically forced to commit to this site into the 2-man hold.
Well, it takes that first contact, and now it's just JKS left to beat for Yuri. Surely not. Surely they don't turn it around. Yuri, take a bow. Beautifully done in the clutch. Breaks those fights apart perfectly. And so a statement made from Yuri to open up this game. They don't care that Liquid have taken down Na'Vi here.
2v4, 1v3. And that's despite Ultimate's best efforts. Some excellent shots hit by the young Polish player, but Yuri goes one step further.
Oh, I'm excited for how loud this is going to be.
Yeah, there's definitely some... Yeah, it's just that regional aspect, right? Even though Liquid aren't majority North American, it's still definitely the hope, the representation of Canada, without a doubt, and NA. So Furia, they've faced this org many times. Those are some despicable shots for NAF. Over the top of the smoke. Somehow Ultimate's crept himself in here. And Liquid looking to respond very quickly to what was a clutch-up round from Yuri in the previous.
Right. NAF, maybe best SMG player right now.
That's what they were saying. I'm here to believe.
It's crazy.
Oh, did he know?
I'm not going to get forced out, but dude, the MP9's beating the AK.
It's a sniper.
I don't know how NAF has done this. He's changed the way they work.
Because he's just AD and hitting those juicy dinks.
Oh.
Gets back in cover as well. Doesn't need to check this. Ultimate
Step was
has
made.
it on lock. Yeah, they know where he is, but he's seen a barrel. He's looking for a 3rd kill in the round. NAF does everything you feel, but is it enough? It wasn't last round for Ultimate. Keserato's out B main. Going to try flash cross with the bomb. Yuri on this late lurk. Ultimate is playing very patiently right now, and he's going to get a reward for that. It's JKS on a main push, leaving Keserato, the king, in the clutch.
Still, he's got a lot to do here. I mean, Yuri was able to break up fights in that last clutch attempt, but this time he's just getting pincered from both sides. There's no say-so there for Keserato. He just had to be lights out in the head-to-head. So, sure, you had Ultimate with a really good pistol that wasn't able to get converted upon, but they don't do the same to NAF. They do capitalize on the hat-trick that he puts up from his MP9. Dude,
these kills were
it's
just
so
sickening.
insane. Like, the way he goes toe-to-toe with rifles at long range on an SMG, he's not like, bum-rushing 2 blind players point-blank through a smoke. These are long, drawn-out fights that he's able to close on the MP9.
Just so hard to hit, right, with that ADing there from range. It's really annoying to deal with for Furia. That's, a crash back to reality. Hit the earth at breakneck speed. And NAF now goes to an M4. On Yakinda floats dark with the MP9. Furia, meanwhile, they've walked through a smoke. They have pretty good timing here, but it's still being watched by Twist, who can block this position. Step by step, Furia moved into what seems to be an A split. Twists and JKS on the same site here. I don't think they're ready for this pace. The 4 players coming for the camera. That smoke comes in late. It's just JKS on the site.
Gonna have to do something miraculous. But it's just a double kill from JKS in the site hold. Shot in the back as they wrap in through camera. They're getting up through main. He had a lot of angles to worry about there, but getting out with a double has at least kept Liquid interested in this retake. Ultimate moving out has spotted Yuri. That one's free. Keserato, immediate reply.
Oh, no.
And now Skulls, they know where he is out in middle.
Oh, dear.
Blinds himself, but the molly's gone too deep out of Yakinda, so he can look for this 1v1. And now it's just NAF. Off the bomb, the Tech 9 kills come through for Skulls. The revenge arc there. He doubles up.
The smack talk is beautiful already.
Dude, that's a real kicker. You could, if he lands that molly in the right place, they win the round.
Yeah, goes a little bit too deep. Skulls just shimmies round it despite flashing himself. And oh, that bomb was very close, but I feel like Naf still made the right call to get off it. Trying to take the fight, trying to take it in his hands, and Skulls hits the last bullet Tech 9 tap to take the round back. We've had traded rounds so far. Will anyone land on their feet, or are we still going to keep spinning? Ultimate gets back to this position. They've seen it before. But I love how early he gets this control with the A-stairs smoke. They've got to consider this now, right? They've seen it. Ikinda trying to bait for him on this aggressive, dark position. Oh, he still hits the Deeg. Nice flick on stairs. Ultimate going for the fight. Takes down Queserato as well. So Liquid don't want to let this die. They want to keep fighting for the economy game right now. Back and forth we go. 4-on-3. Furia closed the gap in main.
Skulls and Fallen moving in here. While Cello tries to clamp down over in middle, and he might get rewarded for this patience. Twist comes walking his way, and that one is free. Now the B-pop looks to come through. Ultimate dead down in dark. They've dispatched to that danger man. He went aggressive up through water, and Cello keeps finding results out through mid. That is clinically done for Furia.
Wow. That's more like it. Some very crisp shots. No SMG smoke sprays. Furia field 3 rounds on this T side already. We saw Liquid take down some Brazilians yesterday, and that was almost without twists on the first map of Anubis. He went stone cold until we got into overtime, and we saw a lot more output from him. But if anything, that's a good sign for Liquid that they could get it done without this star player turned in-game leader. But right now, it seems like we need everyone online because Furia are coming through with focus. Full spray for Yuri, and the round is done in the blink of an eye. 4-1 to the Brazilians.
Yeah, very impressed with what Furia are giving us out of the gate. I mean, this isn't Liquid sitting back on their laurels and letting the rounds just kind of wash over them. There's been a lot of... bloody hell. There's been a lot of moves early in this game. There's been a lot of aggression from the CTs. They're constantly trying to create gaps, create opportunities. And Furia have been able to withstand it every step of the way. It's been a good look from the Liquid CT side, and Furia haven't minded.
Nice
Yuri
combo for Cello.
certainly ain't as well. 9-3.
Yeah.
Like, guys looking straight unhinged to open up this series. Wins the clutch in the pistol. Continues finding success when the rifles come out. It's looking scary with this hot start from a terrifying trifecta. Queserato, Skulls, and Yuri all looking good to open this up for Furia.
2 clutches already for Furia is such a great sign. Twist, he's playing that pick, so he gets the molly in, but Cello's already out as the flash expires. JKS from main trying to assist Twist. He takes that contact first with a wide swing. Bomb still makes it in. It's Twist inside of the smoke, just trying to buy time. Trying to isolate fights, knows they could already be out A main. He is feeling very constricted right now. As Furia try and go heaven, the double swing comes in, and Yuri is still an animal. Double up, 12-3. He's looking for every kill in this A site. Skulls takes a dink, still survives, and even with a miss molly, 2 low players means Ikinda can get his revenge.
Yeah, this is nearly a repeat round. The one that came back to haunt Liquid. Did they see him? Ikinda. I think they did. Skulls looks homed in. They're holding on to this. Both players so low that had to have been commed across, and Yakindar gets given that first one for free. He holds, he waits. Yuri with 3 kills deep and all of them clean. Low on health though, has one chance to deal with Yakindar. And that chance just moves past him there. Now he's going to commit to the plant, but Yakindar calls his bluff. Bomb goes down, and so now it's Yakindar on the clock. Yuri cannot withstand a drawn-out fight here. He's got to end this cleanly if he wants to pick it up, and he will! Yuri, that is clinical. There is no stopping him right now. Another clutch goes his way.
prime Yuri at the moment, right? Que Serato, we call him Brazilian royalty, but right now Yuri is on that throne. My God, this double spray into a 1v1. You think he has no chance. Yakinda plays that well. He stalls. He realizes he might have been spotted. Waits for the repush for Skulls. And Yuri just clips his head over the site.
Yeah, I think the one thing it's sad about there is like, Yakinda's normally the guy that just kind of is down to run in, down to get involved early. Fallen's got the tabs!
Oh dear. This is a Furia who are here to play today. No doubt about it. They're doing this one for Skulls. And he's doing it too. 5-1. They don't want to walk into this B stack, so Furia pull out. Go back for that bomb.
In that last one, that was like the one time ever you've seen Yakinda not just barrel at the enemy.
I mean,
and
if anything, him just wide swinging and just running down Yuri, even after the plant,
even if it's a fake plant, like, he's super low. He is to kill you straight away.
Yeah.
Now you've put the pressure on yourself.
They knew he was low. There's no question there. So that is Liquid feeling the burn. They're feeling the pressure right now. On paper, a matchup they should be winning, but Furia, they say, you're not the only one on a honeymoon. We just came back from EWC with some fantastic gifts along the way. A run through those BO1s. A Nuke Masterclass, which is our second map of the series, folks. They took down the Mongols there as well. So this series has something in store for sure. Not in this round. Liquid just trying to get out with some guns, hope that Furia come hunting. I'm still glad that even with the way these... It's not been the early rounds that have been problems for Liquid, it's been these clutches for Furia. They've already found 3 massive... hugely consequential clutches in this game, but I like the Liquid are playing these aggressive starts. They're not afraid to make moves. They're putting ultimate in these deep positions down in water. Nav is taking a lot of fights. Right now, those are good signs for Liquid. It is CT Anubis. We'll see if they can warm in.
Certainly good signs. What you really don't want is for this to be... I like that replay. You don't want this to be like one of those games where you look back at it and you go, well... Yeah, we could have had like a 6-all first half, but we lost every single clutch moment, so it ended up being super one-sided.
Yeah.
It's good that they're still playing with the same confidence and they're still getting into these good positions, but we have to see them close one of them out. You don't want Furia to feel like they're never out of a round, right?
Yeah.
You want them fearful in 1v3s, not with the expectation that they're going to win them. It becomes very demoralizing for Liquid as well if that keeps up.
You can ride off the pistol, you can ride off that Skulls 1v2. I think the Yuri 4K is
that's the one that hurts.
Double heaven swing, he sprays both. That's madness. 1v1 with Yakinda, who plays it too safe, you could argue. We've got a double AWP here for Liquid. Yakinda's pulling one out. We've got a lot of AWPers on this team, I just realized. A lot of X-second AWPers. Yakinda is not who I expected to be donning it. But let's see what he's got. Through the smoke, and Yuri, well, we know what he's good for right now. 15-3, just 1 bullet to him. Nav gonna break it, but he's not playing for this fight. This is suddenly a very uncomfortable B-bomb site with only Nav inside of it.
Well, they've pulled everyone around towards this B site. They've at least, kind of got ahead of the Furious site take, but they still left a man down. Ultimate going to do what he can to change that, and the AWP rattles off to bring this back into a 4-on-4, but there's the bomb plant for Furia. Yuri has got so much room as he's embarking on a backstab. The patience on Twists is crazy, and it means that they are going to learn about this flank sooner rather than later. It could have been devastating if Yuri gets all the way into CT, but even his presence being felt over towards the temple side there is concerning enough. You're now worried. You want to try and flush him out, but that takes too much time. Time that Liquid don't have. And so this one might just get written off on positioning alone.
You put that right. Twist dying there is almost a blessing in disguise, because if not, he's going to get 3 kills in CT. At least now Liquid have the option to save their guns. It's not exactly a win for Liquid, but it could have gone so much worse. Yuri, more brutal entry work.
This is mad. This is an absolutely insane game from Yuri. We're all in. He has the same kills as his whole team combined, bro.
Yeah.
He is on another level right now. It's Yuri, and then the 4 guys that Yuri's playing with, and that's it. This one dude is absolutely ruining Liquid's day.
7-1.
This is a Liquid that haven't lost since they formed the roster and that took down Na'Vi twice over.
Yeah.
And now Yuri is saying, who's Na'Vi? Look at him go.
Ultimate going for his typical pick. We see him do that a lot already. He was doing it yesterday as well. But I think Furia have got to be aware of that, right? They know what they're up against. That's a nice deep lurk smoke. It gives quite a lot of room. Skulls is walking out, but Naf nades it. And so Liquid, a 5-on-4 untraded. This may be one of the better situations they're going to get, so time to make the most of this. Twist holding for the mid lurk. Still too strong on A. That AWP has gone back to this side of the map. Fallen, hoping someone steps a little bit too wide. He has the bomb though, so Fallen getting spotted would give away the aim of the game. If he's going to get it, he wants a kill as well, and Yakinda just peeks around the smoke with a nade out. Caught off guard completely. Yuri will not be. 17-3 on Yuri. This is an animalistic game right now. He's finally going to get put down. JKS stuck behind the site. His team are starting to arrive. Ultimate covering from Spawn, but JKS will not last long. It's onto Twist. Kill from the drop. Does he know they're close? He's got to get a reload off. Fakes it out with a pistol to find a dink, but it's onto the new man. Ultimate 1v1 with the bomb down.
Liquid have not won these moments in the entire map so far. This has to be the turning point. And Ultimate finally takes one of these clutches over the line. Every other one of these 1v1 moments has gotten away of Furia so far 3 times over. But Ultimate, that round there, finally deals with a Furia clutch. And so Liquid, it's about time they get on the board in a proper way now.
Immediate timeout for Liquid, right? Because sure, they saved in the round prior, gave them a bit more money. They don't have to worry about economy at the moment, but there are definitely holes. There are definitely problems already, and Furia are prodding them. The scoreboard is still ridiculous with Yuri up at 17 kills after less than 10 rounds of play. And the impact that those kills have carried is monumental. Kinder 3-9, the other end of the scale. Ultimate going back for a pick, close B main. They've liked these contact plays and they've liked this lurk smoke even more. He holds for it.
Uh-oh. They know that the orb's stuck in here. Ultimate going to try cross out, but
dear.
Nothing's free there. They pay the price. They lose that AWP on the angle, and they've invited Furia into the B site.
He actually hasn't been beast. We didn't realize the lurk smoke they're throwing is very deep. He actually jumped back into the open there. That's why Cello got the spam. Yakinda's stuck alone at the back of the site, and Keserato follows up. Out of nowhere, a double emerges. Is that enough?
I mean, the Twist backstab has given them some reason to be interested, but they know that Twist is here now. JKS is suddenly the unknown quantity, so he's going to be the one to try and play on into this first, hoping that their attention is on Twist, that he can find a kill to invite Liquid in, and he falls at the hands of Skulls. It's Cello's time in the limelight for Furia, a big 3K to open up that. One on the entry onto Ultimate, a follow-up kill onto the backside player. I think it was Naf.
Yeah, I don't think there was a way to escape there for Ultima. He had to leave the second he took that first shot, but he's scared of spam. You can see him cross into the open side of that smoke, and so that's like that's not necessarily a traditional lurk smoke. Usually they land closer to main, so there's not actually a gap on either side. But Furia, they put 2 gaps on that smoke to crawl out of. Works to their benefit there. Fallen holding con this time, as Liquid set up for an aggressive A push. Something that caught Na'Vi off from time to time with Molly over rugs and flashes to follow perhaps. Yuri's tucked in a break back position. He finds a double kill again. Fully blinded, doesn't give a damn.
Oh, this is
that.
so brutal.
Yeah.
All across the map, everybody wins their fights for Furia.
I wish I spoke Portuguese.
Damn, and man, like on these A pushes, when Yuri's there, JKS thought he kind of met his match in bit for Na'Vi, someone who's been very good at dealing with him, but then you come up against 19-5 Yuri, and it's a whole different story. It's a whole different ball game.
What's the feeling like for Skulls as well? Sure, he had his early clutch. He got his flowers, you know, on an important force buy round, and since that point, he has just been, you know, well, with other 3 players of Furia in the backpack. And now you can start to take some liberties here. Play like you got nothing to lose, because after a 9-round T-side, let's have fun with it.
I mean, we always say that you want to be winning it out on the T side, but this is really winning.
Yeah.
You could lock in double digits here and now. Skulls will get run through. So they lose control over towards B. This is a good spot for Team Liquid to be in. And Yuri is now dealt with as well on those players coming back from B main. So Team Liquid, they're trying to deny the double digits for Furia. They want to aim for 3 on the half here, and they're in a very good spot to accomplish that.
Yeah, Naf's in spawn. 2 on A. There's not really a way back in. I like the Liquid aren't jumping the gun here. They're not pushing too far. They've just locked Furia in a box. They know they've got them certainly constricted. It's a beautiful flick for Fallen, but it's only a leg shot. Serato taking down JKS, but I'm not going to get worried.
You've lost all but one of the clutches so far. This is surely one that you're able to put away. Serato holds on for more main aggression, gets given that for free. They've faced him again. They've given him 2 1v1s, but he's very, very low on health. Naf should have this in the bag, and with only 20 seconds left, there shouldn't be hope for Serato. There's Naf, the safe pair of hands to stop another one of those Furia clutches in their tracks. In a clash of titans, this is a game at inches. Were it not for 3 huge clutches for Furia, you could be looking at a far more even scoreline. Instead, Furia sit with a big advantage here, moving into the CT side of Anubis. They're sporting a 6-round lead over Liquid. The Liquid squad only just kind of finding their footing right down the tail end of that first half.
Yeah, there's no time for ifs or buts, or maybe even maybes. Liquid have to do it now on the T side right back. Some incredible rounds out of Yuri in this game already. But we've seen similar comebacks from Liquid on this very map against the aforementioned Na'Vi we were talking about there. Anubis wins back-to-back against world number 1. Sometimes you're just in that flow state, and Yuri feels pretty invincible right now. It's not too hot to handle for Liquid. They go for a mid-take.
If Fury was flowing anymore, he would be Liquid, right? That's the level you're at here. 19-6 on the guy. So Liquid coming into this pistol round slow. They want to leave nothing to chance here as they get this control over middle. Fury have lent heavy over towards B, but they start to make up for this by trying to take away that water control. So they're going to have 2 players flanking very, very quickly at least as they give up the A site. Instead of electing to play this retake setup, they bypass the dual Berettas in heaven, and that might be for the better for Team Liquid. The bomb could have gone down there.
They don't know how lucky they got. Keserato shot USP and then trades out to Julie, so he wants them to run him down thinking he's a USP. This is now very good for Liquid. They've got the flank locked, a 1-2 setup here, and you can just going to leave JKS running so that Yuri gets a little bit too confident for his own good. JKS shuts him out, and the Julies come flying in, but to no avail here for Furia. They fall in the pistol. It's a long road back, but Anubis T side has a way of getting you there.
Yeah, you know, if Liquid are going to pull this game back, they've at least kind of met the early conditions, right? Pistol round locked in, chance to start building some rounds early on their better side. And so what was feeling like a huge gap can start to get a hell of a lot smaller here if they find success, especially heading into that first rifle round, which is coming up in the next. In this one, it's just USPs for Furia, rushing out over towards B, and Naf said earlier, safe pair of hands for Liquid. He's going to mop up these kills. He has players now coming over to lend a helping hand to him, and Ultimate made quick work of the USPs. No funny business today. This is the one that really matters. This round right now is our test for how excited, how much more length this game has on it.
Ooh, Furia full eco'd, and now this is interesting. Ooh. They're going for this half buy with an MP9 and armor, and they're keeping 2k, so they actually still have a shot of winning this round and getting a huge economy upgrade and weapon upgrades, but at the same time, they can buy next regardless of the result. I really like this idea. I feel like we saw some, we saw this very, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, some French teams do this. Let's see how it pans out. Playing close SMGs. This is going to be a confusing thing to run into. Liquid are expecting M4s. They've seen the util. They know there's a buy, but they don't know what's behind it. Furia playing with the lead and playing for both success and failure. It doesn't matter what happens. They still win. It's a very interesting decision. Because as we've talked about, we've already seen what an MP9 can do. Very lethal weapon, and they're going to pop into dark in the right place at the right time, but neither player was anti-flash. They're both holding the entrance. That is ugly, and they're going to get turned to mulch. Bit of compost. Stinky.
Yeah, I mean, it was the double flash setup, right, that really haunted them there. First flash goes off. You think, okay, here's the moment to strike, and then that second one that's thrown in from further away just pops, and you're gone. So well handled from Liquid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they both just turned after the smoke.
Neither was anti from even the first grenade. It's a weird setup. You're not always expecting like the really far away flash there, but even so. but they can still buy. I wonder if Liquid have realized like what they just ran into, because that is not meta, but it's a very cool idea. Aggression on the B main side, full M4s.
Like Yuri, trying to be involved early on his say-so, right? And he had support there to go and take that B control. Liquid are trying to react quickly now after seeing that push out towards B. Ultimate moves in, but it's just the one and done from him. JKS late to the party, but still makes it work. And that's drawn back this early B lean for Furia. JKS has got space, but he's got to do a lot more, and he gets hounded down from the heavens. He's done his part to disrupt the CT setup, but that bomb was coming around to try and join him.
Still, you mentioned the disruption. Yakinda's actually slipped past him now in middle. He's found the big gap. Skulls is staying vigilant of this possibility, and Yakinda's going to walk right into it. That's an easy kill for Skulls. Only Naf left up, and luckily enough, he was A main anyway, so he's still got all right timing, but I think they just spotted him there, so they're going to swing together, and Furia are playing fantastic Team CS right now. 10-6. They win the second of 2 buys that they have in a row. And even though it didn't work out, I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that. More so when you have a lead. You know, early CT side after losing pistol. But I actually still really like that economy game for Furia. And if you win the SMGs, oh, you are in for a good time. Liquid, final timeout come through here. Flip side of that buy is, you know, Furia got 0 kills, right? So with the MP9, so it let Liquid farm even more money. They have got the AWP, they've got everything they need. Crucial round here for Liquid.
Ultimate tried his hand at the mid-fight. The triple B lean early for Furia. A little more lax over on the mid control, instead just dropping in that early util, and then Cello up and leaves. Right now JKS is trying to keep their attention over towards A main, and he has taken a good bit of space there on that push up and in. When you spot that smoke,
you just shoot him through it.
Yeah, I'm looking at where he died.
Yeah, you just shot him through the smoke. Unfortunate start for Liquid. They're going to go back to an A split.
I think, you know where Yuri is. Let's not go there. That's not a bad place to start here if you're Team Liquid.
Good advice.
This is where they're thankful that JKS takes that space over in main earlier in the round, right? It's given them room to launch the A play.
And more active spotting from Cello, because when we saw Twist in this similar position, giving up mid, I feel like at times he got caught, like not actually always spotting, sometimes like trying to help Justin in main, and then getting just rushed down by Tech9s, and his nades are going out too late. Cello's actively spotting. He can drop the molly the second he feels they're coming his way, and out it goes before their flash even lands. That's going to slow this split down for Liquid.
Cello and Queserato getting boxed in here. They're going to have to work some magic to get out of this. Looking favorable, wow. And Cello offers some up. Backstab him from Fallen. JKS going to have to plant that bomb. Ultimate holds the line out through heaven. First shot lands, but there's the flank arriving. Fallen gets out with the MP9. Ultimate's caught looking away, and Juzzy's wrapped onto through the heavens. It's Yuri and Fallen to make it happen there.
All right.
And a beautiful sight hold from Cello, who, as we mentioned, he was in a real rough spot. They've lost connector. You're getting wrapped through the heavens. You're getting pushed through main. He had to put up a multi-kill in kind of dire straits for Furia if they wanted to entertain that round.
Seen 2 of those 2v2s, 2v1s with JKS and Ultimate alive, where it feels like the comms aren't flowing great. It was that 1v2 in the pistol in the first half, where Ultimate's fighting from plat. JKS is hiding behind the site, and they get isolated right there again. JKS off the plant, Ultimate in the open to the flank. You know, the perhaps miscomms or lack of it, letting Liquid down there. And Furia's flank, it's done the work. Yuri's just having a field day right now. Having a ball. Liquid. They've at least managed to afford the orb. Again, going back for A main control as Yuri breaks the smoke. Tries to pick Warty. Akinda's coming back for his revenge. Got fairly good timing. Yuri feels like he's cleared out this position, so he's going to start rotating. There's actually no one towards Dark. That flash is good. It slows Keserato. It keeps his stack over strong on the A side, and the sooner Liquid go B, the better as far as they're concerned.
There's still this bit of util on Skulls over here at B, and as him and Fallen start to walk in towards Dark, if he's able to get a smoke off now, he shuts down one of these angles, but wasn't ready for so many players coming through Dark, so the smoke in main won't come to matter. Instead, the B site crumbles under the weight of that Team Liquid Dark push. And with the earlier kind of, peacocking over towards A main, it kept the attention of Furia really homed in on that side of the map, so they're just out of position to go for this round.
As well as Yuri, who cleared all of water with that nade, but Yakinda was actually tucked in below the mid window, so he clears water, he feels there's no one coming close, rotates out, and then the A main util comes in, so it really forces Furia to believe that A split is the play for Liquid. And a nice call to get into a weakened bomb site with only a dink from Skulls. If that's a kill, he can get out, he can drop util. Very different round, but headshot survived by Twists, and another round for Team Liquid. It's still a long road, though. The one where Furia have saved enough guns to continue buying.
Nice, fucking beautiful round, boys. Come through. B-rush.
B-rush coming.
Good read here for
my God.
Dalkin, but he's dead immediately. Akinda also caught in the fray, and while there was only 2 players leaning over towards this B site, it's very quickly reinforced from Furia. They lent heavy into middle to open up this round. And that might even serve them still in defense of B, because if you look at Cello, he's coming in on a backstab right now, all the way up through middle. They started strong in mid, and so that's given them a far better timing in the rotates and a far faster flank. Ultimate was not ready for it, and so once more, gets knocked out of the round, looking the wrong way. It's just Naf and JKS now. This was meant to be a triumphant B-rush for Liquid. They end up getting churned up, never even making it past the entrance to the site.
Well, someone's got an entry out of these two. Naffle. Drop a smoke CT. Fallen's in front of it. Very important that Cello didn't commit on that flank. He just got the kill and bounced. Still going to have to potentially play a retake here as the fights come down through the smoke. Naf takes 2. Yuri and Cello. A terrifying twosome, but Liquid are going for more kills. They have an escape route available if they want to take it. So they will, creeping all the way through. And now they start to run. Wonder if the Temple player hears that. I think Cello did. They're going to start to peel back. Not knowing of JKS's position. He could be anywhere. He could already be in the site. They never actually saw him. So got to be very cautious to Furia setting up for this retake in the site.
JKS plants the bomb, and Naf, providing this Overwatch, has spotted that first man out through camera. Naf, he needed 4 to win this for Liquid. He's low on health, 2 HP, and he can't finish the job.
Another for Yuri, another clutch. This guy is putting up round after round for Furia. Again, low HP will not stop this guy. What a beastly performance when they really need it. Liquid's map pick, Furia going to their pocket favorite, their new favorite map since Fallen became that guaranteed in-game leader with art removed. They have been experts on Nuke. This is all the makings of a 2-0 for Furia right now. Liquid. Nowhere in sight. Yuri swings again.
He's not scared at all. Yuri, he's got full faith in every fight he's taking, and so he's taking as many as he can. And that makes him so oppressive across the map. Kindar's been having a horrible time.
Yeah, that's such
trying
a
to
hard
face
fight.
off against him down towards Dark, because usually you're expecting some degree of respect there. Maybe they push and they prod and they give you those little jiggles, but they're not going to all in commit to it. What if the AWP's holding? What if there's rifles holding from back at the stairs? Yuri just doesn't care.
Yeah,
and so Kindar's felt like just fodder on that part of the map, being served up to Yuri time and time again.
It's not like he's getting like double swung with flashes. It's just dry 1v1 sometimes. That was pre-flash by Yuri, but god damn. I even like some of the combos they're doing. Last round where there was a smoke on left side B site, Fallen and Yuri both right-clicked a nade and a flash into the smoke at the same time. So the nade blew up and the B main players were blind. They had to tuck. Such a nice little combo, a nice little idea for Furia. The teamwork and the way they're playing off each other is super clean right now. Just going for standard 3-2-1 swings a lot. 5-on-3 here to close the map. 20 seconds. Missed shot for Keserato's second AWP, but Fallen is up close inside of the smoke. He can creep through. They catch him doing so. Twist won't let him get further. And these are some ugly whiffs for Keserato. Away, back in for Team Liquid as they try to take space towards heaven. I mean, this isn't even being retaken for Furia. Look at Cello. He's on B main. He's saving. So Liquid have actually broke back in a 3-on-5. A close position for Fallen punished. But Furia, they're fine going for the save. They know they have the rounds to play with. So may as well give it another go in the future.
I mean, Liquid is standing at a very scary point, right? Like you battle back in that one there. You got to hope that that's the crazy round. That's the one where you pull it back against all odds to get back in, and then you go on your streak now, because you're entering very murky waters otherwise. Furia, we haven't seen them play this map with this iteration of the roster. For Liquid, this has been one of their go-tos. It's the map that they've taken over Na'Vi both times they faced them on it. But then you look at what's coming up next in this series. What's down the pipeline, as it were. Nuke, that second map. Well, that was how at the EWC Furia went on their run. That was the backbone of it.
I mean, Furia even first banned this map yesterday, so all on trying to play smart with the vetoes. Was ready for the pick, I'm sure, today. Four chances for Furia to close out this map in regulation. Skull's jiggling main, ready to drop a molly. It's Liquid who are sweating right now, grinding their teeth.
Look at how much respect they forced out of Kindar down here. Like, just having to stand back at the stairs and spam.
Yeah, I wouldn't even want to take that fight.
I think he's had that realization now too.
For the best. Yuri's tamed himself a little bit, dropped a smoke anyway. Fury have lost all mid information. Cello's had to come back through and play towards that brick.
I mean, Fury are being very stubborn. They don't have a lot of info to go off of here, but they haven't seen anyone go mid with the smokes, and at present, Fallen hasn't heard anything over towards A main. So if JKS can apply a bit of pressure here, if he can get a kill in this final kind of 30 seconds of the round, and as Fallen goes the quick switch!
No,
That is brutal!
That's not
And that might decide it all, because now Furia don't dismantle the three-man stack. They keep all these bodies over towards B. Someone's going to be the hero, and Kindar's trying to be that man. The bomb rotating in. 15 seconds, but Keserato's out on an island. Gonna look to try and rob this one away from Liquid. That bomb crosses in. Keserato didn't hang around to fight it. So the plant comes through, but the spam connects. Twist's dead, and they can't get back to the bomb in time. It's not meant to be for NAF. As Furia rob that victory from Liquid, they stop the comeback in its tracks.
A bullet too short to close, and a quick switch they'll come to regret. That's a devastating way to lose the game.
Furia full steam ahead, and Liquid left high and dry on their map pick. And you know what, Yanko? Sometimes you just gotta hand Quesarado the AWP, I guess, for this insane last round of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Not known to be an AWPer Freya, but hey, it worked out this time around. Liquid running out of time, JKS punished for the quick switch. It all went spiraling out of control from that point on, and Furia still Anubis away from Team Liquid.
Yeah, and the Cinderella story of Liquid is now in question, right? They are picking their own map and actually have a, not even a close game, let's be honest, right? They start on the CT start, they get a really rough period, and they force that round towards the B area where they do the B rush, and after that period you kind of feel the game was already over. Furia with a great Anubis.
Yeah, we will talk about the challenges that Team Liquid faced on this map very shortly indeed, but I think we should start on the highlights. Yuri, he was absolutely on fire from the get-go. First half, 164 ADR after the first 12 rounds, 19 kills, just insane from him.
Yeah, I mean, the guy who's been in the shadow of Quesarado since forever, right? He is the second star of that duo who's been a part of Furia for so many years, right? We always question ourselves, would Quesarado ever leave, and would Yuri step up to the case to then be the main star of the team? Quesarado has stuck through with Furia through hardships. Now he's still here on the roster together with Yuri, and Yuri just have those moments where he can still look like a real top player.
Yeah, there was just so much impact from him. The 1v3 in the pistol, the clutch and the 4K in round number 6 and so on. And listen, Yuri was borderline a liability for this team, you know, in the last maybe even year, more than a year really, but this time around, I mean, especially in this game, he's been lights out, and perhaps the Fallen style suits him a lot more, and he's sort of like finding himself again in a way.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we want to see from a guy that we know can deliver in buckets and spades. And yeah, great stuff from him.
Yeah, I mean, it's also supposed to be Skulls, in my opinion, right? Those stats is in my opinion, gonna be mostly focused on Skulls. I know Skulls has a little bit more free rolls in the lurker positions than Yuri. I think Yuri has, I'm not sure if I'm gonna say already peaked in his career, but he's been like shown a lot of good qualities throughout the years. He will maybe step into a little bit of more of a supportive role and be giving space to Skulls to actually grow into somewhat of a Kisarazo player, because if you can have those two being the main stars of your team, you all of a sudden have a very, very good roster.
Should we dive into some of the challenges that Liquid faced on this map? I think round 4 makes sense to start off with. Yakinda gets one of his, few successful openers. Then what happens, Janko?
Yeah, but I think this is exactly, if Chaos was how you would describe Furia with Art on the team, this would be order, right? Like in this round, you can see how just the patience from Furia, right? Despite being a man down, they are patient, they're waiting for Liquid to make a move, they know that Liquid is an active team, and look at this, the kills just come to them. Liquid basically delivers the frags to them. They find 4 1v1s in a 3v4 situation, and in a span of 10 seconds, they win the all-important reset round and really force Liquid to eco from that. And it looks so simple, so easy, but that's how it can pay off when you're playing a team that likes to be on the aggressive side.
Yeah, and the issue in this situation is that it's uncoordinated pushes, right? It's okay to push in that scenario because you do need the information, right? But why is Twist not waiting for JKS? He's literally like 10 meters behind him. So just like communicate a little bit more. I was a little bit worried about Liquid in some of this situation, forcing a lot of individual plays.
Yeah, it looked a little bit disjointed coming from Liquid. Bubs, you had some issues with Yakinda on this map. Say it to them straight.
I think Yakinda is trying to force games, right? I think everybody have played with the guy who thinks he's the main character of the team. Sometimes I get that feeling with Yakinda. He buys an orb in this round, which is such a crucial point in the game. He sees the smoke coming in now, and then he feels like, yeah, let me just go right side of this one. And this is what you want from the smoke, right? Next round, or a couple of rounds later, you see him in a position where he's known that Falling could have crossed. He gives the smoke, and then all of a sudden he just crosses into his own death. A second mistake in a very crucial moment.
Yeah, it just seems sometimes a little bit...
and also the situation again, right? In a 1v4, why are you forcing so many duels, right? It ruins the economy, and it also puts you down on rounds. Like, there's a lot of problems with Yakinda behaving in those type of situations because it's so unreliant. You just flip a coin. If he gets that kill with the orb through the smoke, you're like, wow, he's a great player. But rather play a little bit more strategic instead of like just trying to force it.
Yeah, I think sometimes definitely forcing the issue, right, when it's unnecessary, maybe just let the round develop a little bit. And it's also sometimes that the players, when they are in a slump, they try to do too much to get out of it. It's hard to just sort of be patient in those situations, but could definitely benefit from a little bit more of that.
Yeah, but this is the issue with him, because this was actually what worked for him back in Virtus Pro. Like, he was the only aggressive part of Virtus Pro because all of the guys would basically stay in T-spawn, right? And then he would be the guy on Banana or whatever, like trying to find the timings. And I feel like he still has that syndrome inside Liquid where he wants to be, oh, I need to dictate the rounds, I need to make them happen. But I just feel like there's way too many players on the squad, Ultimate included, Twist, all those guys who can make the rounds for you.
Janko, in a weird roundabout way, you've kind of got what you want. You wanted Liquid pushed against the wall. You wanted to see how they respond. Probably not the greatest map to do it on. Nuke up next versus Furia of all teams. This is going to be a challenge, right?
Yeah, on one side, you know, obviously Furia is very comfortable on the map. They played it the most with the new roster. On the other side, they played it the most with the new roster. So you have the most information for them. This is the first time Furia has played Anubis, so Liquid couldn't get a lot of information to prepare an anti-strat and whatnot. On Nuke, they have the opportunity to do so, but it's not necessarily that they've lost the game in a strategic manner, just the individuals have also done more. I mean, Yuri, even in the clutch towards the end of the game, right, has been doing a lot. Skulls had that 1v2 early on with the Tech 9. Right now, the players from Furia are delivering some of those big moments that you expect from Team Liquid as well.
Also, Furia and Nuke in the old days, at least, right, with Art, they kept picking it, but they were one of the worst teams on T-sides, like, to actually approach this map, because they constantly just forced, oh, I'll be that guy who jumps down vent. Like, Art in some games on the T side would literally run down the vent 4 or 5 times, or at least try to, and get killed a couple of times.
Talk about the guy, I think he's the man of the team, right? Probably his picture in the dictionary next to that, but Furia under Fallen, a very different style, right? More measured, especially in the mid-round. If there's trades happening, right, they'll be a lot more patient. I think Liquid probably needs to back off a little bit in the mid-rounds. I know their instinct is to move and to do stuff. Try to when you think you should do it, wait 10 more seconds and then do it.
I also think one interesting point is that I think they've probably added maybe double the amount of smokes from the old roster that they can actually throw off lineups, right? Because it was so basic. Like, they only almost did the flip side wall with the old roster, and then they would send the guy down vents. They have probably developed a lot further. I know it's some time ago since Art was on the roster, but Fallen knows how to play Counter-Strike much more than Art.
Well, Furia already one map up in this crucial advancement series, and potential for them to do it into on their map pick of Nuke. That's coming your way after the break.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Lame duck in this man. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely from Fallen.
Welcome everyone to Brazil Spice Rating. I've got Furia with me, and they are going to rank our active Brazilian players into these categories. Let's start with your own team, perhaps. Where do you rank your players?
He has his own ranking right there.
His own? He needs like a new category?
Maybe
category
after Henny, maybe. Or only Henny, I don't know.
Where you put yourself?
You have to choose. It's you. Maybe Fallen or Henny.
Do you agree that Fallen and Henny are like close together in...
Yeah.
Yeah?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe? Okay. Caserato?
Caserato. You're toxic. Nah, he's not your toxic either. Only on practice.
Only on practice.
Everyone.
But it's also, I guess you also take into account like, like controversy and stuff. It doesn't go for everyone, but
he's
maybe.
not controversial either.
No.
I think he'll put Caserato with Vini or Taco there. Really? Caserato is not controversial. Yeah, he's, So he's chill.
That makes sense. Okay.
He's chill guy, yeah.
Really chill.
Maybe Taco. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, with Taco. I'll put Caserato and Taco.
Fallen.
I have on the list already, so it depends on which version of me. I could go KNG as well. Sometimes I could be on Vini as well. It depends on which face of myself is on the problem. On middle, maybe. Remember when I had to play Hiko and they turned off our PC? That I was right there with KNG on that moment.
But that's allowed.
Yeah. Fallen on Fallen.
Fallen on Fallen.
Yeah.
Easy. Nice. Skulls.
He's chill guy, Vini. Yeah, he's very chill as well.
Super sweet.
Yeah, I'll put him with Vini.
Okay. Pretty calm team so far. Cello?
Oh, Cello is spicing it up. Yeah, Cello likes to be very loud during the games. He likes to hype himself. Creating some rivalry, during the matches. So I'll put him with Code Zero or KNG. Which one? Code Zero. Code Zero? Yeah.
He reminds you of Code Zero?
No one touches KNG. He goes with Code Zero.
Nobody. We'll see if someone does. Okay, makes sense. Let's go to Imperial. Vini, he's on the...
Yeah, Vini's fine. Vini's Vini.
Vini's Vini. Phelps?
I don't know Phelps. Well, it depends on which Phelps as well. Yeah, Fallen knows Phelps. Back on the days, 2014, 13, Phelps was very toxic. Very, very toxic. But nowadays, he's Vini style.
Reformed?
He's reformed. He was very toxic in the past. I'll put him with boats. He's a better guy.
Team names? Or, yeah.
Phelps with boats, yeah.
Okay.
Because he has a strong past.
No way?
Maybe he's a chill guy. Maybe. Chill. Looks like a chill guy. We don't know him much, I think. But
so from seeing, he looks like a chill guy. I mean, maybe you know things from Brazil that I don't, right?
He's a streamer, though.
What does that mean?
Probably everyone who's streaming is talking some shit, right?
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
He can be with Vini for sure. Let's put him with Lucas.
Okay.
Lucas, yeah.
Vicente?
Caserato knows him. Oh, Caserato knows him. Big spicy.
Code Zero.
Yeah, big spicy.
Really? Why?
Because I know him since he was a kid.
Yeah?
Like 10 years ago, and I know him.
He's always flaming?
Yeah, he's like a new generation, so he's
kind of toxic.
Okay. And then Try is an honorary Brazilian.
Maybe a chill guy.
I think he's chill as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know him much. So
his personality is more chill, I guess.
let's
Chill?
put him with Taco.
Taco? Okay, super chill. All right.
He's Argentina. He probably trash talk Brazilians a lot though. So he cannot go with Vini.
That was it. This was Brazil's Spice Rating with Furia. Obrigada.
Furia have certainly brought some spice into this one. They're just a map away from moving into the IEM Cologne group stage after stealing Anubis from Team Liquid. Some super clutch moments in there, some stellar clutches, a massive performance from Yuri to make it all happen, and one wild final round of that first map. Now we get ready to head to Nuke. This is one that Furia have really been working to put into this team. It was the huge reason as to why they were so successful back at EWC, and so now we see them face off against Liquid, who only got an L taken on this map to their name.
Yeah, we saw just 3 PO1 wins on this map in that aforementioned event. Liquid only 1 logged. Let's see if they can pick it up after falling a little short on Anubis. They're going to rush up at Furia. Nice quick pick on the Twist, who stuck close hut, and Yuri follows up. And that might just be Liquid locked out of this round. Going to need a hero here to hit some quick heads as Furia plant that bomb.
Ooh, well, there's one. Said a couple. Ultimate still got to do a little bit more than that, but not a bad way to start. You've removed Yuri.
Ooh.
Goes looking for skulls. There's a lot of damage done there, and that's at least brought it back to a 3-on-3 now. Ultimate trades up onto those dual Berettas. Can he be that hero you were talking about, the one to make it happen? No, he gets shut out. The door's locked.
Yeah, Fallen. Cowboy. Furia riding the train to the T-side win here. They're very exciting on this T-side of this map. Some brutal upper executes to be expected here. Skulls on his revenge arc. And Twist disappointed. After just getting run at through the hut. So what have we got here for Liquid? 4 Spy in the second, Ultimate Scout out. And Cello going very quick on the drop. Oh, both trading headshots. And Ultimate can't stop him from getting into the main. Looking ready to go for this A hit. Ultimate trying to hound this kill down, but Cello is so aware that the scout is going to come hunting him. It's only a scout. It's only one man. Good flash on the nade. What a combo there for Fallen. Sets up his team so well on these T sides. I remember a Fallen flash. Naf, MP9, the best in the game, but he's only good for the one, and Cello comes flying in with a second kill to knock Liquid out cold. That was a really cool combo in door. Smoke inside of the door, and the nade just lands right outside, so it's not doing damage. And then a flash on the same position as Liquid are trying to fight the gap created by the nade on the smoke. Oh, what?
Cello in every fight he took was so low.
Average angle hold in CS2, honestly. I know Cello has the range. He's further away, but that's crazy. Kindle was very ready for that fight.
Yeah,
He's not even aiming in the right place.
I don't know if being further away was a huge help to him. That's just ridiculous.
All right.
Oh my God.
I mean, they got wind in their sails for sure, right? This ship is sailing.
I tell you what, it's very, very cool for fans of just the Counter-Strike of the Americas to see Furia and Liquid be in this much of a sick matchup.
It's a
one where Furia are lights out across the board. To have these two able to kind of compete at the upper echelons again. It's a very exciting prospect.
Yeah, and it's not like off the back of a necessarily weak Liquid, right? We kind of have very high expectations after their debut. Still questions on whether they can keep it up consistently, but this is outperforming what I expected from Furia, no doubt. Individually, very sharp right now. Fallen trying to lead them to victory on this T side. The 3-0 beginning and a full buy for Team Liquid with AWP on Ultimate.
Ultimate was kind of the one guy really looking to make a difference back on Anubis. He had some nice moments in there. Kind of consistently held his own. So let's see what he can do now that he's sporting that big green here. He's going to have a lot of responsibilities over towards the yard. His outside smokes are already throwing in, and it looks like Furia intend to creep up close and use him to get into main. Twists is waiting for it.
It's a late player, though. It's all by design. They're fine with losing that death. They're going to have a pressure upper, then the split comes in from Yuri. He was the real point man.
Ultimate gets that. Oh! Fallen again with the taps, and then just to follow up on a JKS.
Sights open.
The professor's taught him a lesson. That is clean.
You're not coming up that bad.
Today. It's your Kindle.
No, you're saving. If only they had a kit, Harry. If only. It is Nuke, but I don't know about this one. Maybe Naf will like try and make them die with a bomb, throw in a molly and then run.
Oh,
okay. I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. Naf's just, he saves the AWP. He's trying to make them die.
Even Yakinda, who's sat so close to the monitor that he can smell it. Not even he can see a way that they win this. Right?
Thank you, production.
Look at that.
It's just too close, man. Poor guy's going to be blind in a few years.
Oh no, now it makes it even funnier.
Yeah, why?
The cello kill from spawn, because like...
well, like, cello is further from the monitor.
You try so hard to lock in, and not even that can save you. Yeah, man, the shots are falling with clinical.
Yeah, Ultimate was just, he couldn't actually see him because he was right below the lip of heaven, but that follow-up was very nice from Fallen. With a Galil, no less. Buy your helmets, kids. Well, the Galil will come for you. Furia creeping outside. Smokes delay timing. Caserato picking it up through the vent smoke. And good flash play, but it's a 1-for-1. All you get behind it is information. Furia are heavy outside. But what can Liquid really do about that? Ultimate has a nice play over the smoke. They're just bombarding him with utility. A re-smoke wall. Another flash. He still has a gap, but they go through the smoke. Oh my god, they've just traded places. Everyone's outside. They go, where the hell are Furia?
That is insane.
Where have they gone?
Furia can't believe it themselves.
Caserato got the anchor off A.
You might expect that this works, but you don't think it works that well.
No,
Fallen. Ready to go, though. Locks in the two players from out in the yard, and it's just Ultimate left.
Could not have gone worse for Liquid.
Freaky Friday type situation outside.
Oh my goodness. Oh, nice shots.
Bloody hell, don't give it to him, boys. Like, the rest of them were starting to move in. Up on top of the hut.
It's a great spot. He's got the legs.
Yeah, gonna see them.
Yoink. They're very keen, though. Even in that 2v1, they're set up to hunt that kill. They're not letting him get away with the AWP. The double only entices him back in. Furia 5-0.
Yeah, the vibes are immaculate on the Furia side, and it's pretty contagious. I feel great right now.
Dude, look at this trade, because Twist was A. He comes out upper, but because Caserato came up vent earlier, he picked JKS back site, and Furia go, well, there's no A anchor. Let's go. Great call. All ramp fights. Cello's B. Ultimate is repushed. But, oh, Fallen, caught, not killed, and there's cover from the rifle, not enough. Ultimate and the crunch from JKS is still 2 kills from Skulls before he departs the round, but Fallen is trapped with the bomb and 6 health. Where the hell can he go? He needs support right here, right now. They need to push him because Cello is gaining space and gaining cover. There's the backstab. Cello in the door. 1v2. He's gotten very close. Realizing JKS can't be far as the A player, but JKS is rooting around the world. He's been spotted. Cello knows he has timing advantage. Backstab is ready.
Oh my god, the discipline. He gets as close as he can, and now he knows the ultimate was back in radio. He's got the nade. He's showing us. He's showing us. He's going to try and throw the Hail Mary. There it is, but it's not the touchdown. Ultimate still alive.
Trade.
Up close. Cello could walk right past him. Grabs the bomb. Heads on through, and they bypass each other! This is the wildest thing! Oh my god, Ultimate.
He doesn't want to walk through.
He's considering that this has just happened. Cello is also considering, what if we cross paths? Like ships in the night 10 times over across this game. But Cello is the one with the bomb on his back, and even his ultimate tries to take space back on this ramp push. He does so quietly. Cello seems aware of this possibility. Ultimate opens the round with 3, and he closes it on the AWP from Fallen to get Liquid on the board on this CT side.
Oh, surprised to see Cello full commit there. He played that perfectly, but Ultimate's just waiting for the repush ramp. That's like the only way he can win that round. There are so many positions on the B side Cello can go to. That's very hard for Ultimate to win if Cello doesn't walk back in. Nice try from the guy. Catching JKS unsuspecting, but very quick shot for Ultimate. And Liquid need to do something with that. That's an eco win. They need to build. This is still a one-sided game.
God, you can feel it though, can't you? America's, it's so back. This is brilliant.
Yeah, sure.
Flash in the main earlier, Kindar. Sent away from the angle.
You're being very tricky with the smokes off Furia. This time they're landing them though. That's a good sign. Something new. Cello hits the entry and they just go bombarding into A again. The second delayed lurker in main. The Shadow gives it away. And Twist finds 3 kills just like that.
Russell slam Duncan, man. That is 3 beautiful shots over towards main. And so Furia might have got the advantage, but it is quickly taken away. RVD in with the backstab. And now holding for Skulls. Right into his crosshair he goes. Twists is on for the ace.
That will do. That's a monster round. He learned his lesson this time. Shadow just gave him that little bit of levity to get his crosshair in the right place for Yuri. But the 1-2 punch in main. Do it once, shame on me. Do it twice, shame on you. Okay, back-to-back rounds for Liquid. Furious money getting drained now.
I mean, this is also, you know, a handful of feats that Liquid weren't able to accomplish until far too late in the game on Anubis. Not only are they the ones winning a clutch to embark them on a streak, but they've chained together 2 rounds early on in the game here. They didn't do that in the first half back on Anubis. So there's certainly a bit more fight in Liquid here. But Furia still playing with real confidence, with real bravado, trying to run it down out through the doors. JKS can't see a thing. They'll have some support. Yakindar moves in. Manages to keep Liquid in the advantage here.
They got the bomb back.
Yuri just commits to the fight, runs it straight through the center. Piece by piece, they just keep replenishing the heavens. And Furia keeps sending them there. It's Yuri left up in this clutch. 1v2. He was full of them to open up this series. Will this be another? Ultimate was able to turn the tide of clutches last time, and he locks Yuri out of this one as Liquid chained together 3 straight. Ultimate has been a huge part of this.
Dude, Ultimate might be the best AWPer that Liquid as an organization have ever fielded. Like, this guy doesn't feel the pressure. He did it against the world #1. He was the only guy really showing anything last map. He just pulls up, 1Ds Yuri in the middle of the site, won that force or that eco round previously as well. This guy's so fast. Was not even in the top 10 suggestion or expectation of AWPer that Liquid should get. But whoever found him, fair play. This guy's delivering when it matters. Despite the stakes, despite the lack of experience. Think about how many players we've seen thrust into Tier 1 and have just disappointed. Ultimate, from the get-go, delivering. Bomb's lost outside here. Yuri, that was the only chance. And even though K-Serato crept down the vent, there's no reason for Liquid to drop lower. Once those smokes evaporate, they realize they have the bomb at their disposal. Skulls has got to come up. He's got to get a kill. Or I guess he could just yoink the bomb. There's no one actually watching it right now. Yakinda's going to go wide. And that's the round. It doesn't... K-Serato's position is now irrelevant. It's just a route to a save.
Yeah, Ultimate, you know, you were talking about him coming into this. I mean, him being so good out of the gate is like the ultimate blessing to Team Liquid. I think you were almost ready. Okay, Serato aim locking now. You're almost ready and expecting to have to make excuses for him, right?
It's kind of funny, yeah.
He's Serato, bro. But yeah, I think that was, you know, arguably like to an extent, like the expectation. You weren't expecting him to just take to the big stages like a duck to water, but I think not only has he looked good out of the gate, but it feels like he's still getting better. And we've even heard from, you know, the likes of Twist that he's very receptive, you know, very good at like hearing out the suggestions and the wants of his team, and I'm kind of working on that and incorporating that into his gameplay. It's been such a treat to see this rise from the guy.
Nice sick, Merrick.
Actually did a good job too in that round there. Finally kind of getting to exert his presence out in the yard, because he'd been on the receiving end of those smokes a hell of a lot.
Okay, Liquid with a little recovery in this first half. 5 rounds straight for Furia, and still they're putting money in when you could argue against it, but K-Serato saved AK as the temptation. Fallen supplying the util with skulls. But Liquid looking to bounce back from a slow start to Furia's map, and Yakinda certainly helping that fact out. Oh, now if they're going to get through that smoke, he's got to be very careful, locked in behind the box. Maybe they thought he dropped, but actually he gives away his position to bait in for Ultimate. It will cost him his life and the ramp room, but a 4-on-3 for Liquid is a comfortable place to be. Oh my. Does Twist know about Yuri?
Feels like he does. There's the shadow. That one's free. Kind of a surprising amount of damage taken by Twist there in that head-to-head. Yuri does well to get some shots off, but now you know you've lost lobby. The only room you have is ramp. And with each second they take, Liquid start to move some bodies down towards lower. Right now you have Yakinda moving there from out in the yard. It is only one man down on B. Yakinda is low, and he is in a position that will be getting mollied here. Certainly should be.
He's probably going to play ahead of it if I know Yakinda. Might not be a bad idea. You throw the molly, you might just discount it completely, right? Let's see if they actually hold this one.
Usually you want to take that space though, right, with the molly.
Nice.
And so Yakinda gets offered one. Second guy caught fighting, and Skulls hasn't finished the job fast enough. Those rotates are coming in. And even as he mops up Yakinda, he is now put in a box. Team Liquid start to clamp down on this lower site. Skulls, they're all against him. JKS swings on out of the end. And so Liquid leveled the playing field with 5 straight of their own here after the 5-0 start from Furia.
Yeah, the pace got pulled out of this T side, and ever since Liquid have actually, you know, fielded the same streak of rounds right back from Furia. So I wonder if they return to some of these quick upper busts, right? Sure, Twist figured out the double main split, and the outside smokes are getting constantly naded by Liquid. We haven't actually seen them feel the pressure to rotate B. They're not like dropping vents or rushing down ramp. They are playing very heavy for upper, and perhaps that's why Furia moved away in the first place. But it was working. Pressure on this top side.
With the sort of buy they're bringing into this one, bunch of Tech 9s, Hero, AK, and prioritizing some Molotovs.
Going in
I
heavy.
wonder if upper is about to bust.
So close. 5-5.
They're breaking the glass.
Time to crack it.
Oh no, this is a fake. Surely.
Yeah, bomb's going ramp right now.
They've thrown the outside smokes in as well to give the illusion that they're going to try and wrap main. And so yeah, now they lead in towards ramp, hoping that breaking the glass, throwing the outside smokes takes the attention away, but Naf is still there, and he stakes his claim to the ramp room.
Wow.
Serato might make it down the vent, but he's been here before. Everyone else dead, and Serato left down lower alone. Ikindar comes knocking for him.
So really nice call, to be honest. It just like kind of the wind gets sucked out when Nafas sprays 3 players down on ramp. There's no flash for him there. The idea was good, but Liquid did not fall for it. And Serato shouldn't be allowed to survive this round. Been headshot. Liquid have the money. Ultimate's at literally max money after this kill, so yeah. No saved guns here for Furia. Mytha loves it.
That's the most evil laugh you've ever heard. Like, all right, bro, yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Last round of the half here, and if you tuned in at 5-0, well, you would have thought Furia ready to 2-0 this game, but different story now.
I think even seeing Naf do that in that round is like another reassuring thing for Team Liquid, right? Naf had been pretty quiet here.
Well, they haven't gone ramp. That's
exactly
the first time,
right, and so he was largely left out of the action. So you kind of, you know, you feel like you haven't had time to warm into the game, but he gets a lovely little mow down 3-piece on the ramp rush. Ultimate's AWP fires off out in the yard, but he's not the only man here.
Double AWP now known by Furia. That will only tempt them on this upper hit. Get away from these 2 snipers. Smoke is down outside as well, but Ultimate, oh, good angle. Looking for the main roof pick. Maybe it was called by Yakinda. He could have heard a drop on that position, because Ultimate seems very cognizant of Yuri right now as they cross down Secret. That's actually why there's no one breaking smokes. There's no pressure on these outside smokes from Liquid. He doesn't believe it, but the bomb with 2 players has made it down Secret, and Furia is still hanging around outside. Wonder if they show bomb and come back up. This is curious.
They're still, yeah, they're very spread apart here. They don't have any smokes to get in or out of Secret past this point, so they're going to have to brawl at some stage in this round to make up for that.
I really want Ultimate to rotate, and that has just happened. So outside is now fully open for Furia.
Is it going to come up the vent?
Yeah, I think so. Do they show bomb first? We've seen Furia do rounds like this before where they do tap the bomb on B and then come back up, but Nafa's made things a little awkward. Bomb dropped, Skulls is in the site, they don't even know. JKS swings out for 2 kills, and Liquid, they figured it out. They didn't fall for it. No tricky tricks in the last round of the half. Instead, a 7-round streak feels inevitable, and there's nothing Furia can do. Some very confident rounds out of Team Liquid's CT side, despite a strong start for the Brazilians.
One minute lower still. Hey, Lobby's still alive. Lobby's still alive. Go vent. Two outside. They know. They're peeking you right now. Pick me. Oh, nice, boys! Good shit. So fucking beautiful, boys. You're reading him like a fucking open book, guys.
Like an open book, Team Liquid heating up and putting together a steaming 7 rounds in a row on the CT side of Nuke. Furia may have started strong, but they need to wake back up and channel that Yuri energy we got on Anubis. It's a quick upper molly, but Skulls survives living on the edge.
Ultimate is the first man in. Him and JKS successfully open up this upper sight hit, and now Fallen tries to make up for it, but he can't.
This would be a shocking map win when you consider that not only did Liquid get destroyed on Anubis, but this is the map that Furia were loving at EWC, and a map that Liquid have only logged once. I'm sure one they've worked on, but that's a kind of crazy turnaround. And the way they did it as well, throwing back clutches of their own, Ultimate putting on a show on that CT side. This is a very different game all of a sudden.
Yeah, I mean, you know, for Liquid, I doubt they imagined they were going to be in this position where they were a map down to open up with how comfortable Anubis has been for them. They're certainly hitting back hard here on Nuke, and I mean, an exciting prospect with Mirage lying in wait as that decider. I was really uncertain we would get there after how the series started. Oh no, what's happened here?
Got a keyboard down.
Fully giving it a look in.
Got to put your best man on the job, so stay active. Why do you put the jumper on for the jumps? That's not how that works.
That's why they call it the jumper, right?
Yeah. Like more of a jacket, I guess.
That's just a misunderstanding that Mither has.
English is hard. Force buy for Furia. They're still playing with the bravado and confidence, but got a bit cold. Maybe they need a jacket.
I mean, you kind of, you know, you're left waiting for that one big round from Yuri making himself a prime candidate after the first map, but even from a Case Serato, Skulls, you're waiting for them to kind of have their moment. So Skulls and Fallen opening up this round. Isn't a bad way to start. Skulls gets his moment now. 3 kills in the blink of an eye off the back of that 5-7, and that has riddled Team Liquid with problems. Only Naf left standing. The A play with 5 MAC-10s is destroyed by the former Liquid player. And so Naf, we said he's good with the SMGs, but my God, he's got to be the very best if he wants to stand a chance here. The bomb under Furia control.
This ain't no MP9.
I mean, you know, slouch for the Mac. This is kind of it. This is a big gun, but...
Yeah, but this cross. Cello, more health. Gonna get it done for Furia right in the skull for the young gun. Excellent. Just taps with a 5-7 Liquid. Back to the drawing board. No celebration post pistol. They have to force back. Oh, the fadeaway. Ouch.
Nice!
Oh, it double took that. He didn't quite believe what he was seeing.
Whoa, he won? Someone get this guy a new keyboard.
I mean, hell, you did all that with a malfunction. That's even more impressive. I mean, I know. didn't actually really do anything, but
yeah, man.
They won the round, right?
Do your own joke.
They won the round, right? I like this pose from Fallen. It's threatening.
Yeah.
You saw him doing that on the ceiling or something. You'd be terrified.
Hello, Mr. Bond. I've been expecting you.
That wasn't really the film I was referencing, but not far off. Here we go. A new keyboard side.
He has a backup. That's a real one. That's a gamer right there. Gotta have a backup.
Let's get this one in.
Oh, Skull's having some banter across the mirror. Or the glass. Not really a mirror.
No, if you're having banter in a mirror, it's very lonely. Just talking to yourself.
Damn,
you
are
brilliant.
Today.
You are worth it. You are special.
Oh, you know, some affirmations would be nice. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
I'm gonna cry now.
It's no revenge arc. It's just a bunch of friends all playing together against each other.
I hope JKS has unbound his Q key.
Oh, after the quick switch?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's decided he's never changing gun again.
Just gave me the side eye there.
Alright, come on. It's gotta feel better. You can tell a lot.
Yeah.
Via the subtle social cues. I'm really looking at Fallen. He's the guy who gives
Curious.
them all. There was a thumbs up.
Thumbs up. We got a
We're
thumbs
right
up,
back
folks.
in. Fallen has given it the thumbs up.
My player is ready.
So right back in we go. But after such a wild start to this second half, you had Team Liquid pull up with a very convincing pistol round to continue their streak. They outdid the 5-0 start that came from the Furia side. They got 8 in a row before Skulls' 5-7 was able to grant Furia another round, and now they're looking to build upon that. They're looking to do right by Skulls and the magic he worked in that 4-spy round of their CT side.
Yeah, let's put it all to question. And Liquid answer the call. JKS hearing the rush on ramp, able to convert both kills. That is ugly for Furia. Discombobulated, backstab too late. They've already made it. Kinder is coming through the smoke. That could be a consolation prize, but oh, Keserato just grabs it. Either way, Liquid have that B bomb site, and there's no question about it. A safe plant for the double doors. This should be unretakeable, but Furia will give it a go.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Fury was already fast on the rotate down, so he wanted to see if he was given anything, but he didn't like what he saw, and so immediately that save call comes in. They lose Cello and Fallen on the attempted ramp aggro, and it just kind of rolls out the red carpet for Team Liquid, so the 4-spy wars are upon us. The question was, could Liquid answer back? And we don't have to wait long to get those answers. Furia slink off back into the spawn, and so they at least get out with these 3 guns. Keserato going to be able to field something over into the next round as well. So Furia are essentially buying again. We're going to have a cash-strapped rifle rounds to open up this second half.
I like the Furia confident, but I do question like running into lobby against what you know can only be Tech 9s or Mac 10s, and also no util. Like, you know, Liquid can't. They're not going to have, you know, all this exec util available. So the options, if you don't give Liquid picks, are pretty limited. They can't go outside. They can kind of just do an upper rush. So Fury kind of hand that one away. And now Liquid have basically everything they need. 3 Mac 10s, I say that. 3 SMGs. Twist inside of the hut. He's gonna just walk out. Skulls almost caught. He was playing door for a second, but
yeah, I'll say this. Skulls is showing he's no slouch around covering the hut push. You've got to start respecting that a little if you're Team Liquid.
you know, it's a limit test for Twist. See what he can get away with. Now they're going to go for down the vent. With the bomb as well, it will make it. And, oh, I was going to say undamaged. Just last second, JKS gets sniped out from heaven. So bomb is down, but you don't want to plant on your own. And already, Cello's in the bomb site.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of meant to be ultimate security detail. The moment he loses JKS there, he is the lost survivor down on the lower side with the bomb. So very awkward spot to be in. And Liquid...
Oh.
Gonna struggle to battle back into this one.
Hey, no Skulls is here. Now full blinds him. This is turning around very quickly and very uncomfortably. 2v5 to a 2v2. The only thing they don't have is the bomb.
And the routing they can take down a lower is somewhat limited by the time. If they want to go ramp, they've got to be loud. And so this is going to be heard by Furia. They're going to have a bit of a picture painted as to where Liquid are coming from. They've sacrificed the vent drop. And the silence for the speed of this ramp rotate, giving themselves a different angle to fight from, but NAF will not be given any more engagements. And so Furia able to pull one straight back with those saved guns and worth their weight in gold to the Furia side.
Yeah, the damage was really nice. For a 2v5, they made that very interesting, but from the get-go, losing JKS down the ladder and Ultimate still committing, I feel like too early there. Maybe it is still the call. They were 3v5 themselves, but once the bomb's lost, it's... Oh, he got stuck on the vent, that's why. And he didn't want to drop loud, so caught on the ladder.
But you guys can take it slow, too. I cannot cross it.
Frustrating game for Liquid. Trading rounds right now in the second half. No one really landing on their feet. Furia looking for 2 in a row off the CT side, and it might not come for free. Yuri, this is not Anubis anymore. Yakinda bests him outside, and that nade goes in, but too late. Yakinda crossed without a whiff. Oh! They know that Liquid can be lower. More players will join. Skulls assists outside. Ultimate dodges the spam. Liquid get the bomb in B, but Cello is once again considering an early rotation. He's just scared of a ramp lurker, and he has a reason to be.
I mean, Kesara is about to come take ramp off of him. So that will free up Cello to drop down lower early.
Nice.
And be posted with this UMP. He's heard the double doors open now. He knows where he's got to be looking, and he's in a good spot to find something here. Getting out with one and the dink onto Ultimate. And there's that rotate from Kesarato to mop up JKS. Just Ultimate left down at lower. Couldn't manage it in the last. Got a 1v3 to try pull off this time. Ultimate might just be the real deal. Fallen the one to beat, and he can't quite get it past him. That is a damn good try from Ultimate, but just shy of the glory. I'm fallen.
No money, baby. No money. Back to Eco Liquid. Finally, someone gets 2 rounds in a row and Fallen flexes it on the close. That was a bloody good try for Ultimate. You cannot doubt that. The turn on door. Oh. But Fallen empties their pockets.
There's also some mind games in that taunting. Like, that's a round where even though you lose it, you're kind of impressed at what Ultimate was able to do. The fact that he even got you believing. But you don't want to let that, you know, nestle in the minds of Liquid as a win. Fallen stands up and gives them a harsh reminder. You lost that round. You are broke. And so Furia are looking to close the gap.
Yeah, despite a very disappointing first half, because it started so strong and it was just a question of what it could have been for Furia. A 5-0 lead, Liquid goes 7 in a row, they get a pistol. You think, man, this is going Mirage. Now, Fallen puts it all under question again. A clutch up against the opposing AWP player. And Ultimate's had a fantastic game. So he needs to put this AK to use in what is another 4 spy round for Liquid, despite losing 2 in a row. 4 kills and a plant. Deemed enough to justify this one. Smokes it down. They creep down secret. The Furia fall for it. Do they send any rotations? It seems like they want to call a bluff. They don't believe it. So actually Liquid, given the circumstances, are in a pretty potent position right now. An upper fake as well. That's just going to give them more time to go lower. Twist Gets out, survives. Fallen doesn't even think they're here. Naf gets his vengeance. 5 on 4. Twist follows up, and Liquid may not be poor for long.
Furia is so far removed. And you don't even think they can justify going for this.
Yeah, the only reason Fallen drops is because they see no one outside, and then they see upper util.
Biggest question now, do Liquid shit talk them back?
It's round by round. Let's take it. You know, no one's playing, no one's safe on this second half right now. Everyone's trading rounds. Plus, you know, there's more energy in the air when you win a clutch. This is just a slow save.
Yeah, but I don't know. Do you get taunted?
Who do you want to flame?
Do you get taunted and then you know you go, I'm going to take the high road, or do you try get in their head as well?
I don't know. There are 3 players who I know won't say a word.
Yeah, fair.
Maybe 4.
Fair.
Liquid are focused. They're here for the win. 10-8. Furia save a couple of guns. For this one, this is a movie, for real. Yeah, look how much room Fallen thinks he has. He's like, oh no, I'm on the wrong site. They're throwing nades upper. It's a reality check. Good call. Very good call from Twists.
Imagine the one where JKS and Naf both get up and
start screaming.
Start doing stuff like,
oh, Yuri.
Maybe one day, Yuri.
Oh dear.
Twist goes up and over. Position he's been famed for. Magic he produces up top of the silo, nets the opener for Team Liquid here.
At this very event, no less.
JKS with the most rat-tastic way to approach the lobby control, just sitting up top of the ladder, waiting for them to walk on in. And yeah, that's doesn't get freer than that. This would be the perfect round, JKS. Stand up and empty your pocket in Fallen's direction.
Don't think so.
Now
Oh,
they've got all this control out in the yard.
Yeah.
Keserato's having to, make some concessions. He can't hold the ramp and outside, and so as he falls on back into the ramp room, that looked like it could have been a gap for Twist to exploit, but instead, Keserato looks back around. Now they're going to go in skulls. His 5-7 was what complicated this second half, and so this time, Ultimate gets past it.
Nice shots for Keserato, but I don't know if they're enough right now. Cello needs to make a heroic play, but out of position, really. Making noise outside too. Are they just grouping to save, or are they going to go for this through heaven? A last-second consideration, perhaps, for Keserato.
Yeah, you have this kit on Keserato, so you might entertain the idea, but I don't think it's worth the sacrifice, right? You're going to be broke up against 11.
Like, we're going to go, we might finish this game and no one gets an AWP on this half, no one gets a full buy on this half. Like, it's just been both teams battling it out with force buys.
And considering that first half was a half of streaks. It was 5 straight for Furia, and then we had 7 in a row for Team Liquid. This second one, the most anyone's struck together so far is 2. They've just been going blow for blow with each other in this second map. Nothing is established. But Liquid are the ones now starting to break on through, especially with the leg up of being against that CT economy.
Well, who's going to have a stroke first and fall apart? It feels like Furia are destined. They have 2k a player and 2 saved guns. You can't really argue a full buy here. It wouldn't look good. They want to play full rifles. They want to play for overtime, and that would require 4 rounds straight once all is said and done. See if someone can be heroic here. They saw him. Nav spotted Keserato on that cross, so he thinks he's safe. And he somewhat is, by the way, on top of this box. And Molly doesn't spread. It's a bit of a weird position, so they can't actually burn him out here. Not easily, at least. But they are going to hard clear him, potentially with a flash. Let's see if that Molly spreads. I've just seen so many players survive on top of this box. It does nothing to Keserato. Flash is good. There he goes. Free kill. Oh. This should be no problem now for Liquid. Easiest round of the game, Harry.
All right. Should be. Sometimes the easy ones are the hardest.
Nah, they wouldn't call them easy if that was true.
Yeah, true. All right, you got me there. Cello's walking up with the AK. Ooh, dude, we've seen some fantastic one-taps in this series. There's the arrival of that AK. Yuri will respond with a tap of his own onto Twist, but it shouldn't get that much more exciting. That was the bomb getting dropped out in the yard, so they're going to have to waste a few more seconds to go and get it. But as long as they clear Yuri, as long as he doesn't get away with a kill, everything's nice and safe here for Team Liquid. And they know that Cello was roaming down towards Secret earlier on. They can anticipate the angles of approach here for Cello. Mafgo's go right into him. And there's still a bit of time left, but he shouldn't be able to win this, not with the position on Yakindar. That's really the one that seals the deal on the round. He's just posted over towards ramp. He can rotate up into the heavens to play around that bomb. And with no kit for Cello, he's just got to save this AK into the next round, potentially the final round here on Nuke.
Yeah, Liquid have, you know, hit a couple of speed bumps, but they weren't at least going fast enough to turn over. Managed to land back on their wheels very easily. 3 rounds in a row for Team Liquid. Finally streaks on this second half. A game that was extremely back and forth. And Fallen maybe speaking too soon, as Mirage may have to decide this series, this battle for the best of the Americas. But it has been an exciting series, no less. A good spot over Silo. That's the only reason they put so much attention on this position. Here we go. Furia have anything more in the tank here on Nuke. A map that has done them very well this year.
Well, now would be the time to show it. Spot on the group stage on the line for the winner of this. And Furia, after stealing away Anubis earlier on, they put Liquid in what felt like it was going to be a rough spot, but they've risen to the occasion, trying to long this out to a third map. All the way onto Mirage. In the second half, Skulls really made his presence known to Team Liquid with that 5-7 play in and around the heart. This time, looks like he could get tested all over again, as right now you have this lurk from Yakindar down on lower, trying to put pressure on, but the rest of Liquid want to try and come out through the heart, and to do that, they've got to get past Skulls. Yakindar's up the vent now. Serato overran. Skulls is that bastion of resistance standing between Team Liquid and this top site. He doesn't go down easy. He buys time for Cello to get up into the heavens. An ultimate 1v3. As good as he's been in clutches, that one is one step too far.
Some tricky rounds for Liquid, right? Yakindar lower selling it. They'd already thrown upper exec to force out the smoke. That was a nice, you know, anticipation move for Liquid. But after they lose Twist here, and he has no teammate behind him to trade, I feel like Liquid could have just dropped down the vent, but Yakindar was already flying back up. They were very committed to the call. It felt too separate for Liquid. Twist needed a trade there to justify that upper hit. They all got stuck in door. So Furia hold back. They all get their 1 kill where required. But sure, I mean, one player drops the ball there, and Liquid have an upper plant. So thin margins for Team Liquid. Maybe some lines to cross here. 3 chances.
3 chances, 2 proper buys along that way.
Ooh, go on.
So in their mind, it's sooner the better. You don't want to leave it to that final opportunity. And if you lose this round, you run out of that cash that you've been trying to accumulate in this second half. Ultimate with his AWP posts outside, but Yuri already having made it across into the back of Garage. They don't know about him. Quick cross here for Twist. He seems aware, seems cognizant, but tries to go in on the back of that flashbang. He will get out relatively unscathed. That could have been far worse. You could have lost Twist to open up the round, and that would have been a disaster for Team Liquid. Instead, their captain gets to keep on battling here, trying to lead the boys down through Secret. Falling on the pixel angle. I've seen this betray people before.
The pre-fires. Everyone knows how common this is. Yikinda feels like the kind of guy. Oh, very close. Very close.
Falling
Comes
unpunished.
down.
Gets to drop that util in. Liquid slowly but surely piecing together some outside control, and then they leave Yikinda, as they have done in rounds gone by, to kind of push and prod down at lower.
It's again a fake for Liquid. They love playing with the hearts and minds, but that kill through the smoke gives it all away. They know what to expect now. 20 seconds running in through main. Skulls at the top of heaven hits his, and everyone sprays down Liquid. No room for error with a 20-second upper bust. Liquid loving the fakes right now, but that one does them no favors. And you mentioned it, Harry, 2 proper buys left between Furia and overtime.
Yeah, I mean, this is meant to be the nice, easy round for Furia. This is the one where you get to kind of catch your breath a little bit before the grand finale, that final push to try and get you into OT. And much like how Liquid kind of had to rise to the occasion here on Nuke, Furia are now doing the same from the back foot, right? They're upping the level slowly but surely. You're getting these pieces come online. Skulls being instrumental in some of these top site holds. The constant harassment over towards the yard. And the adaptation to start to bring more bodies down towards lower with the clear idea that that's what Liquid wanted to do. They wanted to have someone pressuring that lower site.
This could get weird. Fallen needs multiple kills if he's committed here, because otherwise you're giving your opponent an AWP. And there's going to be players jumping corners, running at you.
Not the
Fallen,
start.
not good.
Dear.
2 shots go astray. Fallen hits a third. Nate comes out. They're getting closer and closer. He's at least got support from the hell side. Pistol going to have to pull. Ultimate's now got a better choice. And he's hit a tag through the smoke, but luckily Fallen burnt the ammo. He's got a reload. That's going to slow things down. Furia shouldn't fight this. There's no need to give Ultimate a way back into this round.
I mean, you could even make a case for Ultimate looking to save that AWP.
Yeah, you just have to save someone else, somewhere else rather, because Furia have got you boxed in, and Skulls is going to surely get this kill.
Nice and easily done, and so the missed shots from Fallen prove inconsequential. They were ready to pad out ramp, to lend him a helping hand, and they made quick work of it. This is that final chance for Liquid. It's the final chance to guarantee the 3rd map of Mirage, to put Nuke to rest. Right at the end of regulation for Furia, it's that last push to try and get this into OT, and with groups at IEM Cologne on the line, both teams gunning for it. Let's see who's got more fire.
Okay, Serato immediately.
Dude, at this sort of scoreline, this is such a ballsy call to make, to go and try and clear lobby. Now, last time, JKS caught Fallen on this push, and it's the same angle. But this time, he's got to fight Serato. Will he be ready? It's a very, very rough fight for the CTs.
I just see a quick switch from JKS. Careful. You have Twist top main. If he drops, could be in trouble unless he roots hell. Yuri has a tight angle. Gonna let them down B with this, but it could be once again Liquid trying to pull the wool over the eyes of Furia. Yuri keeps his eyes centered on that main position. They've still got him boxed in. Can he find any more? Yikinda getting closer, smoke down, Ultimate stopped, over the top goes Twist looking for the monster play, double kill, knows about Yuri, and Yikinda bails him out of death. A 3-on-2 despite Furia's best efforts, and JKS's reset, he seems to know Serato's deep door. They're going to come clear him.
I mean, after they cleared out lobby, Fallen dropped down lower, but he's making good timing on trying to get up through Secret. Serato, the awareness is there. Back and forth, a tug of war down the stretch, and it's going to come down to Serato versus Yikinda, and Yikinda closes it out. clutches were not coming through for Liquid to open up this series, but on Nuke, it's a 1v1 that sends them to that third map of Mirage.
I've tried to kind of forget about some of the shit that happened that year. CS was not going well. What used to be the thing that you love to do every day is no longer that thing. In some ways, it just felt like life was collapsing on me, and I had to find answers for that.
Yeah, if you're familiar with the Valve player profiles, make sure you keep an eye out for the brand new Live Legendary series, where the first episode will be featuring none other than Twist. That'll be premiering this year at IEM Cologne. Very spicy indeed.
That's exciting.
Much like this map. Holy hell, I was not expecting Liquid to be gaining this comeback on Nuke, particularly because of the start they had to this map as well, Janko.
Yeah, absolutely. Furia on a roll early on, seemed to ride that momentum from Anubis, T-side going well yet again, but Liquid just players finally stepping up a little bit with some big moments, giving them a jump start, and then able to grind out the game on T-side.
Yekindar also had way more success in the outer positions, right? Playing that yard position. I think he actually had Yuri in his pocket. I think Yuri had a very miserable start on the CT side. He was supposed to be the guy to lock down those outer positions. He never really got the stuff going, and there were so many rounds that was just dependent on Yuri either getting the kill properly or the information.
Even the final round, you're watching it and you're like, how is Yuri not getting the trade kill on Twist? And he did have success the previous gun round with it, and Nuke has been probably the area where he struggled a good amount on the CT side to find answers, and seems like he still hasn't gotten there.
Speaking of Twist, should we jump into round 7? Because he had some mad impact on the early stages.
And even here, it's a matter of details, right? I think maybe Furia just lost a little bit of intensity from the start. You see here how he kills Cello first, and Xerato pushes through the smoke, and Yuri is late 1 second. Xerato and Yuri need to push him, sort of pincer him, right? So that he can only kill one of the two. He can't be allowed to kill one, then turn and kill the other. And that's something you saw, it's a half a second difference between the two, and that's maybe just not being really as focused as you need to be. Everything's going good. You got a little bit too relaxed. He gets hyped up. It's the second round in a row that they win, and that's where Liquid started to get really rolling.
Also extremely well played by Twist, right? It's difficult in that environment because there's a lot of stress happening in that situation, right? You're being forced from one angle. You don't really have any sound cues. He's shifting through the smoke. You just constantly in your mind think that it's a possibility and you know both spots are open. I mean, Twist is one of the best gate players in the world. I think he showed a lot of promise on the CT side.
Should we give some props to Ultimate as well? Because the round prior to that, right? Cello, he had the opportunity to pull off just a mad 1v2. Things get lost in the smoke and Ultimate ultimately denies it and puts up some really good numbers.
Yeah, it seems like this guy, every time that Liquid needs a spark, that they need something, he just shows up. This was the round. You can see it's the first round that they win. It was on a half buy, really boosted their economy. These 2 kills, also huge. A 2v2, their economy was in danger the whole time, and they managed to break them. Here, you thought, is he going to do it again? But Fallen, despite what Harry and Hugo would like to tell you, it's not that they were broke out of money, and that's what he was doing. He was doing that. It's like Ultimate is in Fallen's pocket. He has him in his pocket. That's what he was signaling. Didn't really work out the way, but I was shocked there that Fallen is, you know, sort of trash talking.
Yeah.
What did he just transform into bad Fallen mid-game?
Yeah, and it's a young player with little experience. Maybe that plays into it, right? He wants to get in his head, but this guy's ice cold. I also think in many scenarios, even though he might not win him, he forces Furia to be on low economy. Like we saw that 1v3. Maybe he doesn't win it, right? But he keeps their money so low throughout the entire series. I mean, objectively, right now, I feel like he has the highest peak on the server of all these players. It's pretty insane considering the circumstances of who he's playing against. I mean, those type of scenarios, he was the main reason why they even won this game.
Should we continue on with the theme of the second half? Jump into our Kidia playbook for round number 19. Oh, 18, sorry. Why did you pick this one?
It was a lot of back and forth, right? And you look at this round, right? Look at the buy for the side of Team Liquid, the day 4, so there's no more money left in the bank for them, but look, it's just pistols, it's just a couple of smokes, not a lot of utility. Also important to note, this is why they bought. The money on Furia is also depleted, and here we thought, considering the score, right, they could eco here, it's 9-9, have everything you want, right, but they took a timeout, they decided to force. So let's see what the call was out of the timeout. The limited utility is used on Yard. Yuri breaks the smoke super early. I think this was a mistake. Like, if he doesn't see anyone, you should wait a couple of extra seconds to break the second wave of smokes. So they basically get bad information, right? Like, they're thinking, okay, they just faked it out. They know the buy is low. Furia is thinking, this is fake of Yard smokes and an A-pop at this point in time, right? Instead, Liquid one step ahead, sneaking through, and you're going to see what that's going to do to Fallen after this little fake from JKS.
Yeah, and also an awkward position here for Fallen, right? He doesn't really assume that they can be so far due to the early information of Cello. Here, he feels like he needs to make a play, make something happen, right? But he should have known because he heard Twist step on top of the roof in the start of the round. So it's just a very stressful situation coming in for Furia, not really keeping track of where each player is.
And you could see Fallen was completely caught out. Like, he's going there thinking, okay, I'll jump spot or do something, right? The players are all super close, and with that one kill, especially with the second one, the round is over. From this point, Furia has to save, and in the end, it was the round that sealed it for Liquid.
I feel also it's so necessary nowadays to have that Molotov for the CT position, and I'm not sure if there was no money. I mean, they wanted to force because they knew Furia was going to be on a low buy, right? But somebody has to give him either the Molotov or he has to get a FAMAS, right? I think it's really important, especially now where you're able to break the smoke. If you throw that Molotov down secret and then you nade smokes afterwards, you can literally guarantee that they cannot get down to secret.
So now we're at one map apiece, both teams taking each other's map picks, bit topsy-turvy. Mirage to decide, Yanko. What do you think of this map for the decider?
I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting. Orange map. Freya, we'll see who is
back
the more...
in the orange zone.
And, you know, Furia won the first orange map, so I think they have the advantage coming in.
Sound logic.
They should have picked the Vertigo by that logic. Liquid.
Is that an orange map?
No, that's a blue map. They won the blue one here, right?
Yeah.
So they should, if Vertigo was last, you would have sent Liquid.
But they were intimidated by the 13-0 from Furia against Imperial yesterday.
Fair. Very fair. Any actual analysis for us, Bobski, about Mirage?
I mean, Mirage is kind of like a map that will dictate a lot in the mid area, right? I think we see teams kind of evolved to using that mini Delpan position. I'm not sure what you call it, like the box on top mid. Like we didn't use it for like 5 years, 6 years, and all of a sudden people realize, wait, if they Molotov behind the island and we stay behind this and wait for a flash, we can actually take a slow default by that strategy. I mean, I think it's an interesting map still that we find these small things even after like 5-6 years.
So actually, Furia are taking it for you because of the orange mapness?
Yeah, why not? You know, it's been a little bit back and forth. Both teams have had their moments. Tactically, different players have stepped up. It's been a good game so far. I just wanted to continue like that in Mirage.
No, I'm glad that we've got this third map decider. Any bets on who's taking it?
I mean, I'm gonna stay true to myself and stay what I said in the start, right? Keep with the Team Liquid 2-1. I also think objectively they are still a little bit better than Furia on paper, but it does really feel like when momentum rolls for Furia, they can be deadly.
An opportunity to advance to stage 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne comes down to Mirage between Liquid and Furia. We're diving into it after a quick break.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Before they would say it's true. There's a war for your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline.
Liquid and Furia rages on map 3, approaching on Mirage, and we've got Team Liquid bouncing back on Nuke. It was a shocking result given how the game went. It looked like Furia were about to run away with the map, 5-0 on the start. Liquid pulled back a big streak. We had a trade of rounds, a flurry in that second half, but Liquid edged it out. And we go to a third in this battle for Americas, but more importantly, battle for the group stage of Cologne. Yes, indeed. Not elimination, but progression ahead of this game as we get into the last map of this series.
Yeah, and it's one where we've seen, both of these teams have struggles versus the competition of Na'Vi. But Furia do have a very legit result in there, which is their win over Maus. So kind of unknown territory here for this third and final map of this series.
Always going to be the way with new rosters, more so for Liquid than the latter, but it's a classic map. It's an orange map, Harry. Everyone knows what they're doing, where they're going, and it's Furia straight into this B bomb site, already 2 down.
Apply with the dual Berettas. Just going to claim one back, and even though Furia have got control over here towards B, they're lacking the manpower. JKS going to put a stop to that plant right now, and that leaves just Cello, who will get swung on. JKS with a nice start in the pistol, him and Naf with 2 a pop.
Well, we won't get players standing up on Liquid and emptying their pockets, but Mitha has had a lot of energy in today's games. He has been yelling this team through. I feel like it's just what Liquid need. We have some quiet guys on this roster. So some approved energy here for the Liquid banner, and a pistol round to boot. Got Furia forcing up despite the lack of plant, and hey, with the way the economy has gone in this series so far, I don't blame them. Underpass crawl with the Tech 9s into an A execute.
Force buy up from Furia. So it's Cello and the gang trying to get out through lower. Yakindar won't spot this. Util ready to try and lock out this jungle cross and allow these players to get up through the connector, but they've gone a little too soon. That smoke only just going off now. And so it's free reign for Yakindar on that first man in.
Good luck with this.
Full wishful thinking, trying to get that bomb planted. Wow. Oh, and he just survives. JKS might connect the spam, but Fallen still gets that bomb plant, and that's what Furia were hoping for, is kind of a bare minimum on this round.
That's all he's getting. He's saving this Tech 9 armor. He knows there's no way to win that 1v4 right now, so keep his weaponry and one more eco. Furia don't really stick the landing on that force buy. Wanted a little bit more than just the plant. Some tech early. We get it out the way before we get into crunch time.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a very enthralling series across the board, man. I've really enjoyed what we got. I'm always, dude, I'm so awful because I always want to just sit here and listen to what everyone's saying.
Yeah.
But that's not really why we're here. We're meant to be talking.
Also, it's probably not that interesting right now, given that it's a tech.
Yeah. I'm having some issues in my right headphone.
What are you, the paperclip on Windows desktop? Maybe I can help.
Maybe I can assist you.
Have you tried turning me off and on again? Yeah, put your finger right there on the power button.
Oh.
Should be getting back in soon enough.
But man, you know, with how this one kind of started, I was impressed with Liquid's ability to bounce back. And then for Furia, I'm glad they didn't kind of roll over and die towards the end of Nuke. I think that would have been easy with the 5-0 start to then have 8 in a row go so quickly against you. I think, you know, you wouldn't... It was impressive they kind of got themselves back in a position where they could have looked to close this into in the first place.
I'm very impressed.
I want both of these teams in the groups with how legit they've looked.
There's a chance.
There is a chance,
There is a
right?
chance.
Because the loser of this, not gone. It's not an all-or-nothing matchup. You'll be dropping on down. Who are they looking to play, Hugo?
Winner of Heroic 3D Max, which is currently raging on uncertain terms. So we'll have to see what happens there.
All right, spoiler alert, but how's that series looking? You want to give me the numbers on it?
No, not really, actually. I'm gonna it's playing. It's playing. You can go check it out right now. Not you.
Okay, I guess
All right, it's a map up. Man. It's a map up for 3D Max.
There you go. Thank
winning
you.
Map 2. There's it.
There you go.
But do your own research on that one. Of course, for any Americas fans today, we do have Complexity coming up on the next game here as well on the mainstream, taking on Eternal Fire, no less. Xantares had a field day yesterday. Played some monstrous CS. And that is also for progression here at Cologne into the group stage.
Yeah, I saw Elise earlier doing what looked to be a little interview down there. So if that hasn't aired yet, you got that to look forward to. Excited to hear from him. Had the crazy play from Halzerk just yesterday. That gnarly 1v5.
Yeah.
Look, I know they kind of fed him a lot.
They did feed him.
They fed him a lot, but
threw that,
at the same time, you still have to win the 1v5, you know?
Valid. Snappy also got a 1v5 yesterday. You see that one?
Wait, which... I'm trying to... There were a bunch
Against
of weird...
Eternal Fire on Nuke. Falcon Snappy, you know the Danish guy?
No, I know... Oh
he's
my God.
He's an in-game leader for the green logo
for the
team.
Yeah, for the Falcons.
Yeah.
Kakar. That's their slogan.
Did you see that one, though? No?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay. I recommend you looking that up. It's pretty good.
See the Molotov round?
One of the 1v5s of all time.
No, I want to see it, but
Yeah,
I feel like it would be inappropriate.
I'm being a little bit tongue-in-cheek. It's Eternal Fire, like, running out of time and not defusing, and I think there was a team kill in there. They're like 5-on-1 on B site, and he kills one guy, gets traded, and they don't defuse.
Oh.
So technically, it listed.
So, I mean, it was
is listed as a 1v5,
yeah.
but like, yeah, he didn't kill 5 people. Still counts. It's all about the win, guys.
Who you got taking this, Hugo?
I could not call it.
Oh, come on. You can just say
I'll
a
go
name.
Liquid then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Okay, and now you're reasoning?
Because you asked me to say a name, so I just said the first one I saw on my screen. No,
I think it would be cool.
I think the firepower, the AWPing firepower of Ultimate has impressed me most. Yuri had a great Anubis opener,
Yes.
but no one really individually impressed me for Furia on map 2, whereas Ultimate is +12 for the series, matching Yuri. He's been great on both maps. This is a fantastic map for him to flex his muscles, and I think we're getting more output from Yakinda on this formation of Liquid. Naf's reliable. I
would
hope we have a
also
close game.
I would
I hope
also
we have a close
like
game.
the undefeated Liquid storyline heading into the groups.
Into the groups. That
right?
would be interesting, yeah.
because it would be like, look at who they've beat. These are all very legit teams. Liquid coming looking scary. With that said, Furia have like really impressed me across the board today. You've had some fantastic moments from Skulls, and yeah, that opening map from Yuri was absolutely mind-blowing. So I found myself kind of a happy camper no matter which way this falls down.
Well, time to find out, folks. We'll get back in. Round 3, Liquid converting against a force buy from Furia, and we have one more little pistol armor before we get into the meat and potatoes.
Felt really weird saying happy camper. I've been hanging around with Mike Winnick too much. That's what that means. Here we are. Util for Furia. Going to try and get in towards this A bomb site. JKS lies in wait there, and I mean, this guy, he knows a thing or two about anchoring these A plays. Not in that he weighs them down. JKS trying to come through. Has some support from Twists out at the bench side. JKS
He's here too.
will eventually come through. He backs out. Now up and over. It's that fly. And now someone else, Yakindar, throws his name into the ring.
And JKS in
and JKS was there.
He saw the whole thing. But it's Yakinda to defuse, and Liquid 3-0 beginning. He really made it look like he was going to play that, didn't he?
We're all thinking it.
Sorry, Rush.
And you know, Rush is down to observe him too.
Yeah, I blame Rush actually for that one.
Nice. Don't worry, next time it can be Rush on the Face It Watch app, but saying finally.
Finally. That's a good one. Twist coming through that smoke Molly as well. Molly on bench, not as effective with edging in this game. You know, just surviving, living on a prayer. Ultimate go for his openers, but K-Serato running forward, able to hit the S key and bop in one bullet. That's not an easy shot for K-Serato, but Cello follows up out top middle, and suddenly it's all coming up Furia.
Not uncommon to see K-Serato be the guy to kind of step up and take charge for Furia here on Mirage. And it's that trifecta of K-Serato, Skulls, and Yuri that have been important in the games that Furia have played on this map so far. They're the ones you're going to want to kind of see to gauge how this Furia squad will get to look. But that's not a bad start for K-Serato. Team Liquid think that they've cleared out middle, but K-Serato still lies in wait up in window. That bomb's moving around back through the spawn, and K-Serato's so patient here, but eventually locked out as he does try and make his move. He goes right into that NAF MP9.
Bit early. Might not matter. Yuri's faked out B. There's kept a player there. JKS doesn't know there's 2 out ramp right now. He thinks that was the lurker. And they're actually rotating back. Liquid have read this one. Careful. The lineup is there. And JKS mauls 3 on the A site, leaving just Yuri late from the party, and they know it.
That's why they say JKS knows a thing or two about anchoring this A site.
Just around too early.
Beautifully done, and now Yuri moving in to try and pick up the pieces. Ooh. JKS will fall. NAF on the rotate over. So it goes down, but there's a little angle for him to try and look through here.
Tempting.
Yuri's walked just around the bomb, has to go back and grab that. Makes noise now, trying to get this bomb down. Over for CT, and NAF is closing the distance. Yuri's got no idea. And so NAF and JKS make it happen for Team Liquid. That round looked like it was in the bag for Furia.
Yeah, double entry, but K-Serato plays first. That's the craziest part to me. Furia could have, you know, set up on A, got some space first, and then let him walk out, but he drops off this, and NAF just gets a freebie in the window. And sure, that's not the end of the round by any means, but it's the way back in. JKS and a nice off angle, wide in window. With the AWPer going second. Bit of a disastrous cross into the bomb site for Furia.
Wouldn't know he just got a sick 3K and won them the round, would you?
More headset issues here for Liquid, so maybe that's why they look so down, Harry. But it's looking up for Liquid, 4-0 either way.
Is this a magic trick from Twist? The wire's just infinite, he just keeps reeling it out? Magicians do that, right?
What I've got in my pocket. More wires.
That is that. It is a piece of ravioli. And then he throws it into Nap's mouth. God, that would be cool.
Your fan fiction's weird. Case Roger brought a spare keyboard. Why didn't Twist bring a spare headset, even though they're not his? Really makes you think, huh?
So I just want to say, I want to assure everyone at home, people under the desk only just went down there. They're not coming out, like, because they've been there all day.
No, that's where we keep the referees, the admins. Tournament management.
Yep.
That's the one.
I mean, taking stock of this, for Furia, this is like a real gut punch. They know how they were favored to take that round. They feel like they should have done. They feel like that should have been them getting on the board nice and early to open up Mirage, and instead they kind of have to take a bit of a backseat, and now they have to sit there as well in silence throughout the tech issue. So time to kind of stew in your downfall in that round there. Twist is in seconds. We could be here a while.
No, I think he's just... Let's have a listen. See what's going on.
Nice! Nice! Good fucking shooting. 3v5, guys. Good job. Sick just. Bro, did he see me or what? Like, why don't you hunt? Jiggling.
Yeah, he saw you.
You know that because he shot you, actually.
4-0. Headsets on, keyboards in. Furia buying. Gonna be limited on util here. Again, similar to last round. Coming up middle. And there's ultimate. We were waiting for the AWP to appear. Fulton got spotted out ramp. JKS taking wide fights. Didn't know Cello was ahead of the play, and Yakinda's come in to offer a helping hand. That's an ugly spray for Cello, and everyone on the A side gets a piece of the pie.
Twist up close. Case Serato doesn't account for that. It's an off angle for Twists. And a great start taken from Team Liquid, 5-0 up, and a timeout brought through for the Furia side of things. They've got a problem solved here and now, because this is fast building to a dominant opening.
Ooh, they're buying this. This is a risky buy for Furia. They don't have the money to justify.
Yeah, the other thing that's scary is that on every map so far, it's been Furia with the strong start, right? And on Nuke, the one time where the script kind of flipped a little on them, and they had to try the comeback, they fell just one kill, one round short of doing it. And so now they're the ones playing from the back foot, and we haven't had to see that really across this series yet. And I think it was 8-1 or 7-1 up over on Anubis. 5-0 up to begin Nuke. Ultimate, that is a ballsy way to play it. Just swings over the top of stairs, ultra wide.
He's not afraid.
Oh, Ultimate right back in. And AWP sings as it gets the double opener for Team Liquid. Fallen trying to get through, but JKS on top of the Palace.
Oh. And double cat as well. They're just not ready for these setups as Ultimate swings and swings and repositions again on the AWP. Ferocious AWPer. A domineering presence on this CT side of Mirage is exactly what you'd want from your AWP. He's absolutely not a static AWPer. It is really fun watching him work. A lot of opening attempts. By coming out now for Furia, this time a little bit more behind it. Orb for Fallen makes his presence known in middle after a flash.
I mean, this is really worrying for the Furia squad, right? You've got Ultimate feeling the freedom and the confidence to go for plays like that. You've got JKS in his element, anchoring over towards A, topping the charts right now for Team Liquid. Over on the B side of the map, you've got Nafly, who's hasn't felt like he's had to get massively involved, but he's still 6-1. He still picked up that important clutch to keep the scoreline flawless for Liquid. And so it feels like on all fronts right now, Liquid is switched on Furia just need that first incision, that first round on the board, and it felt like it should have been rounds ago. They get out over towards middle. Serato walking up under the window. Kindar tries to swing out wide from the catwalk, and that puts him in the firing line of the AWP. JKS does not want to hang around in connector. Heavy B lean for Team Liquid. They're anticipating that this is the change with the top con smoke in, with windows smoked off. They're thinking this might be the catwalk wrapping towards the B site, and it's not. JKS spots out that first man. Serato now dead, but surely he can get no more. 19 points of health as he goes swinging into Yuri, and just like that, the A site is only defended by Nafly. The one and done. Catching one as Cello tries to slink his way through the window, and with Ultimate still alive. Time running out. They nearly line up for Twists. It's down to the clutch.
He's done.
Ultimate lobs the util in, but the nades just missed. Fallen's not aware. Ultimate clashes.
My God.
Versus a legendary Orpin Fallen, and he makes it look easy.
I don't know how they even got the plant, to be honest. That lineup was terrifying. Fallen was trying to fight. He wasn't certain he could get away with a plant. And the nade molly combo, even though it's not enough, Ultimate takes space with it.
I mean, even if the nade didn't kill Fallen, it certainly deafened him. He would have lost audio from that, right? He hears nothing. So Ultimate's allowed to get very, very close very, very quickly. The last call was, he's jungle. And you see that as Fallen's kind of edging out to look for that fight. That's fully where he's thinking he's going to get the engagement.
It's a very good point. That's a huge change from CSGO to CS2, right? Just how deafening the nades are, how you really lose all sense of audio when those even land close to you. Shell-shocked Fallen. 7-0 for Team Liquid.
And I mean, if they keep this up, this would be a real statement. It's like, yeah, you took us down on Anubis. You had an insane game from Yuri to help get you there, but boy, did they get revenge over the rest of the series, right? To go and snatch Nuke away. One that you haven't really seen Liquid on, one that the times that you have left you wanting a little bit.
Oh, that's going to be a big nade. Yeah, 50 damage. They come running out of ramp now. Molly is a little late. It's going to separate them into two pockets, though. Yakinda's in one of them, spraying down a double kill. Palace player blocked by a smoke, and if he comes through, Yakinda is in the right position, traded well by Twists over the top, and the way the Liquid are playing off of each other in this A site is miraculous. Twists even gets flashed over CT to fight that final player. Just relentless re-peeking from Team Liquid on A.
And something else, you know, when you think about it, it is mad, is Naf, we touched upon him earlier on being that kind of like B anchor player, the one who often finds himself over towards the apartments. Think about how many rounds he's been in the right place over at A. It's speaking volumes to the kind of read that Liquid are having, the fast repositions they've been having on the CT side. This round, the triple layered defense ready to keep trading off of each other over in A. And so now Naf's going to get tested over on his bomb site for a change.
Yeah, it's just felt like no matter what happens, there's always another player for Furia, right? They're running into it. When they think they've cleared it out, there's always one more. Not on this site, though. Just Twist tucked into the bench right now. Yakinda over on short, spamming. Actually, there are three players on
that
these.
other player you were talking
Furia
about.
have no idea that Twist is sitting in the center of the site. Oh, but it's an ugly spray. Yakinda low, overwhelmed. Twist back to the sidearm and two pistol taps because Cello pushed through the market. Nice stall for Furia, giving Cello some time and some room to make that play. Completely catches the orb rotating in. And I mean, that is ugly for Twist for sure. He couldn't find a kill for a long time despite being completely uncleared in the B site. And it took him way too much ammo. So Furia actually get a B pop and it works, despite Liquid reading it and starting 3 strong. Whatever it takes, Furia will be happy with that. They're finally in.
It takes them 9 rounds. But if they can build a couple right down here at the end of the half, that can be something for them. You do it on the Tech 9s as well, so you're flush with money right now if you're Furia.
I just don't know what happened to Twist, really. He had no ammo there.
Yeah, I think it feels even more awkward because like Yakinda's trying to set him up, you know, like trying to bait for him. He's taking that first contact. He's often the guy there helping Naf. So Twist is like the unknown extra man.
Felt very weird.
This round they made another change. Ultimate takes that AWP over towards B and just scopes up down the line of the apartment. So that's going to free Naf up to roam the map a little bit. The nades have been really good in the early stages of these rounds, and it's softened up Furia again as they look for this mid control. And with that AWP being posted over in the apartments, they're not going to have him on hand to help in this mid fight, but he will be in the right place to try and combat them as they come up short. But there must have been a gap in the comms there, or just a late realization from Ultimate that he's open to it. That one is given over for free.
Oh my god, Naf goes through. That's an aggressive move, and he's got to bounce back through the Molotov, and bullets will finish the job. Nice spam through the smoke. But a 2v3, Liquid have to question if it's worth the money, a buy they can afford in the next round, but this save would really supplement it. And so Liquid will actually give it up and walk away. Yeah, I guess Ultimate's hoping he can get a pick in apps before that short component comes in, not realizing just how pacey the triple short push really was. Because that apps player is throwing nades, he's throwing flashes over the B site for short. Awkward position to be either way. Solo AWP deep in apartments. And no mid information for Liquid. Bit of a uppity pace for Furia, and at the end of the half seems to be answering their questions. Solving their problems. And Liquid's first timeout is called.
And this is the last of the buys for Team Liquid. They kiss goodbye to that if this one falls by the wayside, and so suddenly those 4 rounds right at the end for Furia would become a reality. You don't want to feel like you let them back in, especially when you did such a good job of shutting them out early and winning some of those man disadvantage rounds, winning some of those clutches that kept your scoreline so pretty. To feel like you dropped the ball right at the tail end of the half. Furia, they are desperate to claw their way back in here, and that's what they've been doing across these last few. This is kind of the tipping point for this game. Let's see how much of a chance Furia are able to give themselves. Now towards lower to open up, and a very heavy stance towards mid for Team Liquid. You've got JKS supporting Twists over in the connector. Yakinda floating around window and jungle. It's smoked off right now, but he's still available. And then Ultimate with that AWP posted over at Catwalk. So Furia are going into the Lion's Den here in middle.
Ouch. More nade damage early. Cello gets up in the window though. Yuri as well. I like this. Furia can play 1 early and then 1 late. Cello for the swing. Yakinda gets that kill, but the longer Yuri waits, the better this position is, the more potent. Gets ready to try trade this out. Yakinda, it's an annoying way to fall, but Twist has given away his position. Yuri doesn't have the util to block Twist here.
Ultimate wants to look for this trade, and he's going to go find it. Yuri plucked out of the round, and there's Twist getting activated down in the connector. Bomb dropped for Furia. Naf even moving in on that secondary AWP, now takes up the angle from short and has fallen, sneaks out ramp.
No way he checks this, right? He can't. He doesn't have the room to.
Aussie royalty living down under the palace. JKS, that one's free. Fallen walks right into it. K Serato, 1v4. And everyone from Liquid around this bomb. There's that quick swing from Naf. He's just not ready for. They learn about that second AWP now, but it's far too late. 9-2. And a chance for double digits here for Team Liquid, trying to accomplish that goal of keeping Furia out of this entire first half.
Yeah, great response. I love that Ultimate just takes up that mantle for Twist after Twist baits for him. It's just a perfect 1-2. You know, it keeps Yuri's attention completely divided on the window room. It allows Ultimate to sneak in from behind, plus a double AWP on B. That's oppressive. They go back for more. Ultimate's made the cat jump as well, so he's even got top mid control with the support of Yakinda, as Furia just go for a standard A-smoke attack. This is a nice call, actually getting to block some spots. They need a bomb plant, they need to flush out JKS.
He's got teammates moving in to try and lend a helping hand. For now, he's kind of out on an island all alone here. They blow that smoke open, and JKS falls, getting nothing done. Twist is the next one, trying to make a move, but it's quickly punished. Here's the backstab from Yakinda. This backstab is super quick. Wow. They've got no idea that he could be here this fast. Spotted by Cello. God. He's got to convert this, but Cello gets out. The nade won't find him. Cello makes it back into the spawn, and that element of surprise is now gone for Yakinda. AWP scoped in, trained on the angle from Fallen. They're going to give a little bit more room to Yakinda, but he's going to struggle to close the net over the site. And with Nafly dead, Fallen seeking to deliver a third to Furia at the tail end of this first half. cleaning house. They sit up 9-3 at the end of that first half. And Furia, even though they find one right at the very end, thanks to that little A-pop and a bit of a whiff from Yakindar on the backstab, will 3 rounds be enough for Furia?
Oof. It's not a nice question, is it? It's not a nice game out of Furia, really. Some close situations, but in general, Liquid just come in swinging and play very confident on the CT side of this third deciding map for the group stage of IEM Cologne. Those odds do not paint a pretty picture for Furia. Pistol a prerequisite for what this map may have in store for the Brazilians. Otherwise, they'll go out with nothing to show for it, despite an explosive opener. Remember Anubis, folks. Furia were unstoppable. Yuri was unstoppable. Well, that was a while ago. Stoic pistol for Liquid, holding the extremities before they walk out under.
I mean, this was the half that they got 12-0'd by Na'Vi on. Did Furia. But it clearly triggered a bit of a prompt to go back and take a look at their CT sides, because then they fared far better in that matchup v Mouse back at the EWC. So let's see if that's that kind of prompt to up the level for these CT halves. Going to be worth its weight in gold versus Team Liquid. Not a bad start for Yuri. One quick kill on that lone Yakindar. Skulls is going to hold the line as well. Ooh. Gets away with the double. Nice. Now it's just JKS left standing, as elsewhere Yuri removes another man from the Liquid ranks. JKS inside of the A site. I mean, this is home turf for him. And he does have a chance at this 1v1 in towards spawn.
Nice stall for Cello.
Oh. Yuri's certainly closer, but still not right there, especially not as he loops back through CT. They're going to try and play this together, but JKS has the info. He's heard both footsteps. He knows where they're coming from. Dancing around triple. Yuri bids him farewell. 3 clean kills from Yuri to reignite something for Furia here in the second half as they lock in the pistol.
Yeah, a few seconds of difference there, but Furia group just in time to win that round, not even needing the Molotov. So well put together. Skulls hangs around as well. He had a great double kill on top of Ticket.
Nice!
Been fairly quiet since that first map as well, has Skulls, despite an incredible game just yesterday against Imperial, topping the charts for Furia. But just Deagle's out for Liquid, not going to force buy, as Furia have done for the most part across this series, across all 3 maps. Furia have been the most, I'd say, reckless with the spending. But we did have, of course, the back and forth of that second half of Nuke, with a lot of close rounds that you could argue justified some of those buys. Liquid don't want anything to do with it. They want rifles in the third. Skull starts off, and Deagles come crawling under.
Twice makes noise like he was trying to get up into the window. That's at least going to keep K Serato watching a dead angle for the time being.
Look at what he's done with that. He's immediately walked into jungle, and now he's going to backstab K Serato. He chooses to try and trade JKS instead. That was a nice idea, though. He had the timing. If he ignored the Balk player, he had K Serato dead to rights. Could have been something. Instead, Furia keep it flawless, and we rely on the first buy round.
Yeah, very critically as well for Furia against this sort of scoreline especially. They keep that round clean. 5 alive, you get out, you get to play with those same guns, so you get the bonus round here. You have a bit more staying power now. Even if Liquid come out the gate swinging, you still get to have those rifles moving forward, so it's not the end of the line. It wouldn't have taken much. A couple of kills would have been enough to cause potential problems for Furia. But as K Serato goes swinging down through lower, he lives to regret it. Twists and Koa there, ready and waiting for that. I mean, if one thing's clear already, Furia, while they were down to try and play with a good degree of pace behind these T-side rounds, this is far slower from Team Liquid, especially now that they've got that opener. They don't feel in any rush. Gonna start to throw this util over the connector. Skulls trying to play ahead of it, spots twists down in lower. Rest of Team Liquid starting to walk out ramp, and if you're Furia, maybe you're starting to get paranoid about this B site. They only learn now the terrible truth. JKS opens up on a Fallen, and Twist has come through the con smoke. As it fades, it doesn't favor him. Skulls locks that one in, and another from Skulls. Barrels over the sandwich, but we'll end up making a meal out of it as Ultimate's got to clutch up again, but this guy's been a monster in these moments for Team Liquid. High pressure, but he's got a man trapped over towards the spawn, and Cello is too far away right now to lend a helping hand. So as Ultimate goes chasing, that one is free, and the long rotate back through CT for Cello is going to leave him wanting here. Ultimate is already far away, ready to play around this bomb. He doesn't know it yet, but he's got this one in the bag. Ultimate plays that to perfection.
He's just so good in these clutch moments, isn't he? Rifle or orb doesn't seem to matter. Hunting down that CT player. And the awkward mistake is as he's hunting the CT player, Cello throws a flash for him to swing ticket, and that completely gives away his position. Ultimate's able to clear jungle and set up for that 1v1. Given away by Furia. The jump from Skulls over the stairwell, pretty audacious as well. Don't know if he felt like he was being flanked, but a couple of over faces for Furia does cost them when it comes down to it. Good play from KSerrato around the edge of the smoke. I think that team flash hit Ultimate as well. KSerrato had the position for the job, and Liquid try from behind 4v5.
I mean, looks like we're going to get another one of these A plays. That bomb dropped in CT with Naf coming back to grab it. Kind of the signal of that fact. You've got this lurk out through con from Twist. Now, last time he was caught on the kind of... Oh, dear.
I wonder if that was like purpose, because I've never seen that lineup, and Twist was already mollying window as the smoke landed. Are you trying to make someone play window? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Just... It wasn't a window lineup I've ever seen. They're out in A anyway, through the edge of the smoke. KSerrato on the lip rather, taken down. Nav gets the plant, but won't be able to escape with his life as 2 kills come through for Furia. A quick retake leaves the Australian in the clutch.
Damn. All right, that's bad. Fallen pulling up. Beautifully done from his M4. Sneaks out through the spawn. Comes in with the backstab, but is there to get the closer as well. For Liquid, that's going to feel annoying, right? You had Furia in that very vulnerable position where you could look to break the money, where you could look to essentially get yourself over the finish line on the economy alone, but that opportunity gets away from them now, and now it's Liquid who are broke.
Yeah, smoke. I resmoke window, give me a second. Oops. I may have fucked it up.
Sorry, don't look too deep into it, I guess.
It was not purposeful.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Nice guy, Naf.
We've always been there. We've all been there, rather. Need those for Furia when they play Nuke outside.
Not anymore, mate.
No, true.
They were great today.
They were nailing them. Oh. Jumpers got the info. Yuri doesn't want to throw the flash, though. They are already out into the site, so JKS hunting down. Oh, he spammed a whole mag through the smoke. Oh dear. Luckily, Cello's still here with the MP9, and it's all put to rest by Furia on that B hold.
Inch by inch, man. Furia are getting back into this one. And outside of that little, kind of miraculous round put forward from Ultimate where he wins it out in the 1v2, the clutch to get them onto double digits, these haven't been particularly close for Team Liquid even. So maybe the alarm bells are starting to sound a little bit here. Back to this slow mid control again. Once more, Furia are set up to try and deal with this. And they're anticipating this round leading over towards A, as they often have for Team Liquid, because they've entirely up and left the B side. Cello is playing from short for mid control, and he's responsible for B. They've lent everyone else in towards worrying about middle and this A play.
Kinder resetting. Gonna go back and play the A side with his team. It's just Twist on some late under lurk. All right, Naf. Second chance here. That looked better. It looked different at least. Nailed it. Twist did die under though, so you've lost the split component of this hit. Now Furia know what to expect.
Skull's tucked in. They're just gonna come right to him.
No molly.
Lose Serato, so Skulls has got to make a stand here, and a double kill, not a bad way for it to go. JKS with both the openers right now for Liquid. But surely can't get any more, trying to battle this man back in connector. Okay. Ultimate lends a helping hand. Fallen arrives from the spawn side, and that nade just dodged by JKS.
What?
Ultimate able to best Fallen in the head-to-head, and now it's all eyes on Yuri. He opened up this series with clutches. And now if Furia were hoping to close, they needed another, but it's shut down, locked out.
It's been a bit weird, but I think we need to take this extra pressure.
Wow. That's a 2v4 out of nowhere. I don't know how JKS is able to get away with that con kill as well. He saw a player locked in. A nade to do put JKS down to 2 HP as well. If that lands, far easier round for Furia. And Liquid, gotta say, feels like a necessary round win. This game was slipping through their fingers. Furia were definitely picking up steam. Liquid, some unreliable rounds on this T side. Finally, they convert one.
Yeah, I mean, that round comes off the back of individuals, right? Like, Liquid have been trying to do the same thing constantly on this T side, with the twists lurk out through lower, smoke in window, smoke at top con, try to push out with twist on that late lurk, and everyone else coming out through ramp and palace. And sure, that one works, but it comes down to, JKS and Ultimate pulling back a 2v4. It looks like it might be more of the same as Twists once again ventures down into lower. This time Naf there floating around, caring for any aggression out through the B apartments. The change this time for Liquid is a more active stance over here in middle, with Yakinda and Ultimate both there alongside Twists.
A lot more mid control for free. We've had Furia play triple mid and fight for it most of this map, but with a pistol in play, less util, they're just playing the extremities. Double push up a B, Fallen covers with the AWP, and Cello's allowed to lock the apartments down. Relying on Skulls and Yuri's crossfire in A, and Skulls has been pretty solid in this site so far. Liquid though, 4 out middle with full control and no pressure from Furia at all. This allows Liquid to make a call. It's going to be bomb back to ramp with JKS and Palace. Fake con smoke, they're going to go through. There's no one spotting this right now. Serato just coming here in time. Fallen's actually stopped a player coming up catwalk, but this is not a fake that Liquid are committing to. It's back into the A site, and there's so many players here.
I mean, as mentioned, this has been the end destination for Liquid time and time again, so Furia feel comfortable having a lot of bodies in the site, but Twist is going to put them all in bags. Look at him go, even more damage downrange. Serato left to try and spam back, and Fallen tagged up earlier on. Naf on his SMG brings it down to this 1v1, and Yakinda is able to withstand it.
That's a far prettier picture for Liquid. I love how much they chase down the players. As soon as they get info, they are, realizing that the bomb is stuck at ramp. We have to clear Yuri out from Sandwich. We can't let that bomb get dropped at a far when Furia are playing 2 CT spawn. So nice run and gun there for Liquid. A round away from the Cologne group stage here. And Furia pushed to last chance. Oh, they're messing up the window climb, but they get 2 into ladder with SMGs. Furia trying to play weird.
That's annoying, isn't it? Smoke down right after they get that boost in. So these guys in the ladder room are locked out for the time being. Yuri makes a smooth move to hop himself out to the short side, but that's only to fall at the hands of Yakindar. This round, Furia have risked it all on fighting for this control over middle, and it's not panned out to open. Oh, fallen that one tag. That gives up the aim of the game, and he knows he can't commit to the fight anymore. Furia is so spread out all across the map. If Liquid go where this is so often ended in towards this A site, they really only have Skulls and Queserato to worry about. They heard Fallen earlier on in ladder room. They know they've got him pinned in here. They never saw him leave. Oh, Yakindar even caught a little glimpse of him there, dropping out a ladder. As they're starting to come unraveled, just Queserato and Skulls left to try and stop this, and even though they've done damage, they won't deal these killing blows. Team Liquid might have fallen short on Anubis to open this series, but they make up for it, battling back on Nuke and Mirage, and now into the group stage. Furia join a list, Virtus.pro, Na'Vi, Pain, and now Furia, all teams that have fallen to this new look Liquid as they arrive, still flawless since their inception, into the Cologne groups.
Twist, congratulations on making it to the next stage. I'll let your teammates pass as well. Let me start by asking you about that Mirage, because I know it was a pain point back at Blast, where, I think it was a synergy. It's what it looked like from a noob spectator, but what was the work that was done to make sure that it was, very convincing today?
I feel like sometimes our CD sides are a bit shaky, but we had good momentum going into it, and obviously when Ultimate and Justin are having sick holds pretty much everywhere there on the map, so I think we showed a much more consistent face on this map, and I kind of just laughed after the Na'Vi match because I was like, I didn't have to show my T side, so it's fine. So I was pretty confident going, I knew that the maps would be, third would be Dust 2 or Mirage, and I was happy with either one.
Next level strats, not showing that T side. But talk to me about kind of the whiplash after Anubis and how proud you are and your team are pulling it back, because, again, that's a really insanely harsh loss to suffer in a first game of a best of 3 for a qualification series, and how you think overall the resilience of the squad is.
Oh, the resilience is 9 day compared to the last team, maybe even other iterations of Liquid. We're very strong in what we believe in and the way that we try to play, and obviously I feel like we're never out of the game. In terms of losing Anubis, clearly they had this in their pocket for a while and they used it at the right time. Really happy. I knew once we started CT Nuke that I have some T rounds to show and I can finally call on this map, and also T-Sun Mirage, I can finally have a chance to call on this map. So it's kind of fun to let out and show the world our map pool, basically.
Yeah, I think it's scaring the world maybe perhaps as well. The calling was great. You're also still fragging, so that's all sunshine, but also ultimate. I talked to him before this match about how he could be felt more comfortable, and he's already doing really well also in clutch situations. How do you think as an IGL, how do you give him kind of the best environment? What are the tools he needs to grow even further and give you guys maybe a playoff berth here in Cologne?
Reassurance, as always. Confidence from all of us given to him. and understanding that, you know, we can just be his pawns. Like, he can just put us wherever he wants. He needs flashes. He needs one of us to swing for him. At the end of the day, like, the op is the best guy in the game, and if you need the bodyguard, you're top opper. So, yeah, I mean, we just create a fun environment and, you know, try to give him the best experience in this Tier 1 scene possible.
Lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shox. Yes, Liquid pulling off the reverse sweep and joining the likes of Saw as the first 2 teams to advance to stage 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. And yeah, I mean, great to get some winning words from Twist there. Sounding confident, looking very confident in this last map as well, Janko.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what you like to see the most if you're a Team Liquid fan is the fact that it was truly a team effort. I mean, the ADR on the players was from 70 to 78 between the 5 guys. Everyone contributed, people did their job, and they had a comfortable win here on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, every time we get an interview from Twist, I feel like he mentions how horrible the old roster was, right? He always says, like, how nice it is to actually feel energized. They actually feel like they can win games now. It just feels like a whole new project, even though it's many of the same guys rocking the jersey, right? And also in this game, we just have to mention him a little bit. Ultimate doing massive difference in very important moments, even though his stats were, like, they were good, but they were not, like, superstar-like. But on the eye test, he did so much impact.
Yeah, I mean, fair play for Twist for, you know, saying those notions during his interviews, because he's been the man who's putting in a lot of the legwork in terms of getting this new identity forged, albeit very quickly as well. I don't think I expected to see, you know, them being pushed so much by Furia, then bouncing back on the subsequent maps.
Yeah, and I think it also shows you what you can do when you have, first of all, good players and experienced players, and also when you just build a good structure, a good, strong foundation, right? And then there's things that you can do to build on that, and the players obviously can raise your ceiling with their individual plays, but, you know, it's been looking super solid from them, and it's just the early days.
Yeah, and I think one point that was most important for actually Team Liquid to actually clarify, there were too many cooks in the kitchen. They got rid of Zeus, probably a strong voice within the team. They removed Cadian, surely the captain. Now it feels like everybody trusts Twist. I mean, JKS probably has 0 experience in CS2 almost and a team level, right? So he's just going to be joining and doing his stuff. Ultimate, he's barely going to say anything to what they're going to be doing. All of a sudden, you have Twist in the leader position, and then you have Yekindar as that second voice, which works really well inside the team. Yekindar also having a little bit of a revival throughout the series. I think he had a lot of impact on the last 2 maps.
Yeah, you mentioned Ultimate's name as well. Of course, he is our United States Air Force aim high. Some really nice clutches that he managed to pull off this time on Mirage as well. And yeah, just great to see such an unknown quantity really put up a solid showing and show us the identity that he wants to continue as a player, right?
This is the dream for a team and also for him, right? I think Liquid there in the market, and they probably see their candidates and they're like, damn, we're going to be spending a lot of money if we want anybody decent. Let's just pick up this guy and see what he can do, right? All of a sudden you have a superstar within your roster, and probably on a low salary as well. It's a win-win situation, and he's not going to bring in any bad attitudes or anything. He's just a fresh new talent that you can really work with.
Yeah, I think you nailed it when you said he fits the team as the personality. Just, you know, he's going to do what he's told, really, and play his own game, which seems to be a very strong game. And yeah, just I really like the calmness and the poise. He doesn't really seem to be phased, even when he has a unfortunate round, a bad round. He just, you know, next round begins. New day, let's go get it, and that's the best attitude you can have, honestly.
Yeah, cool, calm, collected. That's what we like moving forward. Speaking of which, obviously for Liquid, this means they are advancing onto stage 2. We only have, you know, 5 series to be going off of in terms of the sample size for Liquid. Where do you see their ceiling if you had to predict for the rest of Cologne?
I mean, I wouldn't be crazy if I said they were the best team in the play-in, right? I think they've had good enough results to actually say that they are better than the vast majority in this stage, right? But next one, it's going to be difficult, right? People are starting to get a little bit data on Liquid now. They can actually see what their map pool is like. They're also going to be playing more serious against better opposition. Twist is going to be tested on the map playbook, sorry, and I'm just going to be seeing it a little bit difficult for them to go all the way, but like playoffs is surely realistic.
Yeah, I think if they can get on a run, depending on which teams they have to play to get there, it's not beyond the realm of possibility, but it will be more difficult as they play more games, and you get information on Twist as a caller as well. What does he like to do in 3v3s, 4v? How does he approach those rounds? And then when you see people counter you, the thing you like to do the most, how many other things can you come up with that your players are comfortable executing?
Of course, Furia not eliminated from the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne just yet. They're going to be playing the winner of the game that's going down on the B stream at the moment. That's Heroic versus 3D Max. Obviously, Heroic looking a little bit better now that Dexter has, rejoined the team. He's finally actually got to play with the squad. But any predictions for how you think that one's going to go down?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, right? Because both Heroic and 3D, Heroic, okay, with the full roster, we'll see. 3D Max, we talked about how they were on a bit of a hot streak recently, but Furia, you feel like they have to win whoever comes from that match, really, to keep building. Like, that's what Fallen said in the interview. We just want to keep building, to go one step further each tournament, and I think here you saw for them on Mirage, it's just a little bit off, early on T side, some timings are a little bit off, it's a little bit disjointed, small mistakes from players here and there, and that all added up together into the loss.
Well, one more matchup here on the A stream side of things for day 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2024. That is going to be the clash between Complexity and Eternal Fire, going down with Trace after this.
Hi, it's Bob with FaceIt. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on FaceIt Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and FaceIt points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Lame duck in this man. 5 seconds, shot connects. Oh, he doesn't go for the one, and he wins it! Lovely Fallen!
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, Logitech G, and NOR.
The new contract is 2 years. We weren't really speaking a lot about the contract inside the team, really. The management definitely spoke with the players and asked them if they wanted to keep playing with me, and I think all of them did want to keep playing with me, so I think it was a combined decision from everyone. I don't think about it like pressure-wise or anything. Like from the outside, it probably looked worse than it was. Like me personally, I didn't really think about it at all. That's why I have an agency and great agents. I just have to keep playing my game and keep improving. I have multiple areas of my play I have to improve on. The most obvious one, which we can see from outside, is like the mental one or like the emotional one when we play. If I want help from my team and my coaches and stuff, I definitely can get help there, but I think the mental part of it or the emotional part of it is something I have to do myself and figure out myself. Team-wise, I think we have to just work on becoming more consistent, all of us. We have periods where we play very well, and we are one of the best teams in the world, and in the same match, we are playing like we are not even a top 30 team. What I've figured out is working for me kinda is like when I get very emotional in the hype side, I'm gonna get very emotional on the bottom side as well, the bad side. So I try to like keep both down at the same time. Every time I die, I just try to think, have some positive thoughts and think about the next round and try to help my team while I can, while I'm dead. I try to take my mind off my own emotions. I think closing out the season with a win was really good for us mentally. We had quite a rough start to the year, and being able to take a break off with a victory, even though it wasn't the biggest tournament, it felt good for us and gave us a little confidence boost going into the break without having like bad memories from the season.
Somewhat somber tones, but not really at all. Both these teams right where they want to be, right at the turning point of finding your way into stage 2. Let me welcome you back. After day 1, you could see how this worked out for Eternal Fire over the Falcons, and then for the side of Complexity, also finding the footing necessary. Again, winner moves on to stage 2 here. And I want to welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters. Alongside of me, Bubsky, right there in the middle, Y and K, they call him, and I'm Trace. Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Yeah, hi.
How you doing? How we feeling?
I'm great. I've been here all day.
Yeah.
It's nice for you to show up.
Yeah,
finally, for your NA boys. Liquid just beat Furia. You think Complexity is going to do the same?
I don't know. I mean, Zontaras, right, guys? Like, come on now. Let's be realistic about that. What's up, Bubsky?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy for NA boys, right? I think Eternal Fire and Complexity is in an equal spot, right? They are pretty decent on land, right? But they've not had the best results as of recent, and now all of a sudden they are in a lower bracket game against each other.
Yeah, I think for Complexity, we heard it from Halzerk in the interview as well, talking about how they can look like a top 5 team and a top 50 team over the span of a couple of rounds in the same game. And that's been the problem for Complexity throughout the iteration of this roster. Losing rounds that you should never lose, 5v3s, whatever, like any sort of advantage, it's possible for them to throw it away. And it's really frustrating because they've been together for a long time, right? It's the same issues that keep happening again and again. They're aware of it. They're talking about it, but it's not really getting fixed.
But expectations, right? I mean, that's something that we have to kind of put into perspective as well. I mean, obviously teams come here with the same idea that they've got to perform, right? And so for the side of Complexity, yes, they did find some success in Yantraping, but perhaps they could tell us more about their own expectations.
Elige, how are you feeling after yesterday, which was a win is a win, right? Versus alternate attacks, and how you guys did and how prepared you are for Eternal Fire?
We're feeling pretty good. I think the preparation was good. I think that as long as the video goes how we think it's going to go, then we should be fine. We're feeling confident for the games, and I think that yesterday was just a good building block for us today.
Okay, we'll be looking forward to that video. You have talked a lot about kind of dealing with things in the mid-round, but also specifically yesterday on HLTV about sometimes you have to be patient. Sometimes you give things away when you really shouldn't be. Now, EF is a team that can be quite aggressive. So how do you stylistically match up versus them, and how careful are you of that happening again?
Well, I think that's exactly why we need to also be patient against them, because if things are going down and we can't necessarily go forward and we don't know where all of them are, then it's good to just take our time and let them lose the round for us. So I think that's exactly what we're preparing for, is we need to be able to do that against the teams that are playing super aggressively. And if things do get out of hand, then we can also just step on the gas and be aggressive ourselves, so we can catch them in progress of their aggro.
Being able to show both sides of that. Thank you very much.
So kind of go into detail a little bit about what he's explaining here, giving away advantageous situations.
Yeah, they just need to be more patient. You know, there's been a round, there was a round on Nuke, they killed 2 guys on Ram, they're 5v3 on T-side, there's 1 minute 15 seconds left, and 3 guys just jump down immediately when there's 1 player B, they lose 3 guys and they lose the round. It's like, why don't you just stop? Just freeze. You have control on the map. They're under pressure. They're in the 3v5. They have to do something. And I think that's obviously Elige is aware of it. And he's trying to get maybe some other players on the team to just not get too stressed. You don't need to win the round immediately. Just take your time a little bit. You know, imagine how the other team is feeling in their situation. They feel all the pressure is on them.
Yeah, and this is the issue for the team really, is that you only have one guy who can really rely on his individual skill to actually pull rounds through, right? And if you have the rest of the guys not being able to communicate and function on a teamwork level basis that is at least better than the other teams, then you're going to be punished, right? And I also question myself, is complexity even up to the level of what Elige can offer to this team, right? I'm kind of having a debate with myself if complexity is up to the task of like delivering players for Elige to compete with, because right now he's so much better than everybody else.
And that's statistically speaking, or is it just obvious on an eye test?
I mean, from both sides, I both think the stats shows them themselves, but also when I stood at like the event in Copenhagen, I stood behind him. He's also the one doing a lot of the mid-round calling as well, right? Dictating how they want to move around the map on the T side. So all of a sudden, he's a guy of every trade, right? And you kind of need somebody, at least, we just saw it with Ultimate, to step inside the server and just really make a difference on the fracking side.
Yeah, and you know, some guys that make differences on the other side for Eternal Fire, mainly just one that I want to talk about just a little bit before we hear from him. Xantares. This guy is nuts, and he has been for quite some time. Yanko, is that raw aim ability, is that raw skill, does it transfer in every match?
Man, Xantares peak, you know.
Yeah, it's fast.
Everyone knows about it. It happens, and it's definitely a thing. And he is the driving force of this Eternal Fire team alongside Vikadia, right, who's the young, new talent coming from Turkey after a long time, and they're the 1-2 punch.
Let's hear from Woxic now is the time. Let's do it.
Well, Eternal Fire is about to take on Complexity for a spot in Stage 2. Woxic, how do you feel about your first match yesterday, which was very, very hard fought, and how you came away with it?
I mean, we didn't expect kind of to be close game like that. We thought like we're going to be like more powerful and going to win against them like 2-0. But it became like 2-1, and it was a really tough game, and they played really well from the previous games when I compared them. Like we were like showing much better power and much better team play. I think that's why we won it in the end. And now we have like more harder opponent now. And this is qualification game. Of course, you need to have like good teams. So I think we prepared well, and we just gonna play our game.
I know that Xantares said before the player break that, of course, you guys weren't too happy and there were going to be changes. And I feel like playing Complexity is a good test because you, of course, lost to them back at Yala Kompas. So what are the things you feel like you've gotten better as a team that's going to help you today versus Complexity?
I think after we just climbing up our performance, and we went down in the like 2 tournaments, which was in Yalla, as you said, and also the Indian tournament. After that, we just felt like we are not playing how we're supposed to play, and we kind of lost our confidence. But winning the previous game and having good practices, and I think we got the confidence back. So if we have like confidence, everyone giving 100%, I think why not? Like we can beat them.
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Thank you.
You could see just how much that win yesterday meant to them, right? We talked to Major after the fact. You could see still in that moment, which was pretty cool to see. And for Eternal Fire to kind of find the footing and feet that they need. Bubsky, what's it take?
Yeah, I mean, this guy we just saw in the picture before, Xantares, is the difference maker. Let's be honest. Without him on the roster, these guys would probably not be top 20. I mean, he is one of the most impactful players for their team, respectively. I think he's very similar to the guy on the opposite side, Elige. They're very similar in the way of playing. They actually want to make the first contact most of the time and actually want to make a difference for the team.
Yeah, they do their best work when they get into the mix of things, when they get in your face, and they both like to do that. I think this matchup is going to come down to who makes less mistakes. Like, can Complexity just play a clean game, right? I feel like if they can do that, they're the better team at the moment, but the ceiling is a bit higher probably for the side of Eternal Fire, because outside of Xantares, you have Ikadia, you have Voxic who can be flashy. Even Calyx had some good games.
Yeah, well, let's find out what maps we're going to be playing this evening, everybody. That's time for us to run that veto up. Now, if I had to guess, we did just watch them warming up on Vertigo, but who knows?
I mean, it's their pocket pick, right? They pick it against almost all teams. They've had major success on LAN on it. I mean, one of the things you have to take into consideration when you look into the map pool at Eternal Fire is the online games they play with like 60 to 70 ping. I think Major said it in multiple interviews that online Eternal Fire is different from LAN, and we also see it time and time again. Once they actually arrive on the stage here, they up their game at least with like 10-20%.
Yeah, I was wondering what Eternal Fire was going to pick, if they were maybe willing to leave Vertigo to be the third map, or are they just going to straight out pick it, and they don't want any funny business, they just go for it yet again, feeling probably even more confident after how it went against Falcons yesterday.
Yeah, and the interesting one with actually Complexity is that they had a 100% win rate on this map like a couple of weeks ago. They tried to punish pick inside Blast group stage. They lost it and instantly went away from it. I think Eternal Fire has like the upper hand in that situation, because now they know they're weakened on this map. They also have a couple of maps to look through and find the small openings.
Picking Dust 2 against the Turkish team is also quite brave, I feel like.
Yeah,
maybe.
but NA loves in Dust 2, we know that.
Santaris out long with the flash. I mean, I can get behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I mean, you don't necessarily want to meet him outside either, right, on Nuke? So yesterday he was definitely laying some pain down.
I mean, I'm also just going to be throwing it out there. I think Santaris, skill-wise, is also the best player on the server today. I think Elise is a more complete player. I think he offers way more to the team generally. But like one-on-one duels, I think Santaris right now is going to be the best player on the server. I'm not sure if you think that's a controversial take.
No, I don't think it's controversial. I think everyone is aware of how difficult it can be to face up against Xantares. I really like this map pool for Eternal Fire. I mean, they got even Anubis as the decider, which they were early adopters of, a map that they used to pick quite a lot before.
So tell me who you think wins.
Eternal
Who wins
Fire.
in this?
Now, once I saw the full veto, I'm thinking Eternal Fire wins this.
I also think Eternal Fire.
Eternal Fire, and it is all going to come down to a Swiss Army knife versus the machete, which is Xantares versus Elige, right? We're talking about well-rounded players. Well, there's now time for them to show that, which is exactly what we're going to do. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We're going to jump right into this series. Again, winner moving on into Stage 2 here in Cologne. That's right. We're looking at Vertigo, Dust 2, Anubis, and we've got our storytellers in the booth. The commentators are ready to go.
Swiss Army knife versus a machete. I'm not sure. I reckon it's more like a scimitar versus what would be an American sword. They don't really have any of that, do they?
A cheese grater versus a peeler.
They're only like 200 years old. A peeler, yeah, okay. Well, I find this game appealing, I'll tell you that much, Chad. Hey! Complexity, Eternal Fire. The analysts have set the scene for this wonderfully. I do like the veto, and I love me a Vertigo. We've already, I feels like I've seen a lot more Vertigo here at IEM Cologne in their first couple of days of play. Maybe enough time has passed, enough scrims have been had where teams are more confident in having it in the veto.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot more of it in the play-in stage or stage 1 before we get into stage 2. I think we'll get it in, some of these more fledgling teams. I don't know if they'll be able to flex it as hard as we progress in the tournament.
One of these teams is going to be advancing to the second stage with a little bit of luck today.
We've already had 3 other names join that party. No, actually 2. We haven't had the MIBR vs 9C game yet. That's tomorrow. It was Liquid over Furia just now and Saw over Big. So the Germans will have to fight another day. And someone who played with Big, Xantares, is going to be getting boosted up towards Wood. Here comes the B execute smoke from Spawn, donning the site. Floppy, well, he has support of Elige.
Xantares, first man in. Floppy, he's been overlooked. This is what he's been waiting for. Will he find the double? He can't. And so the site is lost. The bomb will go down. JT Grim and Halzerk trying to work a way back into the site. Lovely little smoke combination there. You can see it really nullifies anything that JT can contribute from that Guardian position. You've got a mid lurk as well in form of Woxic. Halzerk coming in from B stairs, but I can't help but feel, Chad, that this one's locked in for EF.
Well, definitely now. Needed to get a move on. Grim will get something, but should be traded upon this mid lurk you highlighted with Woxic. Should be the death knock. A couple of extra bullets to get it done, and Halzerk just needs to hold on to the Kevlar and the dual Berettas. Maybe an extra kill or 2 out the door is the best that he can offer into this round. Scampering above him, Madja drops down, Spider-Man maneuver. And that'll be the pissed round for Eternal Fire.
We heard in the interview there, Shocks talking to Woxic ahead of this match, and he said he was a bit surprised by how hard they had to work up against Falcons. We had the joy of bringing you that.
They could have easily lost that third map.
For real. For real.
If the snappy clutch goes the other way and the Sampaio Tech 9 mare.
Yeah, they did have a couple of nightmares, didn't they? In one map, and it was that close.
And a very winnable map, the third map of the series. So Eternal Fire should be counting their lucky stars and try and make the most of this opportunity against Complexity.
This is an interesting force buy. We have got the 4 SMG, 1 Scout investment. Halzerg, no Kev on that. Going to try and tag him up, and hopefully the SMGs can chase them. Look at this smorgasbord as well. We've got an MP5 for Calyx.
Now, this is what we saw yesterday from Eternal Fire. A lot of B focus early on within the first half of play. They were happy to condition this side of the map, and then as the half progressed, turn their attention towards A, where the likes of Zentaras and Wakadia working up towards short, as well as the A ramp position, were having a lot of success in opening duels.
Question. For Cole, now knowing that it's only Floppy on B, do you really want to put up a fight, or do you want to have just another go? You don't really have a chance. I say that. Floppy gets the first. Now he falls. Now Calyx has been tagged up. Perhaps it's game on. I say that as Wakadia and Maja clean up the site.
You were close. Game on to game over.
Yeah,
but
you see where I was going with that?
Yes, but if he puts up some resistance, then you can try and find some kills in the chaos, which is almost what manifested. Calyx was put quite low, so Floppy lived up to his part of the bargain.
But like with 4 starting A and then all that util landing on B, could there have been a conversation of let's just peace out?
Well, see, you see Floppy's block smoke at the entrance, right, which forced them around white box. And at that point, they were still rotating in, and they hadn't actually made it in towards the site yet. Sure, it meant the Complexity players had to try and get in front of the util that was making its way in towards that B execute, but there was still time on the rotation.
Right.
The difference maker could have been as simple as a flash, right? They didn't have any because of the type of investment available. But I see your point as well, right? Do you just sell Floppy, say, we gambled incorrectly, see you later, mate, we'll try again next round? Well, the decision and outcome has been made for us. So there's your answer. You didn't need it from me.
No, nice one. Grim's only going to have the MP9 and his Kevlar vest into our third round. Eternal Fire, as you were discussing, this kind of starting towards the less commonly hit site early opens up the door. You've kind of already proven that your small site anchor is going to have to work hard.
Yeah, it seems interesting with some of the CT setups now in the newer Vertigo. It feels like you get quite a consistent 2B from the CTs fighting for lobby control a little bit more stubbornly. And then you still are going to want your rotation player to set up your A players with a ramp or yellow smoke, some flashes, some mollies as well to stall out the push. And then they tend to jiggle mid from the elevator position. So there are some changes in the CT setup. They seem quite subtle, and there's obviously more options. And we are learning because we're getting more and more Vertigo. Obviously, the scrims is where the majority of the Vertigo matches, and the tier 2s and tier 3s. But for tier 1, hasn't been a lot since the changes. Teams have been steering clear.
Just hurry up and wait. 3 players from Eternal Fire. Throw out a couple of good nades, actually finding some damage onto Grim. Floppy is on that double stack and has been overlooked by Maja, but just a body shot from that Deagle, and Grim is the first to fall. The first of many. 3 towards this crane side of ramp.
Yeah, I think that contact from Maja over towards B with Floppy is what just thrust Complexity into swinging for the fight. Oh, an opportunity there. Woxic low. How's it with a banger on the Deagle? They see that they get, oh, okay, look how threatening it is towards B. Well, it was just one guy. So they forced them into potentially their demise, but taking this slow, our Eternal Fire, the rotation from Floppy has now joined the rest of his teammates, having to stay quiet with this. They've been chop and change the AK and MAC-10 situation. And Elise will push forward with the information. So, hey, we know we're in the wrong place. What can we do about it?
Well, what can they do? I was wondering if Floppy and Halzerk were going to go all the way around, but instead they just join a Liege.
Well, it's 2 SMGs. They picked up a MAC-10. So if they can get any kills, do any damage, that is going to actually help out this buy round. And Elise is now hearing them, making steps, setting up that util. Is hot on the that's the bomb.
Matches the last one, and he has the bomb. If you hit that and you clean with it, the bomb gets lost. Yeah, there is definitely a threat from Cole, even in that one.
Yeah, but okay, so boss man, you're throwing all the nades. You can only do so much, can't you? Try and get that bomb in the hands of one of your teammates. Throws the nades, comes in last, worrying about the flank, still gets that kill. And Wakadia mops up the mess. The rifles purchased for Complexity as we head into the first gun round of this progression or advancement or any other word that you might like to use.
I think those are both of the best ones, actually.
Nice. No AWP, but a defuse kit. Nice. No AWP, but a defuse kit. A pleasure to see.
seen this run from EF before. And again, it's disrupted by the 51
yeah,
push.
same position.
We've been here before. That's a big find. Wow, Zentaris just takes the head-on collision with Elige as the mid-hold. And they're going to just swing out Ellie. Trading back and forth. Good work from Grim. Gets himself one. Woxic left in the clutch, and he's got so much time. He's thrown out a smoke that guises his cross to Guardian.
Bye-bye.
And now Woxic into Halzerk. It's an angle held, and yeah, Halzerk, he does connect. No mustache for Halzerk. This is a new look for him. First we had mullet and tash, then no mullet and a tash, and now we've got no mullet, no tash. We'll find out how that translates into his results. It's obviously important.
Well, he was the businessman. I think he still is the businessman, but he was cosplaying a businessman in November doing Movember.
Oh, yes, yeah. Or more like a 70s businessman.
Right. Oh, yeah, that's true too. Picking his era. Oh, that's in the business we call that a mist smoke.
Yes, yes.
That's the official term for that.
A bit of a goof, a bit of a gaff. It's a nice flash. You can all throw that one at home. You can see that anyone that wasn't tucked in, as he was, would be blind as a bat off of the yellow fence. And ooh, Icardia, he wins out against Halzerk with just 5 HP spare. 4 on 4. I heard a tag. Yeah, JT, he's the one that eats that. From the AWP of Zentares. Picks that up off of Woxic's corpse.
All right, well, the 4 on 4.
It does look like this is the best bet we've seen from Colt to pick themselves up a second round. Well, this is the first time we've seen this, but you know what I'm saying. 2 back-to-back. With Zentares and Macardia low, it kind of falls to Calix and Madja to do the dirty work.
Well, it's about this sweep. This is what this round's going to come down to. Will there be ramp progression? There's a flash ready from JT. Yeah, they are. So Elige and Grim taking the fight. Beautiful work. Great trade from Zentares. Molly to stall out and segregate, so we'll just force Eternal Fire back.
JT, his timing is everything on this one. Calix, I think he may have caught a whiff of him.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, he gets away. So 3 on 3. No, Molly sandbags. Calix is going to take that first contact with his 100 health.
You see how awkward that is in that position.
Very uncomfortable. Missed shot from the Zentares AWP. Elige spotted on the catwalk. Yet to see Elige's name in the feed, and it continues as Calix puts him down. Very nice start from the Eternal Fire T side. Unless Floppy can come up clutch here. The first is nice. Tracks Madja.
Smoking a kit.
The bomb. Smoking a kit. That is that perfect retake package. Zentares already missed one AWP shot. If he lets another one go, that smoke's already going to have him nervous. Calix suddenly realizes it has to be him. But Zentares should have it. Oh. Goes down. Oh, Floppy with a big round. Saves complexity there. Triple kill. Smile on the face. Pat on the shoulder. That's 2 back-to-back for Cole.
Well, happy with himself there. And Zentares getting caught off guard, just expecting the tap to come in before the swing. He drops the smoke in the panic stations. Eternal Fire go, oh dear. Zentares isn't going to be able to spam him down through that smoke. They want to try and get ahead of the play. And by doing so, they offer themselves up.
That's a big round to be posting early, you know, in a best of 3 for advancement to the second stage of IEM Cologne 2024.
A big conversation point about these two teams is the locking horns of Zentares versus Elige, right? Yeah. And then there's the Yanko's talking about the team who makes the least mistakes and saying that Complexity should be the better team, and I would say they are the better team overall, but there's a lot of issues that crop up with Complexity that lead to frustrations. Now, I think the stars on each team, we can know what to expect. It's the supporting cast, and the 2 individuals who I think need to be backing up in the rifle department and Elige on Complexity is your Floppies and your Grims. And we're always having this conversation about consistency. So let's see, if we get Floppy continuing in this fine form, 7 for 3, top of the scoreboard right now, along with Wakadia on the other side.
You talk about fewer mistakes, Chad. Well, these are those rounds where they test you. You know, will you make a mistake?
That's a team flush.
Yep, just like that.
That's an perfect example of a mistake that goes unpunished.
But should they continue towards this B bomb site, Elige goes down empty-handed, it's suddenly awkward, the bomb goes down, a rifle's picked up. That's when those mistakes can compound into a round loss and into a resurgence from EF. Everything about this suggests this should be a 3rd for Complexity, tying us up at 3 apiece. Woxic's lined up a single flashbang. It's perfectly destined for Floppy.
I have faith because of Floppy's util.
Oh, well, Floppy's used his AK-47. His reward for winning the clutch in the previous. Now, Elige's been spotted out, still empty-handed.
But that was the execute. That was everything other than the kitchen sink. Wakadia still has that equipped as a smoke grenade.
Yeah, there's Elige's first. Gets himself a frag, gets out.
All right, well, warded off, deny the execute. Now this is just about putting it in.
Yeah.
Keep as many alive as possible. Maybe Grim would like to die.
The FAMAS?
Yeah. It's not his name. It's not his disposition.
Yeah, I thought you were
It's not his thoughts on the stat line.
analyzing him. Okay.
No, just the weapon he has. Any excuse to get that out of your hands.
It's not my favorite
Boys,
either.
can I get a drop?
Yeah, sorry, boys. Anyone got a
Someone
M4,
drop me?
maybe? AK?
Yeah. Cheers.
Take an SMG over a FAMAS, to be honest with you. All right, well, Halzak's playing a nice safe game here. He's got a molly or an incendiary, if I'm being pedantic about it. And if they can disrupt this plant, it is a priority. Yeah, Nade clears him. He gets it down. Fair play. That's a little silver lining to the otherwise rather dark cloud. 5 alive for Cole, but a bomb goes down. What's the extra change now? It was 600 instead of 800?
After the defuse, yes. So if the bomb gets planted but defused, $600 dues, I do believe is the official terminology that people are running with these days, I think.
$600 dues instead of 800.
Yeah, it's the inflation. Or lack thereof.
What do you what's your kind of takeaways from the financial tweaks? Was it just
like
that?
them. Yeah. Because it's
Let's fucking go. Holy fuck. That's what they need right there. Reliable in the clutch. Good shit.
Oh, that's a floppy reaction to the floppy clutch.
Could have put a bit more jam on that hot dog, couldn't they?
Yeah, maybe.
A little bit more
Sounded like they were
sauce
in
on the
a
sandwich.
library or something. Well, we're back into game.
I think it's good for early game. I think it again creates more patterns of options.
Because it did get out of control where T's could just keep buying. They just keep planting, keep buying.
Galils against a couple of MP9s and
right.
one M4 and a FAMAS.
And then eventually, you win 2 in a row and it's all over Red Rover for those CTs. There's some very well spammed bullets into Arcadia and Woxic through the tarpaulin.
Well, this is the difference between harassment and flirting, I believe, right now. And they're not flirting with a tunnel fire, I'll tell you that much.
Far from it. I mean, fair play. If you do your homework, that ramp smoke can become your best friend, putting bullets in the right direction, as it already got 3 members of Eternal Fire limping.
What do you think about while we just have this moment? Whoever was on this computer from Harry or Hugo left a note.
Oh, I believe this is Harry Russell's work.
It says, Dexter has found his voice and Inns can 1v3. Do you think he was typing as he was casting?
I suspect he was, yeah. Dexter's found his voice. Inns can 1v3.
But why has he preempted that?
Maybe they were just his takeaways from the game.
Okay, all right. Mine was a butter chicken today. Ramp control, 30 seconds. It's going to be Calix playing through middle alongside of Madja. So all this AU tilt comes in. It's meant to draw Floppy. He's meant to be looking the wrong way. Still aware. Floppy's been good, just turns his back. Time a problem.
Yeah, and they're working wonders now. With Zantara's taking down Halzak, that's going to draw more attention towards the ramp, and the mid players can start to work. Look at this from Madja. Floppy comes back a little late. Good from JT back, but down he goes. This is a good timing window here from Elite. He's just rounded the corner on the Aggressor 51. Not covered. Woxic adjusts. That could have been a double kill. If Woxic hadn't considered, as the bomb was going down, he puts himself on his planting teammate and covers him very well.
And then you wonder how Grim is here.
He's still got that FAMAS, Chad.
Indeed, and he's going to have to use it in the next round as well, because Money is in an interesting position for complexity. Everybody with roughly around 3K. So with the loss bonus of 1,400 being injected into the bank balance for next round, look at Zantara's braving the flames to find that fire under Halzak. Beautiful stuff from him. And then the chaos really ensues with that flank. You see Madja in the kill feed, grabbing the kill on a floppy, and great awareness from Woxic. He was missing... Well, look at that camera. That's perfect. Ooh. Yeah, because as you said, Elige knows that was the round winner. But Woxic was missing some shots he probably feels he should have been hitting in yesterday's series. So that's a very important one to connect the dots with. But as mentioned, with the money at about 3K with the 1,400 loss that's just been injected, there should be enough for a buy, right? The Silenced M4s, it's so much cheaper to purchase than you think. Right? You've got the 650 for the Kev, plus the 2,900 for the Silenced M4. You're laughing. Yeah, you even got U2.
That's a product also of the 5 Alive up against those Tech 9s. They do have the opportunity to have another bite. But it does really ride on converting here. So Woxic going to be holding mid this time. So the AWPer not going to be taking himself towards the ramp. There is, however, a lot of ramp presence. Halzak trying his luck towards 51. He's gotten away with this multiple times historically. But that's, wow, great spam from Zantara. Can they spam back? He did get just the 1 bullet, maybe 2, down to 61. Deep ramp smoke.
Well, okay, I was going to say, I feel like they have to fight, but because they've assembled this boost, it's not such a priority. They're maneuvering quite well Eternal Fire, so there's so much pressure down towards A, but it's a complete pivot over towards B that has just been blocked. So a well-timed smoke How well will it be respected? Will it just be staging? All right, now we know we have this space. We can set up the execute behind it. These flashes from spawn from Woxic are going to be quite deadly.
I feel like
the timing.
That smoke from Floppy's
This could be huge, though.
Way in.
This could be huge.
Oh, his timing is just going to be absolutely perfect.
They're going to go past him,
Gets
Alex.
him off from behind, though. Floppy, the fade. They're all on the side. He gets himself just the one. Ricardia up and over for the double. And Elish thrust into a 1v3 already. One clutch to the good for Complexity. Has Elish got anything to say about it? Incendiary will force Antares to take a duel. Manages to evade, going close. Calyx covers. That's a big one for Eternal Fire. Calyx with impact as well. Top of the tables with Wicardia and Zantares.
All right, well, they've just bottomed out the bank balance of Complexity, so hard work for Eternal Fire, but well done.
The reason I was umming and ahhing a little bit was the choice from Floppy to throw that smoke so deep into B site. By throwing it there, it felt like it would kind of gave the whole team like a green light, like you could just
the
walk
lobby
up.
is clear. Yeah, but he didn't have any of that info, right? So
yeah, true. He'd only had maybe two people.
And they were playing off because they'd lost that kill of JT. So they were already getting a bit more ready for play towards A, which is one of the banes of the existence if you are the B anchor. Unless you are fighting more forward with two players, which you have seen them do in some rounds, you tend to just be playing for info and then blocking, which is not always the most fun. But Wicardia, on the other hand, is going to have oodles of fun. Look at all this. Lots of room. Walks on out. Hauser goes down. Another one spotted over towards Elevator. And the combination of Zantares and Wicardia make light work of the pistols. Just Grim, who had a little bit of an upgrade. Can he be a nuisance to Calyx? The answer is no. Might be flawless from the Turkish side.
I suspect so. Yeah, I mean, that's a dream, isn't it, for any IGL? You just have Wicardia and Zantares split between ramp and gap and just walk into the A site to make it their own. 6-3, a 3-round discrepancy favoring the Turkish roster.
I'm going to hazard a guess, and I'll do my research after I say this.
All right.
I think that this is Wicardia's best map for Eternal Fire. Not this one specifically, I just mean Vertigo.
Yeah. I've definitely seen historically a lot of Wicardia pop-offs on this map, you know, before the changes as well.
Yeah, he does enjoy going for that round. As I'm going through, I'm flicking through it, it is looking like that is indeed the case. So...
Is Zantares on the top in every map?
Looks like it, yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, it is. Well, I think it's a good sign for Wicardia that he gets the map he's strongest on to warm in towards the series, because if Eternal Fire actually want to be a team to be feared, just like the conversation with the Stars needing to have support from their team, Wicardia is the next man to deliver aggressive impact in my mind.
Right.
All right, well, the rifles are back out again. It just looks a little bit skimp for Cole, doesn't it? Lacking some utility is going to limit the amount of options to block and try and get some CT side space. Floppy, no issues, will be flashed forward for a fight, and this time it's a very aggressive and oppressive.
It's like the complete opposite of the other smoke we just discussed.
But that's the thing, because in a way, this A ramp can play kind of like long on Dust 2, in the sense of as long as you have the flank covered, right? You're like, all right, it's cool. We will just hold on to this territory. We'll bleed you drive utility, and then eventually we'll have some version of an execute. Same thing as if you go early long control on Dust 2. You have pit, you're in the corner, you clear out car, you just keep layering the smokes to cross. Oh, we're going to have to respect that, Halzerk. And they're up. That was the equivalent of the car molly.
Yeah, that's a nice way to throw it as well, so you don't get caught out by any AWPs on gap. It also signals to Cole that there is a potential mid-lurk. Throwing that from ladder.
But that's the... Oh, hold on, might have fight him.
Yeah, flash and go. Happy to receive as Wicardia. That's his 14th frag. Now the flash is good. Halzerk's in trouble through the flames. Knife out, gets away. 5 HP. He's a dead man walking. And Wicardia's got another one. Drive-by straight onto Grim. Clears out the lane, and he doesn't look like he's going to stop. He finds himself walking towards heaven.
Save, gentlemen. And you're going to be a little bit more worried about middle, aren't you? Just because of that tricky round that Eternal Fire played in the piece a few rounds ago. But Alex, you mentioned it is his 14th kill with that opener. That'll be his third opening duel success as well. And you combine that with Zantares, who also has 3. That's 6 in, well, the 10 rounds of play we've had so far.
Yeah, and I mean, that flash search from Complexity there as well. I feel like that's exactly what EF are waiting for.
It always comes down to a timing, right? That's the biggest thing with that. So you saw it came out, but nobody was blind, and then Wakadia uses that as, well, I'm going to strafe into him.
Right.
So instead of JT getting to be the one to initiate on some players posturing, starting to deploy their execute, he's the one that gets caught out of position.
Right, so that's the timing you're looking for. You're looking for that moment where they've already said, let's start going A.
The conversation, Madge is like, all right, we're going to do this execute, and this guy's like, I'm doing this, and I'm doing this, and everything's getting set up, and you in that staging area.
Right, as opposed to this, where we see Wakadia is not blind, knows that signifies there's probably a fight coming, and he's the one moving into the angle, into the fight. And it looks too comfortable for them. 7-3, we can recover this half, if you're a Complexity fan. But it does require Elige not to go down early. Calix is going to play ahead of this smoke. Elige loses his head. Calix, that's a fantastic opener. He just talked about Xantares and Wikadia's openings. There's one for Calix.
I'll give us the Elige reaction cam on that one.
Yeah.
We saw Grim starting to show some of those classic Complexity signs of frustration. Hauser needs to draw something back on the jump spot. What did he see?
No, I'm not sure. I don't think he got much. And down, deleted by Wakadia. 2 nice openings for Eternal Fire.
Did you see Hauser during Blast?
How so? You mean...
He's a mouse juggler.
Oh,
He likes to throw them around and spit them in his hand. He's doing mouse tricks when he's dead.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's kind of like the esports equivalent of like the pen jugglers. You know,
pretty much, exactly, yeah.
Oh, that's bad. That's big back. The fact that Calix is still alone, there's no trade available as well, does mean that they can kind of operate under the assumption that the main body of the assault is coming towards one of these 2 sides, and Floppy seems to be vacating B entirely. Oh, yeah, he's a bit late back to the B side. Multiple bodies on his screen, and empty-handed is Floppy. Just some damage, but it's not going to be converted on yet. Cardia should go down here. Nice find from Grim. Still relatively healthy. A cancelled bomb plant as well. This will extend play. JT, what he got for us? He's warded off of the angle. So he has a single flash and a smoke. He's cocking that flash to set Grim up to go. Xantares is low. Turns the flash. That's a free frag. Too easy. JT down as well. It's 10 for Xantares. 3 in that round. And yeah, dude, this is definitely looking like Eternal Fire's map pick for a reason.
Yeah, and they were quite strong on this yesterday against Falcons as well, which definitely became a laboured affair once we turned to the 3rd and deciding map. It was 2 blowouts, right? It was Eternal Fire shredding on their choice, and then Falcons doing the same on Nuke. And then Dust 2 with some rounds that Falcons would rather forget. But Dust 2's up next. Complexity have picked that. Maybe they saw the fortune. And he likes to do his tilting in Norwegian.
Yeah, probably for the best. If I could, you know, rage in another language so that my teammates aren't privy to how obscene I'm being.
Yeah, but most of the time with that... Oh, there we go. There's an opener. This might be a second.
Yeah, especially that damage onto Woxic. He really can't hold any angles now. A single HG could catch him even on that high angle at the back of ramp. Yeah, he's out of there. Floppy, okay, he's playing this wooden position. It's very likely Molotov'd or pre-aimed on this boost. You can see Madge is asking for someone to come and join him
He has quick support. Elige and Grim are still both over towards middle.
Floppy's close to these boards, so I'm intrigued to see how this plays out. Will Xantares be pre-aiming it and see anything? No. Lovely Floppy. Tie on the boards, but goes down to Calix.
Stalled out.
Can't need this. You already found an opener. You've taken down Wakadia and Xantares. This is, I mean, surely a red carpet. Even the AWP is at 10 HP.
But look at the indication. Madja immediately starts backpedaling, which is going to tell you that he wants to try and finish this round elsewhere, at least deal with the possible push. 39 seconds on the clock. Calix is waiting for them to sweep forward and play for info. Grim's tucked in towards the back of the site. Elige helping from Generator. But Complexity with the advantage and the health in their side. This would be a real mare of a round to lose.
Bomb's still at B, so Madja wants to try and sell this, force a rotation with a util, and Grim and
Elige
are both piecing.
Oh, sorry, what?
It's working this well. He's just fired off a single bullet. Surely the penny's dropping. No. Yep, now it is. Grim charging back to B, but Woxie's posted. He's got the bomb.
Oh, low on
to throw
HP
it down. That's gone well. Okay. Despite some silly games, Complexity do leave with the 4th round on their CT side. It's time to swap sides. EF comfortable with 8 rounds to play with heading into their defense.
Anybody else? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? Anybody else but you? I don't want anybody else but you. 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 I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. I don't want anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you. Anybody else but you. I need anybody else but you. Anybody else but you. But you.
Here B. Hey B, guys. One guy. I think B. Sub B. This one the plant. Double one. Double killing plant. Nice guys. Good job.
We're back with the second half of the first map in the final series of the day for this stream. It's IEM Cologne 2024 and an advancement match between Eternal Fire and Complexity. Complexity comprised of a superstar, Elige, North America's pride and joy, and surrounded by a smorgasbord of different nationalities. You've got a bit of South Africa in there. You've even got yourself a Norwegian. On the other side, it is the Turkish pride, Eternal Fire, with 8 on their Vertigo pick. I got Chad Birchall with me, otherwise known as Sponge. And JT, he has a lot of the nades, so with 22 HP after their initial skirmish, he's going to have to be very careful if he wants to try and use those nades to great effect.
Is this a fake?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, the bomb's posted over towards B. So if JT just throws out the elevator smoke and a molly, which is going to go down before he gets the molly out of his hands. So it's a pretty limp fake.
Especially now Elijah's been spotted but doesn't get the kill. So yeah, Calix is on high alert. High alert. Now he spotted the bomb. No, he gets Grim on the way back. He's falling back. He is literally on the back foot. But still, Floppy, by chasing him down, does at least facilitate a plant. And ooh, good goosh onto Magic. Halzerk and Floppy partner up and start doing damage, peppering away at this retake from EF. But Wok 6P2K finds the head of the Norwegian.
Gotta get a move on, no kit for this.
Floppy, though, he's already had impact. Oh, another low HP, just couldn't put the single bullet in. The Goose, 2 of them are low. He can do this. Elige would have one hell of a clutch, and he pulls off the 1v3. Big smile on his face there. And EF, they are not Ellie giggling.
Oh, that one got very tight, didn't it? You could see the pressure that he was under, trying to worm out of the side to play the bomb, hitting the Goosh on the fade back. And that's going to be Complexity with a very important round to kick off this T side. That's the Goosh I'm talking about. And then he's just trying to get out of dodge, opening up the angles, keeps on moving with that Glock. And a great round from Elige, the most impactful for him so far. A 1v3 from Elige and a 1v3 from Floppy in this map so far. Hello.
Hi. How many years have I been doing this job? Still don't mute my phone.
It's all right. We need to start with like the cinemas, you know, the ad before.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's just my warning.
Yeah. No intermission.
I'm terrified.
Actually, no, we do have an
XT.
intermission.
When everything's looked like they're going well for them. Okay, nice. That's actually a good start. Magic was trying to rat around the smoke on double stack. Centaurus, however, finding one.
Oh, you mean like this?
Yeah, exactly like this. They have a tendency of tripping.
Oh,
nearly
Grim!
3. Grim's done well to recover. And Halzak, that's a fast flank. This is one of those, the products of that change in the wall. Slipping up gap late, you can get a fast flank on these players, keeping them busy is Elige, and now they know where Woxic is. Elige just needs to live, baiting him, keeping him, and taking the headshot. Triple kill from Elige in back-to-back rounds. That's 6 kills, 2 rounds, and the gap closing swiftly. Consider that force buy from EF means this one should be a gimme.
Least. It
is crazy how an 8-4 can suddenly, you know, be an 8-7 after losing a pistol.
Oh, yeah, right.
I mean, unless you did convert what looked like quite a threatening round. So how did it go wrong? It's this.
Yeah, well, this is the Grim double from range, right? Because it's equal weaponry, right? It's SMG on SMG, but least stressful complexity round. That's what I was trying to get out of my mouth.
Sorry, I kept talking over you.
I got there. No, first of all, I said least as if we're getting a car. Flash forward, JT blind, JT down. Plenty of more where that came from.
Everything's fine. I'm not worried. I wasn't worried. I wasn't worried for a second, Chad. I was fine.
Elige had like how many kills when this half started?
Well, hang on. He just had 6, and now he's got 4. So 6 plus 4 is 10. So he had 6. See what I did there? He got 2 3Ks, and now he's just got 4. So that's 6 plus 4. That's 10. Minus 6. The 6. It's 6. Yeah. So he had 6. Now he's got himself. Nothing. That was good. That was
no, they both don't have any hair. You might have got confused.
I got a little.
One's got glasses and one doesn't.
I kind of
That's how we tell them apart.
You know, you can. Some people can unfocus their eyes on demand. Apparently, not everyone can do that.
Yeah, I wish my eyes would stop watering all the time, and that's not on demand.
So all right, you saved them. That was a little scary for a second.
He did put a cape on him.
Yeah.
Call him Superman. We've already got a Captain America. That's Nitro. All right, well, the guns are out. Eternal Fire have the AWP in the hands of Woxic. A MAC-10 for JT. Woxic aggressive from gap, takes the shot, misses it. Has to respect the molly. Elige straight up, just barreling forward. Liking how this second half feels as Elige.
Yeah, this is feeling good. I mean, just watching him with this much confidence off the, as we discussed, 10 kills in 3 rounds. Coming into round 16 now, and already with full top ramp control. Madge is flirting with a re-aggress. Is anyone going to flash for him? Woxic's holding it. It looks like they want to kind of, push from every angle at the same time. Tracks him nicely there, Madja. Finds the headshot. JT down after 1.
It's a ruse.
Yeah, but they want Calix, but Calix is a B anchor that you've got to watch out for. Floppy's hit a cracker there.
He's had some impact this game, Floppy. That one's going to open the site. There's no way back in unless Woxic can force the issue. Another opportunity.
He didn't have to rush that.
Well, it felt like he was pre-firing, didn't it?
I mean, like, it's a exposed booty, you know? Take your time.
We'll do. But that smoke might come back to haunt them.
It could. It really could. With the death of Floppy, it falls to Grim and Halzak. I suspect Halzak's got at least 2 here. If he can time it well. No, they know, they know. Still somehow he gets away with that one onto Centaurus, and Woxic's going to fall as well. All onto Grim. Gets away on white. Time is his ally. That clock is rotting. There's nothing here for Wicardia. Gets the shot, but no time. He knows, and he will try and leave with the rifle, but that is all tied up. 8-8. And it feels like just moments, minutes ago, we were talking about a great first half from EF, and Col have come in with a point to prove with their T side.
Yeah, 5 in a row. And that one there, Wicardia did lose the AK trying to run away from the explosion. So they lose absolutely everything, Eternal Fire. But you were right about that of Hauser. I feel like this is slightly accidental from Madger, isn't it, in the way that he finishes off that kill. But this is huge from Floppy. That's the necessary impact because Eternal Fire just cleared out A completely. So they took down Elige, they took down JT, who were essentially selling a bit of a fake. Zentaros is screaming because he's expecting a trade.
Yeah, nothing happened. Nothing came. I was always wondering what they line up with to do it, so it's something to on the cardboard on the floor for that flash and molly combo.
Oh, should be a free A bomb site by the looks of this. Still threatening with a few investments. 3 MP9s of Famus and a 5.7 for Woxic. He's not bought any armor. He wants to try and get that AWP out again. We'll need to start finding greater success with it. They've been able to rotate back in time, so the signals from Complexity have at least allowed Eternal Fire to plant their feet to defend.
Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable just seeing so many on the X-ray. The whole squad is on this site that it looks like Col are going to hit. Oh, the jump to finish it, but look at that, a flurry of 5 frags. He's just playing refrag. Elige finds himself a quick 3.
Well, he just saw his ex-teammates and ex-team, Liquid, with Naf and Twists, make their way into the group stage through progression. You have a Naf, you have a Twists, and you have an Elige. They have won a Cologne before.
Ooh.
JKS, part of the G2 roster that won last year. So we could have 4 players within 2 matches who all know what it feels like to lift the trophy in the Lanxess, making their way to join 8 other teams. Well, there's a few more of those now. Saw as well as the winner of this one. We've got FaZe Clan, Vitality, Virtus Pro, as well as Mouse. They're in Group B.
I'll tell you, I didn't see Saw as a hot prospect to be making it to the second stage.
They're another team that had this success, and we're sitting there asking ourselves, okay, are they going to be able to break through and be a consideration to sometimes rumble some of these top-tier teams? Which is the same category as we kind of put Eternal Fire in, I say.
Yeah.
I say.
Well, the loser will play the Mongols, which was the first team Saw took down. Between EF and Col, loser will be condemned to play the Mongols for survival.
Who made FlyQuest look silly today. Elige is getting hot in there. And with the impact Elige has had in this second half so far, you would love to keep him alive. Grim's got 2 on the table.
Grim's already found one of them. Woxic, there's no immediate trade from him, and hunting would be a fool's errand. Oh, good flash. Good flash. Elige was low, but still doesn't get hunted down. In fact, it's Magic that's caught off by the boost. Nice work from Floppy and Co.
It's turning out to be a great T-side from
Already.
Complexity.
Yeah, this is, very convincing stuff so far.
Clean sheet.
Woxic got to move in. That's a great default molly. You can see it limits his options. Throws out smoke to play behind, but JT catches Calyx on the mount up. That's casualty for Col in the form of Halzerk, but Woxic and Wakardia, the double W. They are separated right now.
Floppy's doing a lot of combing. Wakardia is making his way over.
For Woxic, this must be just haunting. He knows he can't even look too far to his left and right because of his barrel. So he just has to kind of stare at the girder and hope. He's a dead man. Lovely awareness, just cutting the noise, slowing things down. Complexity, that's composure. This was EF's map. This was EF's pick. This was an 8-4 half, and right now EF have not tasted victory in the second half.
Yeah, this is starting to get a little bit dire. There needs to be individuals stepping up, making some statements, because again, another Floppy entry in towards B. He's had 2 very important kills to try and take this side of the map.
Yeah, like the staggered util as well, like the cut of noise and just a delay, trying to make sure Woxic makes the first misstep.
But it's another one of these rounds for EF. Obviously, they're unable to get the full buy. They can upgrade. MP9's very deadly. Saw Furia with a similar round today on Anubis versus Liquid. Smoke in Madge's hands. Couple of pairs of head armor. Just Kevlar for the rest. And for Complexity, these are the rounds that you really want to avoid losing, because sure, right, you have all the advantages in the world, but it's more the mental, the tilt factor. This team always visibly upset, but they've been playing against top teams in the world and getting awfully close. And then what lets them down is these mistakes. They put themselves in really powerful positions, and then they, win a round they probably shouldn't. Then they lose one they definitely shouldn't. And you can see how it affects their mental, the fact they've been able to keep things together. Here's some aggression. Going to start leering out. The AWP of Halzerk rings off.
Okay. Wakardia down in combination with
hit another one.
Woxic
skedaddle
brought down. So Halzerk, no kills, but significant damage. 2 players leg shotted. One of them still
good
just
clear.
about alive. It's Woxic on 16. Grim up and over. Nice adjustment onto the Calyx Hunt, and he gets Woxic as well. Good to see Grim getting a couple of multi-kills here on Vertigo.
Oh, for sure. Everybody with a bit more pep in their step in this second half.
Because it's always a question of who's going to be, right there with Elige, and sometimes it feels like it's those JT bailout rounds, impact from him. Sometimes it feels like Halzerk's looking like a incredible AWP presence. He hasn't changed his resolution for the longest time, he said.
Who, Grim?
Yeah, Halzerk.
Oh, Halzerk.
Yeah, I was asking him about his black bars, and he said, I actually haven't changed any part of my config for over 6 weeks now, which is apparently an achievement.
Okay,
Yeah.
you're being facetious,
No,
or maybe
did.
he was.
He was, yeah. I mean, 6 weeks is a pretty apparently achievement for Halzog.
Oh, okay. Well, how's this sound for an achievement? 8 in a row. 7 in this half, 1 at the tail end of the first, and that is the first time a player from Eternal Fire has saved a gun. That is why you've seen a lot of these scenarios we traditionally talk about, you know, oh, the CTs with the max loss bonus, if they save a couple of rifles, they can drop a few and then they can be threatening. Well, at the moment, Eternal Fire are in that washing machine, that horrible position to find yourself in the CT side. Rifle round, lose everything, have to take a partial. Rifle round, lose everything, have to take a partial. It feels pretty miserable.
What's going on in the B stream?
Falcons versus attacks. That's what's happening.
All right, interesting.
Okay, well, Alex.
Yo. I looked at HLTV. I'd like to apologize. Halzog's found an opening, and Elige has found the close. Zentaris and Wicardia with nothing to report on their search ramp. Oh, my. This is for 12, Chad. It was 8-4.
It was.
It was convincing. It was Eternal Fire, you know, looking comfortable in their home territory.
The second half all started with Eternal Fire in a 1-on-3 against Elige.
I can't help but feel that also, that, you know, your morale after starting your second half with a heavy lead of losing a 1v3, because you know you win that pistol, it's probably quite a formality to close, at least in your ideal outcome. Instead, you're being made to feel a bit foolish here. A single round, still eluding EF on their defense, and I mean, Calix and Madja, the best case for them is to keep their rifle for the next. They've got full belts of util, chat. They will need these if they want to try and force OT with 4 consecutive rounds. But that's 4 rounds when you haven't found a single one
No,
up
not
until
even
this
a dent.
point.
Not even a dent. And of course they can hunt. Now they know where Calix is. It's about stripping this away.
He wants to save his nades, but he also wants to use them to hold onto the rifle. So, yeah, bit of a Sophie's choice in that regard. Nice work from Madja. He doesn't have to use too much of his. Throws out a flashbang to support. Oh, it was perfect. Into Halzog's scope position. Calix. Oh, down to Grim. They're taking it all away. Oh, Madja. He is going to have an engagement over the smoke. He's found an angle to work with.
Well, 1 rifle's not enough. He can drop 1. Woxy can buy his own AWP. It's going to be a question for the likes of Zentaris and Wicardia, what they can get in their hands. But here's that Halzog opener.
Wow, nice shot.
And then Elige follows up. Elige, you said he had 6 kills in the first half. That means he has 16 in the second. And I think he has 4 or 5 multi-kill rounds, as well as a 1v3. And Halzog just got stabbed in the back by one of his teammates.
One of my favorite things about watching Elige play is it seems to me like he repeatedly finds things to line up to find the optimal head height for his angle. Like, it looked like he was using the top of the girder with his crouch angle just to be catching, you know, like just the tippy top of someone's head on that wide swing.
Well, that's the type of super nerd this guy is.
Yeah,
right?
for real.
That does speak to the way Elige approaches everything. Just look at his setup.
Yeah. Oh,
right? The positioning of the mouse pad, the keyboard, and the monitor.
The dots, the friction-free dots he has on the base of his mouse, and there's another swift headshot to Zentaris. I mean, there's a reason we can't stop talking about Elige, and yeah, if you were looking to kind of, you know, study someone's demos, Elige is one of the better candidates.
Yeah, who looks to replicate. I mean, that's what Elige does.
Yeah, I would highly advise you that some of his maneuvers require aim, like Elige, so perhaps not all of his gameplay is easy to replicate.
This is about to be a flawless T-side.
It has been bleak for Eternal Fire. It's going to have to be one hell of a team talk outside. Madja's got an opportunity for a double kill to perhaps reignite some hope. And now with Wicardia catching the rotation of Grim, JT has an opportunity to clutch and keep it clean. Forces one from Wicardia on the jump back. Block? That doesn't seem wise. That doesn't seem wise, and it's Madja in combination with Wicardia that finds them their first CT round. We discussed it, 4 required. And that's the first misstep from Cole, overlooking Madja, hiding out in that smoke.
All right, well, better late than never. Is this enough for Eternal Fire to get that flame burning hot? Keep them in it for a moment longer. Still, obviously, plenty of cash to deal with. Madja sneaky beaky with that MP9. Beautiful work from the in-game leader. Wouldn't be the first time you and I have cast him having impact on a Vertigo match.
Ooh, Grim's looking like he might have a bit of a search early on mid because he's got Elige with him. So there's going to be trade potential. No one's active on mid just yet. Madger and Calix seem to be kind of changing the guard. Arcadia. Oh, yeah, confirms the AWP. Brave to go for that after Halzerg hit Woxic in the previous.
Whistling past.
So that's the early ramp pressure. You can see this mid progress is about to be announced. Madger's going to be calling for Calix a little bit of support, perhaps. That smoke already sows a lot of discomfort.
Might jump up a leash.
Yeah, he will have a look over that smoke. It's a nice little 1-2 punch, and Madger's going to be
dead.
caught out if he does push through this smoke. It's a whiff from a leash.
Trade.
A quick one from Madger, and yeah, and as we discussed, that trade potential profitable. Makes it a 4-on-4.
What's the finish? So you know Calix will be anchoring over towards B. The Woxic AWP is in play. Really not finding a lot of impact in this game, Woxic. Calix forward, Woxic to assist.
You don't jump up. He's just going to tuck. Oh boy, when that smoke fades, it is all go. Woxic has to hit this shot. And he has. JT cut down. Now Calix could be overlooked. This is pre-fire, pre-aim from Floppy. Into the site. Good flashes onto Woxic. He needs help. He's dancing around the pillar. Gets one around the girder. Scoped up his Halzerg. Can he hit this shot? Doesn't need to with Grim lingering in mid. Makes it a 2-on-2. It's the two players you'd want for Eternal Fire. But look at Grim's reposition. They've lost him completely. Zentaris is going to be screaming. Grim's going to go down to Arcadia. 25 frags versus just 9! But that's his 10th, and it ends the map. It's beautiful from Complexity.
Keeping cool about it, aren't they? From 8-4 down on the half to a 13-9 victory. A masterclass on the T side from Elige. Multi-kill after multi-kill, and that's Eternal Fire's map pick in Complexity's pocket.
Reload. There's two there. Window. I have no idea. That was window. Solve default. CT. Double. Counter's left. Out, Tom. Thanks. Oh, let's go, Tom. Holy walk right there, bro.
Well, just when you really thought, you were sitting there thinking, you know what, Eternal Fire, they might have this one right out of the gate. Wrong. Floppy, different plans altogether. And that's why you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, because every twist and turn in these series comes to be highlighted by us over here on the analyst desk. My name is Trace, and alongside of me will be Janko Paunovic, and then for lack of not even wanting to try your entire name, we'll go with Bubsky on the end. And obviously it's Wicadia forever until it's not.
I mean, he had a good start, right? And my name is, by the way, Lucas Anderson, relatively easy to pronounce.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
I mean, my middle name is actually Animal City, but let's keep that one.
What?
Yeah, I mean, we'll take that at another point. But yeah, Wicadia is going on the ramp, gets a lot of momentum going in the start of the game. All of a sudden, he kind of falls out. They lose some crucial moments. Maybe it gets to his head a little bit, and then he kind of falls out of the game.
Is it happening, Trace? Are we getting the complexity, you know, that people know and love, that NA fans have been hoping for? Like, this is the one map where they do a clean game, right? Like, they're winning the rounds that they're supposed to win. The individuals are playing well. The second pistol round from Mirage, obviously super important to kickstart the comeback, right? Solid. T side, sure, CT side wasn't amazing, but that's also because Eternal Fire is pretty strong on Vertigo and played a good T side. The question is, can it continue?
Yeah, and that's one of the big questions. We saw some of the key playmakers right there.
Yeah, and I think the point for Complexity in Spirit, they win on the margins of like individuals getting some momentum in some very important moments. I think Floppy had 2 or 3 clutches that actually determines the outcome of this game. I mean, on the other side, I think Eternal Fire would have really felt they should have won this one, and it had then in the back, but they really threw it towards the end.
Let's take a look at one of the rounds that you've isolated here. And you know what, Bubsky, I want you to walk us right down.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, it's a standard A round, right? They're playing relatively passive here in round 16. If we can get it up on the screen right there. They flash and do the A play, right? Perfection. We didn't see it from Complexity executed to that matter. And now they clear all the info. And you have a perfect scenario, right? You just have to kill Floppy, who's running through a smoke. Floppy gets the kill, he gets the side, and this is like a momentum swing in the game itself, right? If they win this round relatively clean, he kills Floppy right there, 4v2, he plays side. But it isn't what happens, right? And they have to do the retake, they lose it towards the end, and yeah. And
I mean, even here it becomes messy, right? Xantares runs out of bullets. They were 3v2 and this player was stuck with low HP, so I think this was also winnable, but they just fumbled around a little bit.
Yeah, and Xantares got super frustrated towards the end. Many times we heard him screaming inside the arena. I mean, he's a little bit tilted about those moments. We saw it with Floppy doing it twice, both the 1v2 in the start, but also this round, right? And it really just felt like they could never recover. I'm not sure how the atmosphere is inside Eternal Fire when shit starts going south.
Yeah, and it kind of, just to circle back to what we were talking about before the match started in terms of Elige versus Antares, right?
Yeah.
Now you think about what both of them provide in the server up to the game starting today, and then what they did provide when it came to the game time. Now we've seen Antares do craziness. Now we've also seen Elige do exactly what he needed to do in that map. We're talking 2 pieces, left and right, all over the place, delivered by Elige.
Yeah, opening kills as well. As we mentioned, the clutch in the pistol round was crucial, right? I mean, 8-4 if Eternal Fire wins that, 9-4, you know, depending on what goes on in the force buy, but definitely much more uphill battle for Complexity without that clutch from Elige.
But also just see the ADR coming in from Xantares compared to his stats, right? On paper, when you see 16, 17, you think, okay, he had a mediocre game, but ADR-wise, he's up there in the top of the game. I mean, it was a relatively close game. It was 50-50 in my opinion. Just those rounds that we spoke about was the difference maker. And Xantares really didn't have a bad map, but Elige crawled back. He had a rough start in the start, getting a lot of awkward timings in that middle area, and yeah, he just came back.
I just can't be motivated to talk about this map, Trace, because it's a best of 3, not a best of 1. I mean, I also hate Vertigo, but it has nothing to do with that, right? So now I just want to see what happens on Dust 2. I want to see Complexity, for the love of God, just have a clean series, you know, when it matters. Because, okay, this was so good, so clean. Is it all going to, for absolutely no objective reason from the outside, go downhill on Dust 2?
Yeah, I mean, we had also the issue with both of these teams that their Orbus was pretty mediocre throughout both CT side and T side, right? And now we're coming on to Dust 2, where it's really those who's going to be dictating whoever is going to be having the fun side, especially on the defaults and T side. If your Orb like can control the middle area a little bit better than the opposition, it's just going to be way more fun to actually do the B splits, trying to hit short without having like 3 or 2 players left.
So let's talk about that Dust 2 pick itself, right? Now we know, historically speaking, if you talk about Eternal Fire and some of that core there, they used to love to play the map. Now, is it still a possibility to have that sort of, that veracity almost, that tenacity within the server, now that we have a new game, now that we have all these things going on?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. And just because they lost their map pick doesn't mean they're out of the series just yet. Dust 2 especially can be a momentum-based map if they can get rolling, right? But you mentioned about Zentares and frustration, what's the atmosphere like when the things start going downhill. I think for them it's also up to them to show now some of that mental fortitude and be able to reset and extend the series.
I also think the dynamic has changed quite a bit on Dust 2, right? Both adding the wall and the T-spawn blocking off the vision, but also adding that box on CT. Back in the days, it was always the T's who's going to be like forcing the plays. Either you go out long, like you take mid control fast, but right now it's on the premise of the CTs. Like look out for those short plays, like all of a sudden you have the ability to go 3 long, but still one guy jumps up short and holds mid. Like there's a lot of possibilities to do things early round, where in the old days, you way more had to like play 3-2 and then go back CT spawn, play with the nade, stand and jiggle, but now it's very much different.
And Yanko, you've said right there that you want to see Complexity get a clean win here. Now, is that going to happen?
I just don't want it to see all fall apart again, because that's the most frustrating thing when it comes to Complexity. Is like, yeah, I know this is how good they can look. They've looked this good from time to time when they win Jean Copping, for example, but then you have the other side of that coin and all those almost wins that also just happen at Blast, right? And you just want to see some more consistency from them.
Yeah, and Holzerg is a guy we have to talk about, right? When we saw him at Blast last week, he was constantly just frustrated with
juggling
all the rounds.
The mouse.
Yeah, and I mean, he spoke about it in an interview, saying that he needs to like lower his frustration to a more minimal level. I just don't see
but
it.
That's been the case for him for the last, what, 2 years?
5
you know,
years,
like,
man.
well, when are you going to actually do it, bro, and just stop talking about it, right, Trace?
Yeah, why don't we stop talking about it? I'm done talking about this. In fact, so are Complexity, and it would appear as though Eternal Fire as well, finding their seats here in the arena. That's right, the Intel Extreme Masters, Day 2, Kuhn. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that? Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
The new contract is 2 years. We weren't really speaking a lot about the contract inside the team, really. The management definitely spoke with the players and asked them if they wanted to keep playing with me, and I think all of them did want to keep playing with me, so I think it was a combined decision from everyone. I don't think about it like pressure-wise or anything. Like from the outside, it probably looked worse than it was. Like me personally, I didn't really think about it at all. That's why I have an agency and great agents. I just have to keep playing my game and keep improving. I have multiple areas of my play I have to improve on. The most obvious one, which we can see from outside, is like the mental one or like the emotional one when you play. If I want help from my team and my coaches and stuff, I definitely can get help there, but I think the mental part of it or the emotional part of it is something I have to do myself and figure out myself. Team-wise, I think we have to just work on becoming more consistent, all of us. We have periods where we play very well, and we are one of the best teams in the world, and in the same match, we are playing like we are not even a top 30 team. What I've figured out is working for me kinda is like when I get very emotional in the hype side, I'm gonna get very emotional on the bottom side as well, the bad side. So I try to like keep both down at the same time. Every time I die, I just try to think, have some positive thoughts and think about the next round and try to help my team while I can, while I'm dead, and try to take my mind off my own emotions. I think closing out the season with a win was really good for us mentally. We had quite a rough start to the year, and being able to take a break off with a victory, even though it wasn't the biggest tournament, it felt good for us and gave us a little confidence boost going into the break without having like bad memories from the season.
Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end.
Good evening, everybody. It's just past 8 p.m. local here in Cologne, Germany, for another installment of the Intel Extreme Masters prestigious event that is IEM Cologne. Very excited to be bringing you all the action. We're heading into our second map between Complexity and Eternal Fire, and well, I'm joined by Sponge, our, of course, ex-professional turned analyst turned color commentator. And Chad, for those that didn't catch map 1, what's the TLDW?
Liege with a bit of a clinic on the T side to close things out in style for Complexity on Eternal Fire's map pick. It looked like the Turks would be picking up map number 1 and flying into Dust 2 on the front foot. Right now they need to defend their honor and see if they can take this to the third. Otherwise, they'll have to go and play an elimination match tomorrow. Complexity just one map away from progressing to the group stage and joining the big boys.
And they're
Damn
excited
straight,
about
yeah.
that. Jakey and MC bringing you all that observing. Going to be dancing between these 10 POVs. At least it's still 10 for now. Liege lucky to get away with his life there.
How many Ukadi are you getting?
Spamming the smoke as he runs. Not going to clear him. Not going to clear him. Grim. Lovely adjustment. He takes down 2, but Zantara is still firing, and long-range Glock not comfortable for JT. There's more mid-range for you, but still can't find their heads, and despite all of what the bloody fake? That's cool. Does it on the step. Catches off Woxig.
Here comes a Liege.
But with his low HP, and Grim's on for an ace. He goes down. Liege with the low HP. Can he hit the head? Can he hit the head? This would be big after Grim's hard work if Liege could just convert it. Oh my. A laboured third from Calix.
He didn't even get touched.
You see that little fakeroo from Grim on this jumper? Bang.
I thought they would have been able to identify everybody was outside of B, because when JT took the fight, he took a duel with a USP towards window, then Woxic fought him with a P2K, and he knew a player was crossing from CT spawn.
Yep.
By my deduction, that makes 3.
Yes, my dear Watson.
This was massive, though. Ukade thinking, I need to get into the fight. Opens up the angle, gets deleted. So a great round from Grim, but can't finish it off with the ace. So that's unfortunate. Eternal Fire will pick up the pistol. Now, Liege with a quote, did an interview with HLTV, and as the quote goes, we need to start becoming that team that is at minimum playoffs.
Okay, well, I mean, 1 map away.
From the group stage.
Groups that would get you to the playoffs.
Yeah, so this is the first step of 3.
Grim.
Or 2?
2.
2 steps. Two steps and you're in.
Grim has earned himself the privilege of being able to be the hero rifle with his 4 kills in the pistol.
Now, look, while we have this, because it looks like it's going to be quite a slow little situation until they take contact with Zantares. Before we started this, oh, hold up, never mind, hold up. You got to do some work.
Yeah, because Zantares goes and just delivers. The only threat takes down 1, and you go get a bit greedy for a second. Just give them an MP9 to join the Galil. No Kev on either. So Woxic, he's been playing the smart, just managing his angles, just trying to delay ensure the bomb doesn't go down and hit from behind. Wicardia. Oh, good control from Elige. They will get this bomb down, I think. Yep, just about gone down. JT unable to get anything more, but you'll be happy with that.
So when we sat down to start this best of 3, do you remember what I said to you about who I think was going to be winning?
I don't, actually.
Damn, because now it's just going to sound like
no, but I'm sure
you were meant to be able to back me up.
No, but everyone else that was listening probably will. I just have a
I know, I didn't say it live. I said it to you before because you were meant to.
Yes, I remember you said it's going to be a Col 2-0.
Yeah, that is what I said.
Yeah, I remember that.
All right, thanks. See, now that you've
I thought you said it on air. I was like, I don't remember that. I don't think that ever happened.
That was before we went live.
Yeah. I didn't want to, reveal your...
well, I needed you because otherwise people think when it is a Col 2-0, they're like, yeah, well, Chad only said that after they won the first match.
Eternal Fire just won the pistol.
Yes, but that's fine. I think that Halzerk is the much better AWPer.
Wow.
And I think that it's going to play a big difference because we saw Eternal Fire approach this map yesterday and they were very lucky to get across the line against the Falcons, if I'm being honest. And the way that they played their CT side was very standard.
Understandable. Ouch, that's
he heard
a great opener from Woxic. He's managed to
heard me.
pluck Grim straight out of Taxi. Elige swallows that HE. Where is the left side smoke? I always find this one interesting when not paired with the right side. Ah, there it is.
Is it to clear or is it for damage? That's the question Zentaris is asking himself as Elige silently looks to cross the void of the smokes and is going to be able to apply pressure for this B split. Oh. That's a massive shot onto Madja B. Should be open for business. Just Calix to deal with. Back of Plat, mollied out of position.
Yeah, they know Calix is still here. They're actually boosting to try and find him. Halzerk's not been able to deliver it. If you run through this smoke willy-nilly, but with a good flash, there it is.
Good trade.
B-Claire goes down. Job's done. Halzerk's actually been tagged up by the Woxic Orb.
Does he know it? And if he does, is it enough to entice them in? Wicardia and Woxic both with kits, but it looks like they're just heading towards long to save. Very well done from Elige. They lose the opening pick thanks to Woxic's AWP out long. They do the crisscross mid-smokes, silently crawl, and a massive shot, and ooh. That's an in-game leader that's not happy about something. I know he was the opening death. I feel like he should have been aware that the mid-to-B was a possibility. Ooh, there's a bit of back talk going on there, Alex.
Yeah, he's not looking Zentaris' way.
Zentaris is the... Well, initially, I think he was talking down the line to... Would it be Wicardia?
Wicardia on Woxic's side of the...
Yeah, I can stand up and have a look, actually. Well, I don't need to guess. I can actually just have a gander over the balcony. One moment, please. Yeah, so it's Wicardia next to Zentaris. So he's looking at Calix.
Oh.
Calix down the far end. Then Woxic, then Madja, then Zentaris, then Wicardia.
That's the Madja death. Lovely work into the B side to finish.
Getting a bit heated.
Lovely little smile on Elige's face. He knows how good that was.
Well, he's probably saying, why were they not expecting me? Why was he not even considering that as a possibility?
Completely caught off. Madja tries to play an aggressive line, but it's actually just put him low in HP, and they've already lost long control. That's not going to be feeling too good.
Oh, Elige's going to play a timing.
This seems crazy. Whoa, Elige. Oh, that's a lot of info. Floppy,
so many
he's seen
bodies.
3, maybe he's seen all 4.
Well, the thing is,
yeah, look at them.
But Elige is very low. They're going to beat them on the rotation. There's nobody to cover the doors. It's not like they had Halzerk posted there. He doesn't even have the AWP to be that type of a nuisance. So the race is on, but Eternal Fire have won it in my mind.
It's a nice little door smoke will limit their options.
Flash and go, boys.
Push through this. Elige can get another one, playing that bricks position. Nice from Zentaris. That makes the round a whole lot more on. They're going to be ahead of this incendiary. Have to get back. And now we've got an interesting mid-round.
That's one of the longest rotations you have in any map. Right, from long all the way back to B. Look at this push.
Yeah, I love this. There's no way they're ready for it. And then Woxic catches Halzerk. And that was
Halzerk's rage.
Yeah. We just heard an interview.
Absolute tilt coming out of him.
Talking about that one. So if they cut noise a little longer, it will open up the possibility for them to have gone T-spawn towards long. They're worried about short as well. I can see that the Madjas are looking at it, but Woxic goes down after another, and Zentaris keeps it clean.
I still don't understand that rotation. I know that Floppy sees a lot, but it doesn't. It's like Ancient, for example, right? If your A lurk is on his own and he goes out A and gets a pick or space, and the CTs know about it, they're going to be able to plug the gap before you can physically rotate back from B.
Yeah.
So, like, Eternal Fire went, okay, well, we're coming, and we still have lots of nades left because we didn't win out long control. Multiple mollies to stall out the push. That's a bit of a rubbish rotation from Cole.
Darez dead, actually completely blinded off, and Ricardi's done a lot of damage with that MP9. Can he finish off the job? I suspect he can. Grim, an audible spam, and caught on the reload. Ricardia playing wicked games. The team flash, the HG comes in. Ricardia still not dead.
I can't find him.
He's hiding in the smoke. Finally goes down, just runs his toes into the flame of JT. It's a lot of damage onto Madja. Trying to retreat, goes down. Woxic's Orb, though, perfectly designed for those kind of engagements.
Deathmatch with you two.
For real. Now JT's in a clutch that I can't help but feel is up against him. The fact that Woxic's holding this line, JT would have to smoke it. Wait for it. He's actually got a good read as to where the potential second is. He's actually got a gap on that, though, so Woxic can communicate that there has been no cross. Second smoke. Hopefully that covers the gap. It doesn't.
Oh,
it
JT!
Doesn't. It doesn't. Well, this is unfortunate. Oh, Woxic. Oh, baits the shot! It's the spray!
It was all part of his plan.
What is going on? Calix is going to give him the fight! He just looked away. His cross set couldn't magnetize to the head of Calix. Well, this is some Counter-Strike.
Oh, it is. It is indeed. It is some sort. And this is what Yanko was talking about, right? You have the winning their opponent's map pick in a quite stylish fashion with the T side where Elise just pops off. And then you go into your choice of Dust 2. I know the score is only a 3-round differential at this point, but there's been some curious moments. Reel it in, Chief. We're 5 rounds deep. You're a map up. TC, slap him around the back of the head or something, mate. Grand Messioso Pit, take him out for a run in the morning. Get him tired or something.
Train them for an Iron Man.
Yeah. Why not? Well, that should be with Jacob Pimvinicky.
Yeah, I mean, he actually rescheduled just to attend IEM Cologne. Respect.
It's that important.
That's how important it is.
Damn.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely not poking fun at the Iron Man adventure. I don't think I'm even close to being a bronze man.
I can't run more than 100 meters, if that.
I think I could just about do a 5K, but I'd be broken for the rest of the week.
Can you, in chat, do a 5K? Like one now.
Oi. Woxic's actually out dueling Halzak right now.
Yeah. 7
impact, well, I'm not going to say all 7 were impact kills, but a large portion of them. He's actually getting a bit aggressive. Can't help but feel that might be overcooking it. And it's Grim. He punishes the overextension. That's an AWP now into enemy hands. Can Grim do more? Already an impressive quad kill in the pistol that was not converted. Now maybe Grim can find them some redemption. Ricardia hiding out on the site. If he oversteps, if Ricardia just oversteps a little bit, but he's gone down to Grim.
Grim's doing it all.
And another from Grim. Another 4K. Surely this one's converted. Unlike the pistol. Hauser, or Floppy rather, with the scout gets nothing. Grim, what have you got? Can he surely convert this one? So much impact. He started with the Tech 9. 2 with that. 2 with the AWP. Gets the bomb down. He knows where his opponent is. Oh, one headshot! It's an ace, baby! Clutch from Grim! Reaps the rewards, and it breaks Eternal Fire's morale.
Oh, Grim. Making good. He couldn't do it on the pistol, but gets it done on the Tech 9 round, and that one is even more impactful. That absolutely just shatters the hopes and dreams of Eternal Fire. Woxic just lost in the smokes, lost in the sauce, and Grim...
This one.
With the scavenged AWP, it makes it look stylish.
Bro. He's got 11 kills. 9 of them have been in 2 rounds. And this one, he converts. Massive from Grim. Elise tagged by that scout, unfortunately.
Well covered.
Yeah, there's team play there. JT keeps him safe. Elise lives on.
Just the ramifications of that round, right? You see this cobbled together buy from Eternal Fire. They lose this. Oh, maybe not. Woxic will make it a 4v4 with Elige already the walking wounded. If Cole... Oh, they missed the door smoke. Look at that. That's just a mushroom top.
Yeah.
That's like the Zoomers' haircuts.
Yeah, it looked like a TikTok smoke. Floppy and Grim are going to be moving their way towards long side with Ricardia and Madja set up for this. Woxic just holding that mid doors cross, making sure
this
that
is strong.
can go down. This does feel very scary for Complexity, despite the weapon advantage they have.
It is Grim.
And it is Grim. Toxic misses his chance, has to concede. Falls back and doesn't hit that shot onto JT. Madja has been tagged. Ricardi's going to be cleared.
Grim can't be stopped.
He's going to get another. Yo, lovely work. Madja has tagged 2 of them, though. Or rather, yeah, Woxic did one of them. Oh! Woxic scout on for a triple. Could he really pull this one across the line? He's been flashed off of the angle. A repeat, not going to hit it. Whistles one past the shoulder of Floppy. Calix can't disrupt the plant. His teammate under him. Oh, it's not going to be comfortable for Calix now. It's MP9 v AK. At this kind of range, it certainly favors the AK. Yeah, good work from Floppy. Woxic gives it a go. Bit of a Hail Mary on the jump, but lovely shooting with that scout.
Yeah, he definitely hit some bangers in that round. And that long hold was meant to be quite strong. Madja on the corner just gets battled off the angle. This was the opener from Oscar.
So good. Oh, you see him trying to control it there. Halzerk, he definitely has had a couple of cracks in the mental.
I can't believe he corrected to that. The fact he's got 2 in this type of pressure position.
Yeah, mad. Really, I mean, beyond any expectation of that scout in that position.
But again, let's just return to the Grim ace with the Tech 9 and then the AWP, right? So the fact that he wins that round forces Eternal Fire onto that pretty miserable-looking buy in the previous. They convert that, which they should have. It got dicey, it got interesting, it got entertaining. Let's just leave it there. Now it's Eternal Fire on a full eco. So Grim has helped them go into what is a pattern of 2 soft rounds.
Yeah, and look at Ali. She's thriving in this environment of those soft rounds. Floppy gets the one with the flames. Madja does put the rifle down and takes it for himself, but Halzerk goes hunting. Good work from him. Gets himself 2. But yeah, those soft rounds, they're going to feel real good.
JT could drop an AWP to Halzerk if they want to operate with it. So let's see if that manifests and if there's maybe a timeout from Eternal Fire just to try and screw their heads back on. It has happened. JT had the perfect amount of money, 47.50, to drop Halzerk at the AWP. It all works out.
What's Halzerk going to do with it? The perfect spawn for long.
Yeah, he's going for the corner pick.
There's 3 players from Eternal Fire heading that way. Flashes from Woxic, Zantares and Makadi. You got to get past them. Pop shot, peek and dead. Halzerk. Yeah, I heard that as well. Slam to the desk as he concedes an opening death.
Surely they need like a safe word just to reel him in.
Just chill your beans.
Yeah, calm down, bro. It's 4-4.
Sit keen, as I used to say.
He should put posters on his monitor.
Isn't that a bit of a Chad Birchall special?
Yeah, that's my tip.
Geeky Flash gets him up short. You know at least 2, if not 3, with the flashes thrown, started long side. You don't know where they've gotten off to. Zantares hasn't looked to retake short. Instead, just opts for the sight box.
But this is what you would have seen if you were Complexity watching the demo, right? Against that of Falcons. They just played the very standard CT hold. Check out the radar. This is classic. This is from Source days. Source had a more closer configuration to what CSGO and CS2 have had in Dust 2. 1.6, you would hold short a bit more. It was a bit tighter. There was a few extra boxes. But with this is a very standard hold. So if I'm Complexity, I know I can get cat control, and I know I can do a set piece.
It's a well-placed... Oh, I thought it was a well-placed incendiary, but there is still that path behind the lurk smoke. Goose Molotov and cleared. Elevated ankles, and Tares ready. Everyone hitting their shots here from EF. Can't hit that one onto Floppy. Grim and Floppy up against the world.
There's a HE.
Yeah, and there's a frag from Grim.
Oh, they missed the sight molly.
It's only Zantares with such low HP. They can clear him. Oh, the molly spreads. He takes a step towards it. Madja puts his head in the vice, hits the shot. A huge one, headshot, and finished. Calix comes in to wrap it up, tidy it up. I mean, threatening considering the 2v4.
Yeah, very tight. Oh, Zantares, so unfortunate with that spread. I thought maybe they'd lob a HE in there to do it, but it's the Flames catching him. And okay, well, back into the winning ways for the Turkish side. They will be posting one after the spree of 3. Oh, he's okay. So yeah, he offered himself up, a bit of a blood sacrifice.
Works out anyway. Important frag from Calix there. If he'd have fluffed his lines, it's a different story. That looks like a brand new, fresh mouse pad for Zantares. Box fresh.
Halzerk with the AWP, Woxic as well.
Yeah, JT paying the price for dropping the AWP in the previous. He's going to be rocking the Galil, but Halzerk, let's see if he can do something with the AWP this time. Doesn't want to be giving up another opening. Flash, late long take, and Woxic's going to concede it. Wakadia isn't. He sticks around and actually gets himself across, so they've got full deep long door control. Zintares is actually looking to take short, but he has Woxic in support. Matcha towards the double doors. Molly will force Matcha. Oh, it won't. It won't. It doesn't spread to his side. Do they overlook this now? Could have a bit of an element of surprise. How aware are they? Oh, Elige locks onto one Matcha.
Short push.
Zintares activates. JT's going to overlook this. A free frag for Zintares back. 4 on 4. They're hitting B. Elige using that smoke. And I don't think Calix is particularly prepared. A free frag for Elige. Maybe not so free. There's Madja and Macardia bring him down.
Deep smoke. Might be a bit of a gap to work with once that molly clears.
Yeah, potentially.
Oh, there it is.
Floppy's holding it.
I thought it would work the other way, but that's a nice gap for Floppy to work with.
By design, perhaps. It's the same one we saw before. Gives you that sight line. Allows you to kind of cool the window cross. It does limit Zintares. You can see they're all just waiting it out.
Smoke and a molly to work with for the retake. Smoke tunnels, molly back sight, maybe car. Car would be perfect.
Molly, car, and Floppy's in a lot of trouble.
Here it comes.
Here it comes. Floppy, what you got? What you got? Nothing but a bullet between the eyes. It's up to Halzuk. Some combat orping. The first is good. Grim gets the second. Woxic's a dead man. Complexity. Tie us up even.
Yeah, I love the way they worked off each other there. Halzuk has the door, gets the first shot, pivots towards window. Grim can now be facilitated to take that next door fight. It works very, very well. So great round for Complexity. You have to be happy with that. And an opening from Elige onto Madja that facilitates a mid to B.
Really nice.
We've seen that before.
Yeah,
this time Madja was at least standing and ready for the fight.
Zintares? He's fine. He's at spawn. He's at
okay,
spawn.
all right.
He was trying to find the deagle.
Yeah.
But yeah, considering...
It's only Calix here. And he only has a USP.
Nothing.
Do we call this one 6?
I'm ready to. Contact, no sound cue given. And Calix, does he get anything? Even a bullet? Oh, he does. Hits one bullet onto Elige. As he collapses, JT actually takes some damage as well. That might dampen his hopes of a multi-kill and just gets himself one, as Zintares' deagle does lead to an AK to be saved.
But Zintares would like to hold on to this.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be going into the final round of play next, obviously.
Madja would love it, considering his finances, or at least a drop, that is.
Yeah, well, there's 2,400 as the loss bonus going into the next, so there's going to be some omissions. Zintares will be able to drop an AWP for Woxic if they want to run with that. I said I thought that Halzuk was going to be the better AWPer in this. Woxic's hit some good scout shots. He did find that AWP opening on one of the earlier gun rounds, so he's also had a rifle round over towards B where he had a multi-kill. Complexity will at least get 6 on the half. Spots that one towards A, doesn't want to give up another AK. And happily retreats.
Got the opportunity to tune into Complexity's comms.
Don't see me. Sun. Smoke Sun. Hold the door now. Hold door. Hide me door. Holding me door. Nice. Hide. Door. Nice! Fucking go! Sick.
Yeah, they played that really well.
They did, yeah. I mean, a bit hectic, but they get a job done. And I mean, Grim, that was impact
look at
again.
this.
Pushing.
I love how quick this is towards middle.
Straight down the doors. And Madja, they're essentially just punishing the absence of Woxic. Woxic's on B. They have confirmed that with the death of Floppy.
Oh, you should be going towards A. Try and pipe up short. That should be the change of game plan. If you know the AWP is on the B bomb site, try and go up short because you don't have to worry about him towards car/game helper. But they're not going.
They are now. Cardia and Zintares are the A setup, though. You've got a late long and Grim. So much util still. Smoke short kind of implies that the short side is theirs. It's free for the taking. JT joins Grim on late long. Cardia just on the jiggles.
Oh, nice nade.
Yeah, well timed. Cardia looks set for success here. Elige, however, taking down Zintares. And woof, JT, that's a massive frag. With Cardia empty-handed, there's a lot of damage already dealt. Cole looking to leave with the lead on the half, or will it be dead even? Dead now is Halzuk, and there's another from Madja. The multi-kill comes through in pursuit of a 6-6 half. Only Grim can change the script, and Woxic looks set for success. He pulls the trigger to lock it dead even on the half. This is for advancement. Cole, they just need to find themselves a couple more, and they can end this in 2. Well, howdy, folks. We're ready to get our second half of our second map in this series underway. Eternal Fire taking on Complexity, and now we get to see Eternal Fire's T side. Now, last time we came back from a half-time on map 1, we were feeling like Eternal Fire were in full control. An 8-4 half quickly slipped away, that led Complexity to a 13-9 finish on their opponent's map pick. This is Complexity's pick. Grim is in top form. Elijah's right there behind him, but it is 6-6. Let's see if this pistol gives us a sign of what's to come.
Well, they've forgiven long, or forgone long control, one of the two.
Forgone long, one of them. That sounds great.
Yeah, well, it's Grim playing from top site, so they are allowing a long execute to come in. What do they have as the protocol? Well, Grim has a defensive smoke and an incendiary as long as he doesn't go down.
So what, now he just throws out the...
This is the simple.
Smoke, and then the Molly ramp. Oh, actually, Molly's sight to delay and allow time. Still worked out well for Complexity. Floppy and Halzug. Solid frags. Now the incendiary subsides. The bomb can go down. You get a 3v3 here. No kit invested. So this is going to be a 10-second defuse ahead of them. They're going to have to make some work of this quickly. Oh, gooshed onto Floppy. He's in trouble. Halzerk advancing. JT hits 2 headies. And now onto Woxic. He can close this. A 1v3 on the menu. One headshot would do it. It's Floppy to provide. Cole take the pistol.
Damn, they were brittle. They were fragile, low on HP, and JT with a couple of bangers there on the way back in. A well-handled pistol, and will split the difference. CT pistols going both ways.
It's cool to see the logic behind foregoing long. You know, as you'd highlighted, it was cool to see that so long as Grim doesn't go down, that util does serve a valid purpose. I did still feel like it favored EF on that 3v3.
Yeah, I think the post plan was looking pretty good for Eternal Fire. Like, when you see the USPs in the mix and they're low on HP, it's okay if they're just taking headshot angle duels.
Yeah.
You don't feel as scared because it feels like, okay, well, this is the type of fight I'm happy to take.
Fair.
Of course, if the bullet hits the body, it's all over, but they are just aiming for those headies. So given those type of fights, EF with the plant will find the force. An AK for Zentares, a Galil for Wakadia, a Scout for Woxic, and a couple of Tech 9s. This is a doable round.
Oh, you're crazy.
It was a doable round.
Wow, losing Woxic, that's just a slide and slide by from the Scout of Halzerk.
Oh, that movement speed, it feels so nice. And you're really seeing a return of the Scout, right? With Dust 2 in the pool, it makes a lot of sense to see a lot more of it. Certain maps, you don't see a lot of AWP, so you wouldn't see a lot of Scout, but
nice.
Okay, hold up a second. That's one back.
Trade. Does go down after the 1, but still, Elise brings down Zentares.
Labored.
Very much so. Grim, I like this.
Heads up push.
This is Aggie.
He's going to get Magic for free.
No, he's not. Magic does put his eye to the scope, but doesn't hit the shot.
It's just a less than ideal angle to have to hold that from for Magic, right? You are considering the push, but it's not a fun fight.
Oh, that shadow. He knows he's got space. Calyx with a smoke as well.
Go for the plant.
Bomb on his back. You'd think so, but he wants to try and take one of these players down, and he does isolate. Well aware that short's a possibility.
Good Molly.
Molly will stop him. One bullet needs to reload. Knows where they both are. Or at least has a good idea as to where Floppy's going to be coming from. Tagged up. Calyx goes down to Floppy. And he didn't get to use that smoke, so it will be Complexity kind of weathering the storm of that. It was Halzerk that started it, but essentially a team effort. It's Halzerk that gets the exception to the rule. He leaves with 2. Not only the opener, but also a nice second shot towards the Scout. Towards short with the Scout.
Do they force again, right? So the bomb went down, 2 players stayed alive. They could go for, you know, Tech 9s, maybe some Galils if they wanted to.
Oh,
I think it might depend on the spawns as well. Woxy has a good long spawn. If you go for a force buy in this type of fashion and you don't stick the landing, you've screwed your half, it feels like. So are going to see a bit more of the conservative approach. They'll get the 2900 into the neck, so they can spend up a little bit more. Tech 9 smokes, Woxic with a insta long corner smoke from spawn. And they'll try and turn their attention towards B. I love this, right? Playing, I think it should be a bit more meta Dust too, using this lower dark push potential.
Oh, that's not gone well for him at all.
But
the
this
whole
will.
team, though. Oh, he would have loved some more, and it's Floppy's turn. He actually gets away. Doesn't want to be overrun. M4 falls into enemy hands. Just a half buy. I definitely feel like Elige was worth a couple more there.
Yeah, for sure. At least one.
At least. Either way, I mean, this still doesn't look great for EF. It was just that partial investment. A couple of nice kills that has made it more expensive than Complexity would have liked.
Well, we've seen some Halzerk frustrations. If he goes down on his own and gives up the A bomb site, there might be another Norwegian yell.
Oh, Grim, brave to
He's looking confident.
Stick around. I mean, he's definitely got the confidence. You can see it in his, his peaks. 19 now for Grim, 19 and 9. This is exactly the kind of form you want to see from Grim in pursuit of, what did he say, playoffs as a bit of a minimum
Yeah,
for
that
Complexity?
was from an Elige interview, right?
Okay.
So you do need your floppy 1v3s, you need your Elige monster performances, you need Grim in the feed, you need your JT calls and impact rounds every now and again just sprinkled in, and Halzerk to hold his own in the AWP. Because the potential of these Complexity players, it's there. It just, you know, it's these close rounds that they should win that fall apart.
He just shot Woxic's toes through the wall.
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
All right. That's not bad.
He's toe banged me.
22 damage on the AWP.
Elige, that aggressive bone is still in his body. He wants to go. He will. Off the flash and a free frag onto Maja. No fumbled jump from Zentares, but he gets it on the second. So that's a delayed trade from Zentares. They are looking to try and use his pressure on short. Look at him. He's mad. He's mad as a hatter pushing on his own. Feels like he should have had JT there. And now Grim, he's got a lot to do, but he's so comfortable with it. Just nonchalantly takes out Calyx. Wasn't expecting more. Cardi was already out.
JT needs to hide.
Yeah, he does. I mean, in a best case scenario, he gets one here, but it doesn't look likely with his HP and their utility. Wow, overlooked completely. Cole will take 10. And look at TC, he's almost surprised.
Can't quite believe that.
How has it gone down so comfortably? That felt like the pistol, you know, where it's like, oh yeah, if I've got something, and they don't.
Shades of complexity in the Turkish side of Eternal Fire. The superstar with frustrations.
Yeah. I mean, didn't this round reek of Zentaras is a little upset?
Yeah, and, well, look, there's a bit of a gap in that smoke. There's a very small one, and more holes are being blown in by Floppy. Important kill, because if they get across JT's low, then it's a 1v1 for Floppy on the way back in towards the site. So, great work from Floppy. Even scavenges back that AWP. Eternal Fire using their second of 3 tactical timeouts. Okay, Coach Faber on the mic.
Like, you can also understand why Grim assumed there'd be more short because of the Zentaras move.
Zentaras
You're like,
just going.
Oh, okay, so he's assuming there's a trade coming.
Sure.
Must just be one long, but still works out for Cole. Okay, wow. This is looking like that potential Chad Burchill off-air prediction could be coming true. And that is if this one doesn't go well. Look at the limited nades, Chad. This is already like a horrible feeling for a T-side. You've got to try and take map control, take space, and...
Up mid, look at this.
He's just running at you.
I love it.
He is just running
I really
at you.
am enjoying this.
Oh, this has gone horribly for Elise.
Still enjoying
he
it, though.
Him, though. He
I like to see the aggression through lower and middle.
Well, we feel like it has a place in tier 1.
100%, 100%.
Because I'll tell you, the Face It Albanians I'm playing, they love doing that.
Oh, mate, and you should.
Yep, just running and gunning and ruining my day.
If you can't stop him, join him.
Yeah, that's what Elise tried, but it doesn't work out for him.
Well, they've put a lot of pressure on poor Floppy. If this is a B finish, he's just expended his smoke, and that's when there was still about 1 minute and 14 seconds on the clock. So if it is a mid to B or a B hit, he's just going to have to try and mow it down as many as he can. Hauser low, Grim Park towards long, and JT in the A site. But this rotation, leaving the upper tunnels, is telling that they might finish A. Well, they very likely finish A.
Surely set for 1. Oh, wow. Yeah, it takes the head off of
Still expect Grim here, surely.
You do now. Woxic takes him down. Dink exchange. Tara pre-aim and just quick on the adjustment. JT should be dead, but Halzuk, he mantles up the new boxes and does manage to shut him down. He's going to call short
smoke.
clear.
Oh, smoke for the crosses in the air.
Okay, yeah, it has going to land. It's going to land imminently. Now it's up to JT. Just spot the shadow. Doesn't overcommit to it.
Molly the ramp, Halzuk.
Oh, this is uncomfortable. Yeah, this would be well
timed.
Well timed. Well timed. Well timed. You're not pushing that. You can jump up the box, but Halzuk's holding. 15 seconds.
Halzuk has to play ahead of this.
He has to get ahead of it, and it's going to go down to the HE, so now it falls to JT, the low HP, puts Calyx's head in the Vice.
10.
There's no time for this. Where's the bomb? Where is the bomb? It's on the site. There's no time. Just live. JT has done enough, and an 11th round secured by Floppy with his knife out towards T-spawn.
Oh, JT. That's those impact rounds we're talking about from the in-game leader, just popping his head up behind the side box, doing damage.
That's twice he's been like 10 HP and actually found impact.
Pistol round and, well, now a rifle round that essentially sends Eternal Fire spiraling out of control.
JT, this is a big kill, man. Look, the bomb spews out of his face. Bang. Gets Woxic.
That's where he's won the round.
Yeah, just like that.
Nice.
Grim happy with that. Still, Grim under pressure financially, as we all are in 2024. Only an MP9.
Woxic, he's pulled off the miracle there. Long smoke on the corner lands. You can see that's obfuscated Grim's lineup. Throws out his HE to clear it. They are just committing. The whole squad's here. And it seems like Cole have realized it's better to play it from sight. JT on the AWP. He's picked that up off Halzuk, and wow, perfect pre-aim. Takes down Woxic! He could have hit that as well. A tough and testing flick. Aggressive is Wicardia, just charging up. The trajectory gives Grim the knowledge, and Floppy should be caught out by Zentaras there. Big frag, but so is that from Elise. Looking sharp is Madja. Elise tries to proactively hunt for Zentaras, but it's EF with a convincing one back.
I thought Zentaras almost made a mare of that.
Yeah,
He's
nearly
had a couple of these almost kills, but that one, he sticks the landing and keeps Eternal Fire in it with their first T-side round. So it's been 5 out the gate since we've come back from the halftime break. Pistol with the conversions. Some handy rifle rounds, but some close rounds. And this one opened up by Woxic on the rifle, not the AWP.
And when I said a couple more on the half, well, now a much more understandable definition of couple. 2 is all they need to pick themselves up the 2-0. Dust 2 is Cole's pick. Grim is performing well. Elige is there alongside. And so is JT with some impact rounds as we discussed. 15 frags for the IGL. They are going to have to... Ooh,
yeah, that one round from Eternal Fire has swung the door back open.
Okay.
Right, so if Complexity have to go for the Force Fire, considering the loss bonus situation. They lose this, they will have to take an eco before we see the rifles come out again, and that means the score will just be a 2-round difference, should be 11-9, but that's if Eternal Fire are able to deal with these upgrades. We've got a couple of 5.7s, Deagles, and a Famis in the mix, and that is another opening for Woxic, this time with the AWP.
It's going to feel good, and continuing to just abuse long, take it. It's theirs for the taking.
It's very difficult to lose this round because Complexity don't have a lot of util to dissuade the site cross. Unless.
Like the angle from Calix, that's a frustrating one for Grim to concede.
They're in for free. So hold on to these goodies.
Have another go.
So this is great. Exactly what Eternal Fire need to stay in this. If you're interested, you can head over to twitch.tv/ESLCSB. Just a B at the end of the Twitch URL that you may be watching on now. Maybe you're on YouTube. Maybe you're on Face It Watch.
Maybe.
Or maybe.
I have been enjoying the rewind feature recently.
On the YouTubes?
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, I like it too. It's quite nice.
Very handy. But honestly, with the fantastic ESL replay stuff, you rarely need to go back to see it. It's going to be brought over to you live and direct
The
straight
check's
after.
in the mail, Alex, all right?
Yeah, hey, listen. I'm just saying the replays have been good, Chad.
Credit where credit is due.
That's all it is, you know? Am I shilling? By most people's definition, yes.
Are you talking about the burger joint here? Freddie
shilling.
Yeah, okay.
That's the one.
All right. Well, here we go. Here's a shill for everybody.
Guys, from what I saw, every time they went long like this, they went all fire and the way was free.
I think he was speaking Norwegian. I didn't catch that.
Every time they've gone long, they were with all 5 and we were with 3.
Well, it's not like a world-changing conclusion, but he is right.
What?
Look at this opening.
Yeah, but obviously he saw him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Comfy.
And Floppy's going,
JT just does a little jump like scary.
See you, man.
Scary.
See you next
Even
round.
when you smoke the cross, you know, you really do feel like it's going to be yours. And off the back of Halzerk's analysis, they are going to start 4 towards long.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is the residual and not the check you get from all those voice lines, Alex.
All right.
I'm curious to see if they open the same way in the next rifle round.
That will be telling.
And it will... The EF, even with long spawns, don't have to go long, as crazy as that sounds.
That blows my mind.
Doesn't it?
On Dust 2, no less. That's like...
Now, they found success through long.
A lot.
But they don't have to go long.
And right now, they're going short. Really mixing it up. Turns out a CT smoke, and yeah, I mean, A is unguarded, so this looks like it is going one way, and one way slow. But I say that with Wakadio in the Calix with the bomb.
Yeah, it's 50 seconds. Do they send a probe out?
A probe would be very well advised. Considering, however, though, that Cole really only have a couple of Deagles and a safe
Doesn't
rifle.
look like they're sending a probe out, Mr. Richardson.
Yeah, okay, so there is a little world where this could go awry.
It's this world.
Well, I don't know, because Floppy really needs to get the first, and he's only
This
got a
nade
USP.
is going to do nuclear damage.
Oh, he does hit the nade, but we need Floppy to do something. He's enough of a distraction. He has got 1. He's got 2 with a USP. Catastrophe strikes for Eternal Fire. Now he's hitting headies as well. Floppy has done so much with a USP. And now Maja with 14 seconds. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. No hope. Caught with a bottle of flame in his hand. And that's Complexity taking a round with nothing more than a single safe rifle.
And that's a blind call. That is a blind call. All you had was short control. You had no information on anything. You've literally just called your team into a B play. And sure, you've lost out to the USP, but that's in combination with the Halzerk nade. You didn't send the probe. You didn't investigate what was on the other side. And now you are staring down the barrel of a 2-0 loss.
We needed a probe, Chad. We needed a probe. Well, Xantares is angry. He's got himself out towards the blue bin. Spots out one of the players towards the pit side. It's Elige, though. You gotta be careful when Elige is shooting, and he's shooting hard. Spams away. Well aware there's more. Lingering in the smoke. Calix blinded off the team flash. Now Elige's got 1 bullet. That's all he has to use. Has to reposition. It's JT that activates for 1. 2-on-2. They know where Elige is. Floppy's been summoned. He's way disconnected from Elysian. What are you looking at? Woxic was clearing close. Elysian, the pick could end it here. And instead it falls into a 1 versus 1. Madja with the bomb, and Floppy known to be the B anchor. Doesn't deter him from moving towards the mid-suicide position.
No, Madja was even concerned that Floppy had had enough time to rotate over and assist Elysian on the long corner. Honestly, look at all of the corpses littered top left, the X-ray. Sorry, the radar, all of the X's.
Yeah.
8 of them.
Well, Halzerk said, fight with more than 3.
And Halzerk was right. Madja, without any utility and no idea where Floppy is, just walks out mid to B. Floppy might catch this on a timing.
Yeah, if he was to take a little passing glance from Car, he's still open to it. Still open to it, and that window closes.
Well, now the details change. Floppy will have the penny drop once the bomb gets planted. What type of plant is Madja going to go for? Default. Now that the bomb goes down, Floppy has an incendiary, smoke, flash, and a HE to work with as part of this retake. And Madja, he's played towards tunnels. Is he really going to attempt an around-the-world maneuver? Is he really going to attempt to...
Sound cue?
No way in the world, bro.
There's no way you're expecting
no.
There's no way.
No.
He could just smoke and defuse. He has the smoke.
In
Floppy
the back.
Oh, whoa, Madja, that's a mad clutch. The audacity to go round the world with your last match series point up against you. And you go for the most audacious maneuver. I'm not going to lie, Chad. That's something you'd have gone for.
That takes some massive cojones. Or faith. I'm not sure. One of the two. But
a bit of both.
The fact that he sticks the landing on this.
What a gamer.
Floppy could have been absolutely anywhere on the map. The fact he gets into B for free, right? He's piecing this together, but he went mid to B. Floppy could have been upper tunnels. Wow, I can't believe that Madja has pulled that out.
I mean, that is such a sick way to keep this game going. Tag timeout, understandably called by TC.
Floppy's probably did he actually do that?
He's doors. It's a 1v1.
He's
planted the bomb and he's completely vacated the bomb site. Madja, I'm in awe.
Well, that's enough to shake the finances of complexity yet again. You can see the purchases. It's going to be 5/7s for Grim and Halzerk, M4s for the rest. That's no AWP for the defense, but 1 for Woxic. So again, that door, they love flinging it open. They're like a teenager. The hormones just running at an all-time high.
Well, just like a teenager, they keep making the same mistake. Committing to long, will it have the same result? They're not sending the same amount of bodies here, Cole.
Well, they're going to shrink the map. They need to start pushing upper tunnels now. Just likely to see EF take their time. The first thing is waiting for the corner smoke to fade, right? They're not going to go anywhere until that long corner smoke has faded. And then at that point, they're going to try and clear out Car. Grim has a smoke that he can throw on Elysian if he gets mollied.
Okay, no, that's valid. And Grim is, Elysian is going to be playing this perfect, pixely perfect. If Woxic was to jump spot, if he was to get on that barrel or teammate's head or a Molotov, he needs that smoke, peeks into the orb and goes down.
The idea was there, just felt like it came a little bit late.
If you had it cocked, yeah, it could have been a different state of affairs. Instead, they just walked into long. And smoking the cross, and Tara's just contacting towards the ramp. JT has a rifle, as does Floppy. Tares misses his first venture. Comms frantic for the Eternal Fire. No margin for error here, and Wicardia and Madja combine to open up the site. It's theirs. And so is the 10th round. Only Halzerk to fall. Wicardia locks it in. They are up against the ropes. And as you said, Chad, that door has been swung open. 4 of the last 5 rounds have been Eternal Fires.
And the round that they lost was against Saved, Famous, and Pistols.
Eagle USP.
Yeah, and again, because of the finance situation for Complexity, it is a rough round. It will have to be, I would say, a full eco, because the high end is 2.3k on Floppy, and they only get 2,400 into the last round, so they have to full eco. If they win a full eco, I'm not sure what will happen, but they will win the game, and they will progress.
Yeah, progression up for debate.
Progression up catwalk.
Match is going to be switched on as Wicardia. Hectic spray. No. Zentaris, he's fine. Zentaris is alive. Zentaris is alive. Sure, they've recovered an AK, and sure, Woxic's low, and Grim's close to him, but Zentaris has got this locked up. Woxic might even hit this flick. Yes, baby. It's up to the final round of regulation. A little hectic, a little sketchy, a little uncomfortable. Wicardia committing to a spray against a dynamic USP is not always the best of plans. But we are ready for round 24.
Now, I wonder if that comment from Halzerk that we had the little voice comm hop in with plays into the CT setup, which now we'll get a 30-second opportunity to discuss alongside of TC. We have the advantage of seeing the spawns. Right now, Woxic with the AWP has a very good long spawn. Calyx is not too far behind him.
Those are some of the best spawns you could ask for in a final round.
And this is where Madger is either going to allow his players to play and look for picks, or he's going to overcall them and see if he wants to puzzle piece this one together, micromanage his troops. Now you can see he's having a direct conversation of what needs to happen. These 30 seconds, there's no AWP available for complexity. There's not even a defuse kit. They have enough utility to go for the opener, but are they going to go for the 4-1? Right, we've seen them go for mid pushes before. They've attempted to go into lower dark, but long has been a big issue. Eternal Fire found a lot of success. So is it going to be a 4-1 to lock down long? That's the question.
Woxic does seem to be casting his crosshair in that direction.
Just a standard hold, 2-3 split.
All right.
And it's not a long all-in.
Throws the smoke and nails
Why is he gone early?
Right.
Why is he gone early? They've thrown the smoke from elevator. They've done the smoke that covers the doors. Grim's picked too early. He's picked ahead of the smoke.
And he's given the opening kill to Woxic, 24 now.
It does take a while to land, sure, but there was no pressure long.
Barely a flash. I don't even know if there was.
They went for the smoke for the extinguish on the molly.
That was it.
Yeah, and maybe a corner flash at best, but I can't believe he swung so early there.
I mean, we talked about his confidence, Chad. It's probably going to get rocked a little bit with an opening death that could force overtime. It's bleak out here for Cole right now. Look at the nades they have to defend themselves. It's already mid, very much under T-side control. A passive stance between Halzerk and CT, and a 2-2 divide towards the extremities. You've got Elige and Halzerk responsible for A, and Elige is forward towards bedroom. Has he got what it takes? 3 barreling towards him. It's likely a very hard clear for Wicardia, and a lazy one from him. Calyx down to Halzerk. Woxic trades a double kill. A dink did land.
Look at this from Centaurus, though. No way JT's ready for this.
No, not at all. He's looking doors. Not ready for the CT to already have Centaurus making a little nest. Lovely angle management from Centaurus, and we are off to overtime. Eternal Fire show real grit and determination. They were down, they were out, a handful of series points for complexity. And Eternal Fire force us into the additional overtime.
Oh, and here it is, the opener. So we get Grim's reaction.
Smoke hadn't popped. He processes it a little too late.
Yeah, and look, I wish I was on the POV of the player throwing that smoke, because when I was playing lots of pugs with Justin, there was a variation that I would throw that was 1.5 seconds slower than the variation he would throw. And he got a little bit anal about that. He didn't like the one I was throwing.
It's not landing when I'm expecting it to.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Look at this from Centaurus.
He's going, isn't he? He's going.
We saw this play yesterday.
So he parks himself in, and then the bomb goes B. They'd used an early corner smoke. Grim as well, just the only one there. So yeah, it is going to be kind of a question of Elige's judgment. Elige just made a lot of steps. Centaurus on high alert. Elige takes down Centaurus. Good work to start. Not going to overcook it either. He's not going to swing wide, try and head over to B.
Definitely missed his Molotov he just picked up there, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, still has doors on lock. Madger searching short. Woxic posted for any rotations. There are still 2 set up on B. It's Floppy and JT. And with Woxic just posted on this cross, it's going to be a question of where they finish. 50 seconds for them to work it out.
I think it's always clear, or key, sorry, to make sure we note HE's on the rotating CT player. Elige has one. So will he break the smoke? That's a big question, because mid to B is on the way.
Oh, lovely. Work from Elige. It's comfortable. Where are the comms? Where are their heads? As Elige takes 4. First round of overtime, and it's an Elige round.
What's that about? Just offering himself up.
The Wicardia peak is hard for me to understand, just because Madger knows he wasn't where he was looking.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, just...
was he expecting a swing, like someone else to contribute to Elige?
Oh no, Wicardia did actually he tried to like pre-fire CT.
Yeah.
I thought he was clearing close.
Elige didn't even have to move. Yeah, great shooting from Elige.
Very comfortable for Elige. Calyx is out. Calyx is out. Can Complexity hold on to long? It's been a problem for them. It's been a sticking point for them. The nade clear exposed is Calix. A nice opening, but look at them. They are just charging straight towards short side. Halzak's got the angle. Elige wants to get across, but that would be crazy. Off the flash, Madja still nails it, and Halzak does the opposite. Misses his first.
Good defensive util. It's going to stall out the plant.
Oh, got to find a safe haven. Madja down to 20 from an incendiary. Taking a lick of damage as well, and peeking into Woxic is a fool's errand. He goes down.
They're desperate. Really
uncomfortable now. Madja's going to plant this, and 3 HP on that one. A 17 damage HE. Woxic should be set for collection here. A little tip of the head, spotted the AK though. Grim, no slouch, could hit some shots. Halzak's finally hit one. Now JT comes in with 2. It collapses for Eternal Fire. And they know they haven't cleared Gandalf. They know they haven't cleared this corner. You can see Halzak free-firing. Grim will clear, and it's Complexity. 2 for 2 into CT OT.
Great retake, and I think one of the details to note, if you want to make sure you lock down long, you always have to use that best CT spawn. That's if you want to be swinging the corner and taking the immediate fight with the double mollies, right? And that's what we saw happen in that round. And Floppy, that meant he had to go long. Traditionally a B anchor. Now that's probably why he looked a little bit out of place as he was playing from long in towards the site, because normally he's retaking from short or CT spawn. But you can see just how much Complexity want to be locking down long, that they're using the spawns to make sure that the best spawns are the ones to deal with that long play.
Halzak gets it this time. And he has the AWP. So I guess it's going to be a gift. Once he's posted, Grim can leave him.
Normally the other way, you want your AWP to move around.
Okay. So you park Grim in the pit.
You just make sure Grim's safe and they don't come out long early, and then,
hello. Elige gets punished for a lucky
Woxic's having a good map, isn't he? 27 kills.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a perfect map for Woxic.
Okay, they're actually going to search with the AWP.
Interesting. He's going to have a pot shot. That just seems ill-advised.
Scope
might be heard. So that means Ricardia can't really move. Unless he's feeling...
Grim's pushing.
Very brave. Oh, lovely. 2 to the good. And now Halzak down as well. Ricardia just this one-man army on bedroom. They're going to be all onto these remaining 2. Floppy and JT. The B setup. Caught on the cross back by Xantares. I mean, this was a necessary round to win, but doing it so cleanly. There's one blemish on the record, handed by JT.
Yeah, bomb needs to be scooped, but don't worry about that. Calix lurks through B, gets the final kill of the round, and puts something on the scoreboard in overtime for Eternal Fire. They're not done just yet. 27 kills for Woxic, 24 on the other side for Elige, Grim with 23. Grim's had some very big moments, especially in that first half. Here's the Woxic opener. Yeah, gets to spot the barrel first and then adjust into Elige to find the opening pick. Double AWP setup equipped for Eternal Fire, and they were having issues with mid to B splits, likely why we've seen Madja equip the secondary AWP. He's actually going to wield that over towards B, and the late cross from Calix, noted by Halzak's boost. And speaking of boost, another one towards short, but yeah, you have to be ready for the scale down mid. Madja's AWP sounds off. Now they know there's 2 in the picture.
You know, that's the second time Grim's just gone a little ahead of a smoke. The lurk smoke was just about to bloom. And he's been caught by the AWP, trying to get ahead of that T smoke.
Likely to still see them go into the mid to B. It was something Complexity really liked doing within the first half.
Elige out mid, crisscross smokes. Last time he had great success. The spams come through. It's nade it. Oh gosh, he's going to be very exposed here. Calix, ooh, high alert. Elige,
that would have been heard.
Calix knows there's one very, very close, and he nails it. And the walk through, Elige, vision obscured. Calix, a multi-kill. Double kill from him. Madja's AWP flashed off, but he's got support. It's all Calix here. Triple kill from him, and just puts Halzak in an uncomfortable, unwinnable 1 versus 5. Sure, you take down Xantares, you wanted to finish it quickly, but
then from behind,
Ricardia's already got it locked in. A little bit of a slam.
Yep. Get the bird's eye view of that. I think it's positive signs because the first half was a while ago now. That Madja comes in with an adjustment. He remembers what the issues were, brings out the AWP, gets an opener, and then Calix is actually the one who's traditionally the B anchor, tasked with dealing with the mid to B, and he does a great job of it. One more round for either of these teams to lock up and confirm at least double overtime. Third and deciding map of Anubis if we need it.
I wouldn't mind, you know. Would not mind, but let's find out where Dust 2 takes us. Halzuk talking about how he wants to be able to kind of overcome his battle with his emotions, can get the best of him. Well, when you're down, you know, you're not feeling like you're contributing. This is for your team to make it to the group stage of IEM Cologne. All it takes is one good round, one good pick, one good decision.
And he has the long spawn. Does he want to go for the corner fight?
Woxic does. Will he be met head on? We don't get many AWP head-to-heads. In CS2, here on Dust 2, it's Woxic onto Halzuk. His 28 and a slam of the desk, as he cannot feel like he can get anything going. Best spawn on best spawn, Woxic gets there first.
Cole are going to have to dig deep with these rifles. Elysian lower tunnels, the other three congregated. Palm tree outside long is Grim. So he's just going to have to anchor down this position while Floppy, JT work in combination with Elise to try and get some map control. They have a lot of utility short. Maybe just see them try and go for an A split. Wakadia playing long corner with the jiggle. Now, yeah, a well time to drop that smoke. We've seen Grim do that same molly combo to clear out close doors several times.
Com's starting to get even more alive now as EF can feel the 15th is within reach.
Should be a bridge smoke from JT most likely.
Yeah, he's lining it up.
You want to just try and draw the eyes and attention and then see if you can deal with Wakadia at long. Problem is Bomb has to go long, Alex. This is tough.
Woxic's been given a nice little flash to get himself over into the right angle. He actually misses the shot, and now with Floppy finding Wakadia.
Still got to get that bomb up, 27.
Yeah, it's really tight. JT, however, maybe has the drop on them with Woxic down, and this ramp fight is all riding on this fight with Xantares. Floppy can't do it, but Elish can.
Got
15 seconds.
Need the fight.
Where's that bomb?
Need the fight.
Where's that bomb? You got to fight instead. They have no time to win this one. JT's going to give it a go. 9, 8. I don't think he's going to make it. He's got to get past 1. 5 seconds. He's running at him. 3. Calix. 2. 1. And JT loses it to the clock.
This one's getting tight, and it's down to the details. Taking the bomb late through long, the block of Wakadia's smoke. It completely changes the timing, the complexity we're looking for. It's getting tough. It's getting hot out there. And JT, yeah, you can see it, just trying to get the buzzer beat up. Oh, great replay there, just showing you how blind they were on the corner.
Just his camera for us. 1-0 rounds the clock. Yeah, it was just about 1 second away from having that fight.
Yeah, Calix holding his breath in that moment.
Oh, I would be screaming. Gave it a good go there. And Xantares' fight on Floppy as well. You know, if he goes down to Floppy empty-handed,
yeah,
it's a different round as well.
All right, well, both teams using their overtime tactical timeouts. This one a little bit more desperate for complexity. Halzuk into the scout, AKs for everybody else, and they really need to pull this round together. Woxic has been the better and more influential on the AWP in this series. Sorry, on this map.
Do we need Anubis? He's going for it. He's feeling himself, making the play, calling his shot, takes a pot shot towards Sui.
Bit of a classic default spread. Elise through lower, Floppy tasked with upper. Your AWP spotting middle. One palm tree, one outside long. Magic gambling heavily towards A. Heavily. Just
what's
so much on
that. Yeah.
Well, they don't have long because Woxic went and played up through short, so they're going to retake long control. There's the flash from Woxic. Oh, they've missed this smoke again.
It's funny Elise tracked that smoke, so he knows there's one near CT by virtue of just seeing where the smoke was thrown.
Wakadia will be able to push long on a timing. They've actually done a good job at EF of getting space back, and they'll be able to have 3 players to lock down B. This is perfect. Surely they're destined for the 3rd map. Surely Anubis awaits.
It could be all on Calix, and he can't find a thing. Hang on, hang on. Complexity have found themselves a double. It's Elise kicking kicking open the front door of B.
That was the stack. They brute forced the stack.
They were in the right place. They were in the exact right place. Calyx just lost track of him. That little flash of it into the smoke he couldn't track. Gets nothing. A double kill from Elige. It reignites hope of a double OT 2-0. It felt like they did everything they needed. They got the info. They were in the right place. Couldn't hit the shots, and Elige is coming in for another. He's making sure this is their round. A triple kill from him. Grim will sprinkle in a double, and it will need a second overtime to separate these two teams. 6-6, 6-6, 3-3. It's just been inseparable between these two on Dust 2.
Damn, this one has got legs. And I can't believe, in towards the stack, Eternal Fire do a great job getting the necessary information and then just lining up at the doors. Elige, he's not done with this one yet.
He's so animated.
Yeah, he's got a taste of Elige to him, for sure.
I didn't want to like Schadenfreude too much, but it was just... He's not always so animated. Matt just gone for a cheeky one.
Floppy put his body on the line.
Yo, respect to Madja for taking not only the spawn, but taking the Yorp. You know, in OT, first round, again, he gets away with it.
Oh, there's a gap here for Elige.
Not anymore. Oh, he still pushes the smoke. He's got some real belief in himself here. Elige, backing his aim. He's alone, but he's got 3 people worried about it. Hiding in the smoke, spams avoided, and Elige gives it a go. 1 kill would have really made the difference. Now, Woxic can just pick away at the cross, comfortable onto the double kill, maybe another. Halzak's the next victim, and Woxic falls to Halzak. He wins the head-to-head. One of the few we've seen. First of the required many, and Zentares has got this angle on lock. Halzak, not ready. First round, fair play, Madja. The fact he's gone for it in back-to-back first rounds of OT on that CT side, and it's worked both times.
If you could get this level Woxic on the AWP as a consistent piece with, I was going to say Zentares, but he's just having a pretty average map, you're onto something, right? Because Woxic, when he was in the Mouseport days, and we're having to go back in the Wayback Time Machine, he was so influential.
I think that's like a gosh darn it in Norwegian.
I don't know why I find it. It's some of the most entertaining, like seeing the meltdowns. It's the most entertaining part of the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you've been on the other side of those meltdowns.
I am the meltdown master. Do we get back-to-back timeouts? That's it.
It sounded like it.
Production? Confirmed, denied. Well,
yeah, we don't know.
No, there was a timeout.
And everyone gets 1.
Yeah, so we'll see if there's another one.
Yeah. All right, Halzak. See if he's got capacity to give them the Oslo special. JT's got an interesting lineup. Does it land this time? It does. The crisscross perfectly executed, and Elige thinks twice about committing with half health. That's already got Zentares limited.
But you think it just has to be B. Like for Eternal Fire on their T side, they find success through long. For Complexity, it's either through B or B splits.
Calyx poised to collect in a close quarter angle. He's just hoping that if they try and disrespect this smoke, he can catch himself surprise. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it. I say that. They are starting to run up on the fade. Calyx times it to perfection. Floppy caught out once more. Nice shot. And Tares gets a taste of his own medicine. A precise headshot from JT's AK. Calyx down to the Grim Molotov.
They just need to isolate Madja.
Yeah. And Wicardi is desperate trying to help his IGL. He's only got 30 seconds and audible rotate to CT. So now they know it's probably just one here. Elige's going to let him go. Elige lets him go. So now they kick him. Halzak catches him. The info is there, and so are the shots from Halzak. Multi-kill on the AWP. Woxic, speaking of multi-kills, he needs 3. With only 4 HP. JT can finish this with a release of the crouch key. And Halzak takes a 3. Okay, 16-16.
One of Halzok's most impactful rounds so far.
Yeah.
And yeah, at least let him go to his demise. Run on in. The water's warm. My boys are about to take that B bomb site.
There's one doors, boys. Halzok profits.
But how are you meant to solve this if you're Eternal Fire? I would say try and harass tunnels. We saw Complexity go for a crunch, but it was on like an anti-eco, anti-force situation where they had 2 push through lower, 1 push upper. But if you keep losing B, try and win the round before they're executing on you, because right now, Madger and Calyx tend to be having a tough time. And match it back to the crutch of the secondary AWP.
Yeah. Certainly has been very successful with this angle, but this time Floppy's learned his lesson and confirms the AWP's there. So there's some info.
They're going to push.
Looks
Head
like
of the low.
Yeah, here comes Madger pushing in with the AWP, no less. Halzok would be very upset.
I'm looking at him for a death slam.
Would be very, very upset. He's not giving it to them. Grim might. Oh, Halzok scoped in. Oh, this is the end. Baits it, run down, Floppy, gets them both. It cost him 99 points of health, but this is all Complexity. There's nothing for Woxic and Wicardia here. The double W have got nothing to say about this final round of their CT side. Maybe the one onto Elige.
Well, now the question goes to Complexity. Can you on the CT side solve losing long?
Right.
Are you able to lock it down or take territory space, save your util to play the round potentially differently than you have been? Because Eternal Fire haven't been able to solve their woes on B. They brought the AWP out on Madra, it worked, and it didn't. Right? It had a little bit of both.
I mean, what I'd love to see is to see Elige return to some of those confident mid strides where he was taking some early kind of lower control, if not.
Yeah, they did get bopped and then stopped that completely, didn't they?
Well, that's it. I mean, he tried one fast lowers and didn't get anything with it on a kind of anti-force or anti-eco.
Great from Floppy. Some important moments from Floppy. Go back to Vertigo. Had a nice little 1-on-3 retake. And Santares, the most animated in the server at the moment, I'd say.
Grim reclining. So look at the face of the team he just took 2 rounds off of. Santares heading long. Let's see what they can do about it here. So that's, oh, they've gone for the deep smoke. I always thought this would be an interesting smoke to see. Wicardia takes down his brother in arms. Oh, and Grim with a flash and a smoke still takes down Wicardia.
Long's closed for business.
Bloody hell.
Or at least momentarily.
Not for 18, boys. Can they have a hero play? Woxic is still alive, chat, so don't count your chickens.
Could be a big biff in middle. They've just completely repositioned. Elige with the flash, gonna swing, gets the info, and makes good on the kill. Calyx down 2v4.
He was flashed for an age, an eternity. Elige had time to jiggle out, see that he's blind, come back, he's still white. Now what? I mean, you can see on the minimap that there is a challenge to be had here, that no one's holding the cross mid.
They will start to push out short if there's any tells that this is a possibility. So it just depends on how far they go silently. And yeah, Elige is starting to search for some information. So this should be handled. Oh, Floppy.
Yeah.
Between two minds. Heard now. Madger knows.
Yeah, this could go wrong. Floppy down. Huge from Madger now. The round is on. Woxic. Oh, God. Halzok's missed it. And another one for Woxic. Just like that. Eternal Fire into the 1v2 for Grim.
Smoke tunnels, molly for sight. There's a way that Grim wins this.
Oh, but they've done so much work. Woxic and Madger have managed to make a 2v4. 1 kill away from reality. Woxic takes a little lick of damage from the incendiary. It's Madger to close, and that is crazy. No Santares, no Wicardia, no problem. Calyx run down by Elige. Just 2 Turkish players left in the server up against North America's finest, and this is how it goes down.
It didn't feel like there was going to be a threat, and then Elige is trying to track him down, right? Elige goes back for the fight. He could have been heading straight through upper tunnels to pin down Madger on the side, and that one slips through Complexity's fingers. Those are the type of rounds that is the undoing of this cold team. These are the type of rounds that they need to be converting, and they've let it go.
Oh, just a little info push, just to be a little ahead of the play. Floppy on a bloody island. He's painting faces onto volleyballs. He's on such an island. Hello. And goodbye, Woxic. That's a huge frag to post at a much needed juncture of the game.
Well, EF were the ones to get to the magic number first to secure the next set of OT. Can Complexity grab 18? and then they're the ones who are set to close. Will that be the difference maker? Well, they've dealt with Long in 2 consecutive rounds. EF aren't winning the round through Long, I'll tell you that much.
For sure. Well, they didn't need to in the previous. Okay, now where does this one go? Madge is still rocking an orb, this time on the T side. He's picked up Woxix.
No, double orb on the CT side, one for a Liege.
Where's he putting that? Okay, so we've ramp side, so he's going to be holding this short if they try, but they're actually trying doors. Grim, he could be set for a multi here, but he has to be out-aiming with Cardia and Zentaris not far off, you know. Puts Zentaris on notice, and Halzug's catch caught.
They're going to go away, they're going to go away.
Yeah, well, they're not sure.
Oh, wait, what?
They want you, Halzug. They're coming for you. He's already got the double kill. High
25.
Impact. Yeah, they're coming. Halzug under scrutiny. Zentaris catches a leash on the jump for info. Now it's up to Halzug. 15 seconds.
He's waiting for Zentaris.
With 13 seconds left, Zentaris is sprinting with his knife out. Halzug
Misses his shot, misses his chance. How has this happened?
Oh, a heartbreaker in back-to-back rounds for Cole. Unless JT's got another impact clutch in him. Been known to be in his wheelhouse. But Zentaris holding towards the window. Madger underneath. It's just one single bullet from the Zentaris AWP, and this is curtains. He is low, though, susceptible to a JT one-tap. Body would do. Isolates the first. Zentaris on the bricks. JT, can you redeem it? One single bullet would do it. Zentaris playing a wicked game. Mantles up. Misses another. 3 bullets. Finds the hand. I don't know if he's got it.
Yeah, he's got it.
And JT saves complexity! Oh, he's done it again!
The pivots under pressure look masterful from Eternal Fire. When they look like they're done, they're out. The round is complexities. But it has to be JT, of course.
Goosebumps on that one. The fact, like, how is he not flustered, bro? The uncrouch from Zentaris. How many bullets does he have here? He's low. 30 HP, 3 bullets. Finds the angle for the headshot. What a gamer! Oh, it's got to be
underway and we're heading long.
Millisecond on that. Charging at Halzug. Corner smoke. A moment's respite. Exposed by the HE clear. And
they're coming in.
Fighting. It's going to work out for Grim. A double kill.
Well, where that came from.
Wicardia. Here's Halzug for more. Is it really going to end like this? Wicardia tagged up by the HE. The bomb spotted perhaps on Wicardia's bot. Back, tagged out to 44. He could go down any minute. This could be it unless Woxix got a 1v3 in him. One of the quickest rounds this entire Dust 2 we've seen. In the final round of our second overtime, and Cole are 1 frag away from the 2-0. Woxix being the best player for Eternal Fire here on Dust 2. This is his playground. But he's gone down to Halzug, and 2-0 as they advance to the group stage. Complexity secure it, a couple of fumbles along the way, Grim starting strong, Elijah perpetually good, and Halzug with some impact towards the end there. It wouldn't be a win if it wasn't for JT.
Entertaining stuff from Complexity. They made it interesting. A big win on Vertigo, Eternal Fire's map choice, but Dust 2, back and forth, lock and horns, crazy moments, clutches galore. Eternal Fire, they will drop down to the lower bracket. There is still a chance for them to progress to the group stage. But Complexity, they join Liquid, they join Saw, the teams who have made their way on the second day of play to the group stage.
Indeed, I'm here in the Complexity booth after what was an incredibly hard-fought victory. Halzug's gonna pass. I hope your hand is okay because, oh my god. But it's JT that I want to talk to. If it wasn't for JT, they wouldn't have won this game, was the last call out of Machine and Sponge. And I think that's probably the truth. Talk me through that penultimate round and then eventually finally closing out this map.
Honestly, I wasn't sure if I had it the last round. It was just a crazy game in general, though. I don't think I've ever won a clutch like jumping on that box and killing someone car, but yeah, that was pretty cool. But yeah, it was just a crazy game. I think there's a lot of rounds from both teams that we need to review and just check because there was a lot of rounds like 4v2s, 5v3s and stuff like that for both teams that were kind of just a throw, honestly.
Yeah, and I guess unfortunately the thing is that that's something that Complexity has been struggling with for a while. It's the thing you guys keep talking about that you have to fix. Do you consider this enough of a good sign, the fact that you were able to clutch this out? Or because it depended on an almost insane clutch from you, do you think there's a lot more homework to be done?
Definitely some more homework to be done, and like I said, review as well. I think our biggest thing right now is we're really good at game planning and our system's working pretty well, but we're struggling on the end rounds and the clutch situations and stuff like that. A lot of us are feeling the pressure and making mistakes when we shouldn't be. So yeah, just more games, more review, and hopefully we can fix it.
I'm sorry to be so harsh. I think it's just because we all see what, the possibilities could be with this roster, but you do find yourself in the group stage now, so some heavy hitters coming up. What for you is going to be your main directive in order to make sure that, everyone can stay controlled and can stay calm even when it isn't going that well?
That's a good question. I don't really know the answer to that, so hopefully I can think of something.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll check back in then in the next stage. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Complexity, make it on.
Yeah, Complexity going to stage 2, but not without a barn burner on Dust 2 itself. My goodness, what an ending to the game, and a lot of rounds that probably didn't look like they were going to go the way they did, and that's what the beauty of Counter-Strike is. Isn't that right, Jacob?
Absolutely, Trace. It wasn't pretty in the end. It wasn't clean like we were hoping for throughout the series, but they did get it done. They managed to go and advance into stage 2 of IEM Cologne.
Which is exactly what you want, Bubsky. Tell me about advancing through groups.
I mean, it's a nice one. I've not gotten to too many group stages, but it's a fair throw, right? But I think in this scenario, it means that they got the result right. They don't care about how it went down. If they would have gone to that third map, they would have been tilted out. If you already saw Holzerk being a little frustrated with many other moments in this game. So, I mean, Complexity are just happy that it got over with it.
Let's do that. Hold on. I know where you're going with this. Just hold on. Let's look at some of those reactions. I think that will be the easiest and most clear, concise way to illustrate the point that Yanko might be about to make.
I don't even have a, you know what I would do if I were Complexity? I would say, bro, listen, hit the table as much as you like. Slam the desk as many times as you like. Every time you slam it, we take $1,000 off your paycheck.
Damn.
And it goes into the opposite way. If it's over your paycheck, then you owe us money. So you can slam it as many times you want. This is ridiculous. Yeah. For a professional player, when dude, it's not about you. You know, the earth doesn't revolve around you. You're not the reason whether you win or lose solely. You have teammates out there who are all putting in their effort, who are all trying your best. Just because you're having a bad game, you don't have to ruin it for everyone else. Like, you need to find a way to relax. Otherwise, you're never going to find success as a professional player. If you're going to let your emotions take over you this much, what are you going to do in the playoffs of a big tournament when there's a crowd there, when the game is actually tight, when your team is struggling as well, but you're playing well? Oh, then you're going to be fine with this. For me, it's unacceptable. I don't know how the organization, after he's been on the team for more than a year, and now you're giving him a new contract, that you're not addressing this or having some mechanism for this being fixed, because you know it as well as I do. When you're on a team and your teammates do that, it just creates a bad atmosphere.
Yeah, it's almost comical at this point, right? I think he said in some interviews that he's working on fixing this, and it's never been as bad as it is. It's an important game, let's be honest, right? They want really to advance. They've had a rough start to the season, but come on, bro. It's in mid-round situations where all the other people are focused, and you just know if you hear one guy slamming, like, there's silence for a little bit, like, you ruin it for the rest of the guys. This guy is not a 19-year-old talent coming through this scene who's never tried it before. You are on the team for so long, you re-signed this, and I mean, surely it's something they address in team talks. I mean, they should be very glad that they managed to pull this through, because if not, I feel like the atmosphere would have been very much different.
Yeah, and just grab on that very end idea right there. I think you guys drove a point home, but in terms of getting this game over the line, in terms of seeing this game through, there's really one moment that's sticking out, and we're going to take a listen in right now with Kadia.
You're good. Do I have it? I don't think you have it. Nice! Nice! Let's go! Not even close.
Not even close.
Who was the one who said, I don't think you have it?
I think it was Elise, right? I mean, a pretty decisive moment. And I think many people is going to be looking at what is the guy backside doing, but they're doing a very classical setup, like the back guy side holding dark, and then the guy at the car trying to hold window and door. I mean, I think it's an unfortunate timing for Eternal Fire. JG actually plays it really smart, going up on the box, like make it difficult for the orb to actually readjust that aim. I mean, played it to the line and just got it over.
Yeah, had to play that one down to the whistle, quite actually, and that's when the play stops, right? You can't go, much like basketball, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. A lifesaver for complexity, and they just managed to get it done 1917.
They did do that, and that is why we have our United States Air Force Aim High player of the match. It's going to be the Ellie Giggle himself. Now, Elige, and we can talk a little bit about input or output, rather, that he provided in this series, Bubsky.
I mean, we had a discussion before the game. Is it going to be Elige who's going to dictate the game today, or is it going to be Santaris? But today it was Elige. I mean, he had so many moments, specifically on the first map as well, where he just makes a difference. That clutch and that pistol. Would have lost that, there was no map 2 or 3 potentially. I mean, he's a guy where you can kind of trust that he will always bring something to the table. Even if he's not fragging as much in some games, then he'll still be like a god at like communicating.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a very experienced, all-rounded player brings a lot to the team. I think it was very apparent as soon as he joined Complexity, just the step up that they've made as a team, you know, but still things for them to iron out, obviously, but this was a must for Complexity, you know, advancing into stage 2 of IEM Cologne. The situation would have been rather dire if that didn't happen, so a good first step.
Sage.
Yeah,
we'll leave that one right there. What we can do in this moment is take a look at that B stream. You know, we're not the only game going on over here. In fact, the Falcons, the other dirty birds, if you would.
I mean, let's be honest. Falcons, this is not a good look, right?
It's not. I mean, you know, people will say a game is a game. Everyone can beat everyone nowadays. If they win this map, it's
Don't
still...
say that shit to me. Don't say that. It's one of the most expensive rosters in the world, playing against an electronic store team who is like on a part-time. Come on, man.
Part-time electronic store.
That's another way to look at it.
Yeah.
I don't have much to say.
Yeah, you know, like, yeah, okay. Well, that's Bubsky's take. And where can they find you on Twitter, Bubsky, just in case?
Just straight out. Like, if you know how to spell my name, it's just full down on Twitter.
You know how to spell Bubsky?
B-U-B-Z-S-K-J-I.
Oh, look, you don't upset the guy, man.
Z-K-J-Y.
Let's take a look.
Exactly.
Let's start taking that look into the remainder, the housekeeping sort of items that we have to go through right here, because at the end of day 2, we do have a bunch of conclusions, a bunch of results, and we do see FlyQuest packing it up yet again to head on back down to wherever they came from.
Yeah, very underwhelming as well today against the Mongols. They didn't really stand a chance, especially on Mongols' map pick of Ancient.
At least they're consistent, Yanko, like FlyQuest.
Yeah, I guess. Then we had a much better series in the Furia versus Team Liquid. Team Liquid securing advancement as well in a 2-1 fashion, and we just ended it with Complexity versus Eternal Fire. So a good day for NA teams.
Yeah,
Trace.
it really is. You found your way into stage 2, and then obviously you see what's going on in the B stream. The heroic 3D Max game midday, big finding success over Saw in alternate attacks. Falcons might be wrapping up soon, but I'm not entirely sure. It can appear down the hallway at least. Check a look at the brackets, Bubs.
I mean, there was just a little mistake there.
Yeah,
actually did lose to Saw, so actually advanced through that. Big is in the lower bracket, potentially facing Falcons after this one. That's going to be a banger of a match, right? Relatively big organizations heading head-to-head in a lower bracket game. Then you have the Eternal Fire and the Mongols, also a quality game. Both of them probably had the expectations before going into this tournament that they wanted to advance. Only one of them is going to do it.
That's heartbreaking that they have to play each other to advance. That's going to be tough.
Oof. Oof, brother. Ooh,
what's the schedule?
I don't know. You want to look at it? Let's look at the schedule.
Yeah,
let's make it simple.
Give it to me.
Let's make it easy. 9Z MIBR to kick off the day. I'll be here with you for that one. Furia, heroic, that midday game, and then we rounded out with some more Eternal Fire action. This time, though, the Mongols look to tackle.
Yeah, I mean, interesting South American matchup. 9Z, the absolute favorite for me in that one, looking to build on that Dallas performance.
And another local derby in the form of Pain and Imperial Gaming. These teams play each other quite a bit. I mean, they're in the local scene down there where they don't really have many other teams to play against other than the top oppositions, which are those teams who are now also facing each other at Cologne.
And some of these teams will have to play 2 games tomorrow, Trace. You know, so a marathon for some of the teams, but it is what it is.
In fact, that Imperial Pain game, I think, is the double liner right there, right?
They'll have to, whoever wins, have to play one more later in the day.
Long days. What's up, Bubs?
I mean, you just know players are going to complain, right? That they want to have a fair playing field, but that's just not going to be
they've also not lost the first game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You could have just won the first game, but then, you know, obviously that would just be too easy for most teams. So they elect to make it a little bit more of a theatrical, cinematic experience for all of you at home, which is where we're going to leave you at home. We're done over here on the A stream. Go check out the finish of this B stream game, though. The Falcons looking to close it out on just down the hallway. Again, we'll see you tomorrow because the Intel Extreme Masters is forever.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity. Soon to be the greatest of my generation, Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Superman's kryptonite.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Cologne while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
He's been a bit of a lame duck in this match. 5 seconds, shot